Live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Fit. Live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Fit podcast. We got a special guest in the house, Nick fucking Fuentes, baby. Let's get it.
Let's go.
Walk along the razor strip. Don't look down, just keep your head up. Open up the limit. Past the point of no return. Reach the top, but still you gotta learn how to keep it. It's so real, double the pace. Right open like a bat out of hell. Crash the gate. And I will never tell a sorry. If you get beat, and I will never tell a sorry. Questions in
All right, what's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Fit podcast, man. We got a special guest in the house, Nick Fuentes. Real quick before we get into the show, well, actually, do we got to kill the Twitch and Facebook stream already? Because he's probably bad off those, right?
We probably should.
Yeah.
Right away.
Right away. Come on over to YouTube, guys. YouTube, type Fresh Fit or Rumble, rumble.com/Fresh Fit. We're dual streaming this thing on Rumble and YouTube, and we're probably going to have to take the rest of the interview on YouTube. Or Rumble, sorry. Definitely not YouTube. So real quick announcements, guys. Rumble.com/Fresh Fit. I got it there in the banner because today's episode is definitely going to have to go to Rumble, but we're going to start off here on YouTube for y'all and keep it somewhat YouTube clean before we go over there. But rumble.com/Fresh Fit. Also check us out on freshfit.locals.com. Get all the behind the scenes content, guys. That's safe. Also, Fresh Fit and Fresh and Fit store as well, where you guys get the t-shirts, hoodies, all the merch is there. And then also check out our Clips channel, guys. We've been going pretty hard on the Clips channel, man. We're almost at 40 million views for the month, man. So it's been going really well. So go ahead, check it out, man. Fresh and Fit Clips on there. Trying to get it to 1 million. So go ahead and subscribe to that channel. 80% of y'all that are watching that channel are not subscribed. And also, more Fresh Fit Clips is our other Clips channel. So if you guys don't got time to watch the full pod, go ahead and check out the Clips channel. And then check us out on Spotify. We're posting on there every single day. Mo's on top of it. And then also, Fresh, you want to talk about your blog?
Yes, guys, we're going to be in Colombia this month, actually. I'm super excited. If you want to see our vlogs lifestyle, go check out the vlog channel. 200 kind of way, let's go. And then join the network, man. We're going to be there as well. Adding value, giving value. Go check it out.
And then check me out, guys, on Fed Reacts, guys, over there. I break down criminal cases. If you guys like true crime, well, I do it over there. I cover everything from serial killers. The last episode I did, I reviewed New Mech from Ryan Dawson, Nick's best friend, where I covered how a certain state that won't be named stole the nuclear bomb from the United States. So go ahead and check it out over there on Fed Reacts. And also, don't forget to go ahead and get my book, Why Women Deserve Less, because they do deserve less. Book's only about 80 pages, can deserve less. Amazon bestseller, go get it. And then also, guys, do me a quick favor. Go check out Nick on cozy.tv/Nick. Link is below. That's his own website, by the way. How did that come about?
Well, I had to invent it because I got banned from everything. So, made my own.
So, Nick, I know who you are. Fresh knows who you are. I think our audience is pretty familiar with you as well and all the grapers out there. But can you introduce yourself to the people who may not know who you are?
Well, I'm Nicholas Shea Fuentes. I'm kind of the most banned man, I think, in the world, or I'm certainly up there.
Yeah.
But I'm a live streamer. I do a show Monday through Friday. It's called America First. I run a nonprofit, and I basically been the leader of the dissident right for like the last 4 years in America.
Absolutely. So, but going back, because obviously, everyone knows, Nick Fuentes now, but I want to get to know Nick from before. Pause. Can you tell us a little bit about like your upbringing and background? You're very religious. I want to kind of see how'd you get there?
Sure. Well, I didn't actually start out super religious. I mean, I was born Catholic. I was baptized Catholic, but I was a pretty normal guy for most of my life. I mean, I went to high school and I was always very political, but I was really more like a mainstream person. Like if you met me when I was 14, 15 years old, I mean, I was as political as I am now, believe it or not. But my views were totally consistent with anything you'd see on Fox News or libertarians, Republicans, that sort of thing. And so it wasn't until I got to college, wasn't until I got to Boston University after the Trump election that I really came into the red pill. I got red pilled, so to speak. And I reverted back to my religion. Not that I ever went away, but I really became truly a Catholic. And I became a right-wing extremist that I am today.
According to Wikipedia, right?
Right.
And you, so you actually found your religion more so when you went to college, went to Boston.
Yeah. Yeah, I know a lot of people go to college, they become liberal. I went there
crazy.
I did the opposite.
Yeah.
I became a reactionary.
Was there a moment in time that, like, for example, an event that happened that made you say, you know what, let me get closer to God? Or was it more like it just happened?
No, it was a real event. I went to Boston University, and I'd never lived away from home. I never lived outside of Chicago, which is where I grew up. And it was one thing that precipitated it specifically. Maybe you guys don't remember, because this was kind of like, if you weren't paying close attention, you wouldn't have noticed it. But in October 2016, this was when we first heard about Russia and the Russia gate, Russia stuff. And if you remember, Joe Biden, then the vice president, comes out and does a press conference because Obama was talking about meddling in the election.
Yeah.
And Biden comes out and says, well, we're going to retaliate. And I remember thinking there's a good chance Clinton becomes president and we're in a nuclear war with Russia, kind of like where we are now, which is scary. There are some developments today with these cluster munitions. And so I remember in October 16 thinking like, okay, the world's going to end. Like it's over. We're done. We're all going to die. And I remember thinking like, there's got to be more. I wake up, I eat my 3 meals, I go to my classes, wake up, rinse, repeat. And I'm thinking, I'm a person that wants meaning in my life. I'm a person that has consciousness. There's got to be more than the routine. There's got to be more than the physical. And so that was the first time I went out to the bookstore there. Maybe you remember, I know you went to school close by. I went to the Barnes & Noble on Commonwealth Ave by the big Citgo sign.
I know exactly where that's at.
Yeah, you know right where that is.
Yeah.
By Kenmore. And I bought a Bible, my first Bible. I read the Bible, and I read some other books, and I watched videos. And, like I said, I was baptized Catholic, but I really started to believe. I really developed this sort of spiritual consciousness. So it was that in particular. I was afraid of Hillary Clinton, basically.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Wow. So, because most people go off to college and become way more liberal, they become less religious, they become, oh yeah, let's hug the trees. And especially Boston. I mean, I could speak from experience here. I graduated college in 2013. When you went, it was worse.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never forget. I went back to Boston back in like 2015. I had a Make America Great hat again, and everyone was harassing me. It was bad. You know what I mean? So it's only gotten worse. And you were there. How long did you stay at BU before you left?
I was there for 2 semesters. I was there from September 16 until May 17.
Well, and what was that like being over there as a conservative, a religious conservative?
Well, it was brutal. I mean, because I was there during the Trump election.
Yeah.
So I got on campus and the election was 2 months later. And I was kind of like famous when I got on the campus, because I wore the MAGA hat everywhere.
Yes.
That was like what I was known for.
Yep.
People were like talking shit about me on Yik Yak. You remember? Maybe that was a little after you were in 2013. So I think it was a little after.
I was gone, but I went back a few times, to hang out with old friends because a bunch of my teammates were still in school. So I would go back every now and then. But sorry, continue.
Sure. So people were talking shit about me on the Facebook group and on the Yik Yak page saying, oh, there's that kid with the MAGA hat on in the dining hall. And people would come up and literally attack me. People would come up. I remember I was in the line to get like pizza at the dining hall.
Sure.
And this black chick comes up in the hijab and everything. And she rolls up and she's like,
you can share it. Yeah, this is him back the America Great, the MAGA hat and everything else like that.
That was a little later. That was like 2020. But yeah, I mean, that's me in a MAGA hat. And so I'd be in the dining hall. This black chick rolls up and starts berating me. I'm in the line to get food, telling me, you got to justify the Muslim ban and all this. And so I was harassed. There was a lot of death threats. But that was also how I got my start. Because within the first 2 months, there was this big firestorm on Twitter because I was pumping out tweets. Mm-hmm. Stuff that was edgy at that time. I was pumping stuff out, feminism sucks, multiculturalism's cancer. Pretty like mild, by today's standards. But back then, this was hot stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was pushing this stuff out. And I was contacted by this group, Young Americans for Liberty, this like libertarian group. And they said, we want to set up a debate with you and one of your detractors because it was blowing up on social media. Mm-hmm. I said, I'm down. Mm-hmm. This almost didn't even happen. They were looking for somebody. Nobody wanted to do it. The student body president of Boston University stepped up to debate me. I'm like a freshman. I was there for a month.
Yeah.
And I'm debating the student body president. So they set it up. We did it in I forget the venue.
Was it a female?
No, it was a guy. Oh, some gay guy.
No, of course.
Yeah,
of course at BU. Yeah,
he was wearing a beanie.
Yeah,
I was making fun of him for that.
There was a reason why they say sucks to be you.
Yeah, well, it sucked to be him for sure that night.
So you debate him to take us through that.
So it was like 300 people showed up. It's like a big deal for because we weren't like e-celebrities or anything. It's like 300 people show up, and I go out there. It's like a week before the election, and I'm like, you know what? Trump is going to win. And I just go off because they're all liberals, all women in the audience. Mm-hmm. And I pop off. People love it. There's this girl in the audience named Cassie Dillon.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard of her, but at that time she was working for Daily Wire. She was working for Ben Shapiro.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. So she periscopes the whole thing on Twitter, and it's blowing up, thousands of people watching. She texts Ben Shapiro because she's working for him at this time. And she says, Ben, I just discovered this guy. I still have the screenshot. She's like, you got to take him under your wing. He's the greatest thing. And so she comes up and interviews me after the debate. And, you know, we do a little post-game recap, whatever. And the last thing she asked me, and, you know, I don't know, I'm not going to say the country, but she says, one last question. Would you ever take a trip to the country?
Motherland.
Yeah. The motherland.
And we'll talk about the tweet, too, that got you viral with him. Because I want the people to know that tweet. We'll talk about that on Rumble, guys. Don't worry. Sorry.
Totally. Yeah. Because that's some good lore. Yeah. So she asked me that, and I tell her, and this is before I'm even fully red pilled. I said, Cassie, I said, I have everything I need right here in America. Yeah. And I'm America first.
Yeah.
And so anyway, so that was sort of like how I made a splash. I start getting a Twitter following. I get introduced to all these guys at Daily Wire.
Yeah.
That's when I started to run into problems, though, you know, because, and this is sort of, a lot of people don't know this about me. People look at me and they say, oh, he's another David Duke. He's another Richard Spencer. I was going to be the next Shapiro, Will Witt, you know, whatever. Basically being groomed like all these other young college Republicans. I was on that track to be a normie conservative influencer. But it happened to coincide with the Trump election, where Trump was raising some very interesting points. Like when he goes out and says America first, that creates a big problem for the system that we have.
Yeah.
Because the system is basically predicated on foreign influence and corruption. And so when one guy goes up and says America first, suddenly it's a big problem for the people that want Iraq war, Afghanistan war, Syria war, war with Russia, whatever, free trade for that matter, TPP. And so I start asking these questions of all these guys at Daily Wire saying, hey, man, what's the deal with the foreign aid? You know, what's the deal with the war? What's the deal with the Security Council vote? You know, at that time, Obama, and I didn't like Obama, but I defended him in December 16. He goes out there and he allowed the United States to abstain on the Security Council vote where they were condemning Israel. Everyone freaked. They said, he's an anti-Semite. He's the worst guy ever. I said, hang on a second. We owe them, you know, we owe them that we have to give them this unconditional diplomatic support no matter what. I wrote this big article about it. I'm pushing tweets, and they basically told me, and here I am still under the impression that it's a free marketplace of ideas. You know, we're the right wings of Patriot movement. And they come and tell me, they say, hey, listen, you got to stop asking these questions. Stop talking about this. You know, we'll answer it privately, but you're basically making too much of a fuss about this stuff. You got to drop it. And I said, I'm not going to drop it. Like, this is legit. I mean, you got to give me answers, or you gotta let me ask. And I got a text from Cassie Dillon. I want to say, I don't know, several months into 2017, I'm still at BU. And she says, listen, we are not in the same movement. You keep asking these questions. You are alt-right. You are an anti-Semite. I'm never going to talk to you ever again. She was like,
just for asking the question about foreign aid.
Yeah.
Just for asking about foreign aid. Wow.
Mild stuff. Not even like what I'm on now.
Yeah. Well,
you know, which is more.
We'll talk about that on Rumble.
Right.
Some of your more controversial views. But that's wild, though, that like just off of that alone, very simple stuff like, hey, some foreign aid. What's going on with this? Oh, no, what are you doing? Right. So, wow. So real quick, we talked about Trump. 2016, he gets elected president. Where were you, and what went through your mind? Because I'll tell you this, I was fucking shocked when that happened. I was down in Laredo, Texas on the Mexican border. I was shocked when that went down. Where were you at, and what was it like?
It was the best day ever. I mean, literally like one of the best days of my life, without even joking, no exaggeration. I mean, I was there on campus, and I was getting attacked for months.
Of course. People
just literally yelling at me in the street, confronting me in the dining hall. And so I remember it's
real, dude. I remember when I wore the hat, like it is real. Like they will, like back then, they would attack you in Boston, physical violence for you being a Trump supporter. It was crazy, dude.
Yeah, no, I think it was actually worse then than it is now.
It's way worse back then. It was way worse because I remember like they looked at it like this is a joke. This guy's the apprentice. He's not going to win. He's a white supremacist. They're saying all kinds of crazy stuff about Trump back then. He hates black people. He hates Arabs. He hates Muslims. He hates everybody. There's no way he's gonna make it. So it was like a joke. So if you wore the hat, they kind of like looked at it like we can attack him because it's a joke, right? Then they kind of like had this veil of like he's not gonna win. But when he actually won, it became real. Right. They all flipped out and they went crazy. And speaking of which, real quick, that debate, you smoked that guy, didn't you?
Which debate?
The one, but you.
The first
one.
one.
Yeah. Talking about it.
Totally. It was brutal.
Do you remember, what was the biggest dunk on him that you remember that you?
I don't remember. I mean, this is so long ago. It was almost 5 years. It's 7.
There had to be like
7 years. Damn.
One standout moment though. Like, where did you? What topic was it you just dunked on him on?
I think there was one part, because at that time they were hitting Trump with all the sex assault allegations. You remember that?
Yeah.
And we never heard from those people ever again, minus
not.
this civil suit that just happened recently. But back then, he raped 12 women, this and that. And so I remember they asked me about that in the audience question.
Mm-hmm.
And I basically said, they're liars. Like, I don't believe any women. This is even before Me Too. And the room lit up.
Of course.
People were leaving like crying because that was like the era, like the trigger at SJW.
Yeah.
People freaked out.
To give everyone just perspective, like back then, if you came up with an accusation, they believed you. There was no like false. The false accusations weren't a thing for celebs. Like if someone came at a celeb back then, 100% he did it, right? And now we know, right? This E. Carroll woman, right? She went on fucking CNN and said, "You can rape someone emotionally."
Yeah.
This is a clown world that we're in. So like it was all bullshit. And I don't know where any of these women are now that claim this shit. And the only reason that Trump lost that civil suit, by the way, for all you guys out there, is
he didn't
posted on my Instagram. Yeah, he didn't care
at all.
Bro, there's a clip. You know what, Chris? Pull up the clip. Type in Trump deposition tells a lawyer you're not attractive. I'll play that clip real quick for y'all. That's why he basically lost, because he didn't give a fuck. He went to that deposition and didn't care. But sorry, going back. Election night, he wins 2016.
Yeah, so I was, there were very few Trump supporters on the campus. I think there was literally like 4. And like I knew all of them because we all met at the big Fox News debate viewing party. And anyway, so we were all in my buddy's dorm room. And, I thought he had a good chance of winning. I actually had money on it. I think I bet $1,000 that Trump would win. I put money down in the second debate when he went out there and said, because you'd be in jail. I ran to my laptop. I put like $1,000 on Trump on predicted because I'm like, he just won, but I wasn't sure because, you remember how it was. It's like you said, it wasn't real until it happened.
Yeah.
So we were there. We were chilling.
I
We
didn't
didn't even
think
have a
he was gonna win
TV.
either. I was shocked.
Yeah,
I thought Hillary had it. Like you had all the feminists going crazy. I was like, dude, she's gonna win. This is like no way. But
you and everybody else, right?
Yeah.
I mean, 97% Huffington Post, right?
Yeah.
And so I was there in the apartment and we're watching the New York Times and you remember they had these dials, and they said, she's got a 99% chance winning. And as the night went on, it just went further and further. And we just, as the night went on, we were going crazy. We're like, he did it. Like he memed his way into the White House. And so it's nuts.
He did though,
right?
His Instagram is all jokes, like making fun of Biden and making fun of everybody. Ron DeSantis, like it's hilarious.
Well, the Twitter was nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, back in 2016, people forget. I always make it a point to say this when I do interviews. It's like Trump today is way more mild compared to 2016. He was going out there and said like, we're going to ban all the Muslims in the United States. What? Like,
he said, I'll never forget this. He said, we're going to build a wall. And Mexico's going to pay for it. And I was like, what the fuck? This guy's crazy. Because I was on the Mexican border at the time. And everyone was like, no way it's going to happen. And I was like, fucking like, this nigga's crazy. and when he won, I was like, what the fuck? Like,
well, and you remember he goes up there and he's like, well, my brother built a security apparatus that kept us safe, Jeb Bush. And Trump goes, and you could see like he got charged up. That bothered him because the audience was cheering for Jeb. He goes, the World Trade Center came down under your brother. And they were like, what? Like, he blamed it for 9/11. This was nuts.
Yo.
And anyway, so we were like, this is just the best thing ever. And we went to all the viewing parties because they were hosting these viewing parties all over the campus. And we went waving the Trump flag with the hats. Fuck you. Trump's your president. 8 years, bitch.
I can imagine all the like white girl families. Just going crazy, bro. Just losing their shit, man. Because, I'm telling y'all, man, Boston is way different, right? Like I could only imagine what it's like now with like the 99 genders and fucking them being super politically correct over there. Like it's bad now. It's way worse. So
after he won the election, were people still trying to fight you at school after that?
Yeah, it got worse. I mean, so me and my buddy the day after, we went to the Harvard Yard or whatever, the Harvard Common area to troll. We brought the flag, we brought the hats.
Dude, we won.
Literally.
Oh, y'all went to Harvard Square?
Yeah.
the red line.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. See, you know.
Yeah,
big mistake.
Okay, let me paint a picture for you. This area is like huge. Like this is where tourists come, college students. It's huge, and it's a big T stop. Like the T is the train for Boston, right? It goes all through the city. So like that's a huge area. So like, yo, y'all are crazy for that.
I can only imagine Nick and his boy like, fuck you, dude, we won, motherfuckers.
They all have like the Patriot hats on and shit.
Oh yeah, we had the MAGA hat, the flags, the whole thing. You know,
you want your shirts. You want your ass beat, bro.
Niggas turned that shit to the Boston Tea Party. It's back. It's back. All right, sorry.
We almost got our asses kicked, you know, because we took the red line to get over there.
Yeah.
And somebody ran by and snatched my buddy's hat. People were heckling us. We jump on the tee, and a bunch of homeless guys come up, and they're like, hey, you know, we're going to beat the fuck out of you at the next stop. And we're like, we got to get out of here. We jump off the train, not even at our stop, out of the frying pan into the fire. There's like a whole gang of black guys there. And they're like, yo.
Did y'all get off at like Roxbury?
I don't remember.
Okay.
You know, so many years ago. But it wasn't our stop. You know, we're like, we just got to get out of here. This guy's like got a fucking glass bottle. So we jump off the thing. And this group of black kids, they start, yo, fuck that hat, bro. Yo, fuck me. And they start losing their minds.
Everyone's pissed.
Oh, yeah. Rage, you know, so we just booked it. We just got out of Dodge.
Yeah,
my niggas.
Yo, that's crazy. Like,
that's my boys,
they
man.
went out there, they just like said, you know what? Fuck it, we won it. We gonna rub it in the salt. We'll put the salt in the wounds, baby.
My boy said red flag.
Yeah.
Them niggas, man.
Yo, man.
It's the wrong neighborhood.
Oh, shit. Okay, so speaking of which, so Trump wins, right? Y'all go on the trolling thing. Real quick, I got the video here. You guys want to know why Trump won that? Because just to bring it back, long story short, this woman came out, accused Trump of raping her back in like '96 or some bullshit like that. This E. Carroll lady, she's an author, writes a book about her life, and then most importantly, writes about her getting raped by Trump. So this, I don't know if y'all know this. So this is what happened with the story. She releases an excerpt from the book to a newspaper, and it goes crazy, right? Like that's the first time the allegations were made out publicly, etc. It goes crazy. So she says, "Okay, I'm going to put this in my book, and I'm going to go on a tour." Then she launches a civil lawsuit. So it's like, bro, you're going to launch a lawsuit. You're going to put the excerpt out from your book of one of the most traumatic times in your life to sell a book, and you're telling me that it's not on some bullshit? Like, come on, man. So right here, guys, so this is a deposition, right? Because it's a civil case, so Trump cannot assert the Fifth Amendment privilege of staying silent. He has to answer the questions. So he's there. They're asking him questions. This part is hilarious. Here, just hit play.
When you said in that video that Ms. Leeds would not be your first choice, you were referring to her physical looks, correct?
Just the overall. I look at her, I see her, I hear what she says. Whatever. You wouldn't be a choice of mine either, to be honest with you. I hope you're not insulted. I would not, under any circumstances, have any interest in you. I'm honest when I say it. I would not have any interest in.
The video.
Bro. And just so y'all know, that's a lawyer asking me these questions. He's basically saying, I would have smashed her and I would have smashed you either. Like, what the fuck? And I think just the fact that he didn't care, his lawyer he didn't give a fuck about the deposition. That's why he lost. Because just so you guys know, civil cases, the preponderance of the evidence. It doesn't mean that you're necessarily guilty or whatever. They just have to prove that you're culpable to a degree. 51% versus 49%. So he didn't give a shit. It was October 19th of 2022. He probably had some bitches he was fucking. He didn't give a shit about that deposition. He knew it was bullshit.
It was a joke, man.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? 2024 election. Who are you going to vote for? Who do you think the best candidate is? Who do you think sucks? Just give us your take.
Well, I haven't endorsed anybody yet. I mean, I was a part of the Yay 24 team for a minute.
We're going to talk about that too.
Yeah. And at the same time, I also wasn't in love with Trump's announcement speech. I was actually very critical of the Trump announcement. Zerka gave me a real hard time about that. He announced back in November.
Canadian. Who cares what he thinks?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't even vote.
Focus on Trudeau.
Yeah. Well, so I didn't like the announcement. I told him as much. I mean, we had dinner at Mar-a-Lago. I said, like, hey, man, I mean, bring the heat? Like, we want the old Trump back. And anyway, I think I'll most likely support him. I think he's by far and away the best candidate. I don't like anybody else. I mean, if it's not him, I'm not going to vote. I'm not obviously going to vote for Joe Biden. I'm not going to vote for Ron DeSantis. The reason I won't vote for DeSantis, I mean, maybe we'll get more into it on Rumble. Well, I mean, this guy, every criticism that I have about Trump, it's like 10 times with DeSantis. Because, you know, I knew guys in the Trump administration. I knew a lot of guys who worked in the Trump administration. And the big gripe that everybody had was that Trump gets in, and who staffs the White House? It's the RNC. The RNC that fought him throughout the nomination process, throughout the primary, even the general. I mean, we could get into it, but they were the ones that hired everybody, the 4,000 or 5,000 people that fill up the Trump admin. They picked them. So all the worst people in the world. And there was this running gag. All the true believers that were there from the beginning, stood by Trump through the Muslim ban stuff, everything else. The joke was, if you worked on the Trump campaign, it would actually count against you getting a job in the White House, because they were hiring like the worst people ever. And anyway, so that was one of the big problems, is hiring. Trump's going to hire all the wrong people. The other thing is that they said that Trump was insufficiently America first. He wound up doing all these deals for that country over there, recognize their sovereignty over Golan Heights, move the embassy, called the IRGC terrorists. He's doing backdoor regime change in Iran, all these kinds of things. And anyway, both of those things that you could say about Trump are doubly true of DeSantis. I mean, if anything, the lobby that we criticize Trump for being so in bed with, they back DeSantis way more. And the same thing is true of the hiring. If Trump made those mistakes back then, I think he's less likely to make them this time around. DeSantis, I know the people that are going to be staffing the DeSantis White House. I mean, I literally personally know them. They're worse than the Trump people. So, I mean, that in addition to the fact that what country did he visit before his announcement? 1 month before his announcement, he flies out there, talks to all the top donors, basically got their blessing. And you could go into it. I mean, he was a congressman. He was a governor. The only foreign trips he took as a congressman and as a governor, but all the same country.
Can I argue that maybe he's just playing a part to, you know, become president, maybe?
I mean, that's certainly possible. I think Trump did the same thing.
But you know what? Why I like him because whatever he says, he does. But for the most part, if someone's going to be in office, well, if they say they're going to do something, they should do it.
He did a good job in Florida.
Yeah, that's what I can do.
Florida
was, even during those bear bug times, it was open.
Yeah,
thanks to him.
Compared to other states.
I mean, I like him, man. I like him, but
I understand what you're saying, because you're right. I mean, he is a good governor. He says a lot of the right things. The thing is about Trump is that Trump is truly an outsider. Like, he really is fundamentally different than the rest of them. DeSantis,
agreed.
I apply more scrutiny because he's a true politician. And to your point, I look at the people that are backing him. And the people that are backing him who flipped from Trump to him, like, for example, Ken Griffin from Citadel. Ken Griffin's one of the big GOP donors, big Wall Street guy. He kind of leads that Wall Street donor block. He flipped his support from Trump to DeSantis in his reasoning. He said that, well, DeSantis isn't going to rock the boat. DeSantis is going to make sure that we get our so-called, you know, prosperity, cut the taxes. It's not going to rock the boat, not going to do the culture war stuff.
Yeah.
And that signals to me that DeSantis is just another one of these establishment guys who's going to, like every Republican, going to cut the taxes, cut the spending in narrow, limited, not the military ever, by the way, and not DHS and never that, but it'll cut non-defense discretionary spending. And the rest of everything else will go on basically unaffected. So fundamentally, I just don't believe him. I think he's going to be totally bought and paid for by Wall Street, by these foreign countries. And, you know, he has a luxury of being conservative in a state like Florida. I don't think he's going to have that luxury in the general election or in the White House.
Okay. Fair enough. What are your thoughts on the new Trump charges, the new federal charges that just came against him?
Well, it's bad. And, you know, the thing is, I talked about this a lot on my show, and I look at these guys.
You talked about it a lot.
Yeah. We talked about it on that stream with Sneeko and Zerka. The thing is, I mean, if you look at the letter of the law, if you look at the statute, I think he's guilty. And I've said that. The issue with it is not, well, he's innocent or not guilty. The issue is that it's abuse of their discretionary power.
Yeah.
You know, the question is, should a prosecutor go after a former president for a clerical issue, for classified documents? It's kind of BS.
Yeah.
You know, that being said, he violated the statute. Like, you read the statute, you read the complaint against him, it's all right there.
Yeah.
So I think he's in serious trouble. And I think, and we talked about it just before the show, I think his best bet is drag it out as long as possible, pardon himself when he becomes the president.
Yeah. And that's the only the other big thing I like about DeSantis is that if he gets elected and Trump loses, I know he's going to pardon Trump.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, I mean, just to summarize it for some of you guys that might not be aware of the federal case, the New York case I'm not worried about. That's bullshit. It's basically they're handing them with falsifying business records. It's a BS charge. But the federal one, the reason why I'm worried is because I've done, you know, the 18 U.S.C. 793E charge before. It's an espionage charge. There's two things that I'm worried about. Number one, documents don't necessarily have to be classified to get hit with that charge. If it's national defense information, they can hit him with it, which he had that, right? Which is basically information that comes from the military. Number two, the indictment, if you guys read it, basically there's a lot of cooperators and informants in it, right? When one of them, they have a sound excerpt, he tells the lady in it, oh, this is secret stuff. Probably shouldn't be showing you this. I could have classified it when I was president, but I didn't. That immediately defeats the defense that he was going to use, which is, I was president, I could have declassified this stuff. And let's say he did declassify the stuff. It doesn't matter. National defense information doesn't have to be classified. You can get hit with the espionage charge for just having it. So my thing is, they obviously indicted him knowing that they're going to win, and they have 37 counts on him for it. And then there's another 13 that they didn't even charge him with because it's so classified that they didn't even want to have to, declassify so that it can be used in evidence. So they're going at him like this because they know that they can get him. Should they have charged him? No. But of course, the FBI, right, had a fucking hard on for him or whatever. So it is what it is. And my other concern too is that if you guys read the indictment, the lawyer, they said that they have lawyer notes memorialized. Why is this a problem? Well, a lawyer and his relationship with his client is considered privilege. You can't use that information. So if I go to let's say Nick is my lawyer and I rob the bank and I say, I robbed that bank, man, we got it. Yeah. That's privilege. You can't go to the feds. But if I get involved in the crime, right, as his lawyer, now that privilege is gone. So what ended up happening, guys, is that the lawyer, right, moved some documents out of the boxes for Trump and went to the FBI with those documents saying, here we go. The FBI made him sign a letter. Are these all the documents? Yes, it is. Unbeknown to him, Trump's aide, Natua, right, moved some of those documents. So the FBI gets the documents from the lawyers. They're like, wait, there's 100 missing. What the fuck? That's why they did the search warrant in August of last year, recover those 100 documents, and then they went back to the lawyers. We got you guys by the balls. You signed this document saying we have everything. We don't. Y'all lied to us. Then, okay, we'll cooperate. Bam. That's how they have the memorialized notes. So that tells me not only the lawyers are going to testify against them, but the people at Mar-a-Lago that saw the documents in the first place to help them write their search warrant, all that shit. So I agree with you. The only way that he's going to beat this is he's got to drag it out to the election, either win and pardon himself or one of the other presidents pardons him. You think RFK would pardon him?
Yeah, I think he would, but I just don't think RFK has any chance. I think Biden's got it locked up on the Dem side.
On the low, I like RFK a lot. I've been watching his interviews. He's against Big Pharma, which I like. He's pretty based. He knows that there was a conspiracy to kill his uncle, which we'll talk about on Rumble. And it wasn't just the mafia. And yeah, he's not a typical Democrat, but yeah, I agree with you. There's no way he's fucking winning, bro.
Yeah, well, and here's the other thing. I don't think he's as good as everybody says. I like what you like, which is that he talks about, I don't know how much we could say on YouTube, but he does talk about Big Pharma and he talks about these COVID interventions.
Yeah.
I can't see a whole lot more, though, that I like. I mean, I think at one point he was talking about like fining people that deny climate change and these kinds of things. Very socially liberal. At the end of the day, he is a Democrat. I mean, I get the appeal. He's intelligent. He's well-spoken. He's anti-establishment.
His voice is going to piss a lot of people off, too.
That, too.
You have to get, if you guys ever listen to him talk, he has like a condition that like makes his voice sound very shaky or whatever. And as a president of the United States, image matters a lot. And they're going to be like, oh, well, you sound weird or whatever. But he's very smart, but like it takes a while it's like whiskey. It grows on you. You got to drink more of it, I guess, to get used to it. But yeah, and then the other thing too is that he wants to go back to like the United States being like the moral authority. I don't think we should be intervening in other countries, right? Because then fucking bullshit. But yeah, sorry, you had anything else with that?
Yeah, no, just I'm not as gung ho. Like I said, I like the things you like, but I think people are a little too enthusiastic for him. We need to demand, in other words, like I think he represents this strain of compromise between the far right and far left that isn't super useful. He reminds me of like a Glenn Greenwald or like a Tulsi Gabbard type. And a lot of these people, what they have in common is they'll criticize a big pharma.
No, you're right. That's probably one of the most accurate summarizations I've seen of like where he stands.
Yeah, and I think that it's overstated how valuable that is, because the premise of this show and shows like it is that we really need a real return to tradition. Like when you talk about masculinity and women being submissive and marriage and reverting to religions, that seems to be everybody's doing that. That is what civilization needs. It needs strength, order, tradition, masculinity. And what I see these guys bringing forward is basically like liberalism, but less corrupt. They're like, we want to go back to like 90s liberalism. And it's like 90s liberalism brought us today's liberalism, you know, and like, it's still liberal. So to me, it's just not good enough. And it's a step in the right direction, but I don't think that we should settle for that. It's a form of appeasement. We need a real right-wing reactionary movement.
Okay. Feminism. Give us your takes on it. Obviously, we're fairly critical on that over here on this side, but I'd like to get your take on feminism in general.
I'm totally anti-feminist. I mean, some people even say I'm like anti-woman.
I don't blame you. What do you think? What do you think feminism got? What are some of the biggest fuck ups with feminism in your opinion?
Oh, all of it. I mean, because here's the thing: men and women are not the same, and so this feminist idea that there's any degree of equality. I don't think equality exists. I think that you should treat people with dignity and respect. That's like a precise thing that I would agree with. You should be respectful. You should treat people with dignity. You should be kind, courteous, considerate. But equality does not exist in nature. Equality exists in a conceptual way. That's why we have to enforce it everywhere all the time through these administrative fiat decisions. Like when we talk about any disparity, any inequality, we always have to go in with a bureaucrat to rectify that, because it doesn't actually naturally occur. And so I think equality between religions, ages, genders, sex, any individual doesn't exist. Men and women are fundamentally different. Fundamentally. Not like women are, they just have different genitals and longer hair. No, they're fundamentally different. Their brains are different. Their bones are different. Their bodies are different. We should treat them different. Society should treat them different. So the idea that they would have the equality with men is ridiculous.
Yeah.
If they're not equal, essentially, why would they be equal under the law or something?
They don't even want equality.
They don't.
Because if you look at modern women now, what do they complain about? Guys don't hold doors open. They don't pay for dates. They're not strong. They're not leaders. Well, that assumes inequality, which is what you guys have been fighting against all this time, right? So it's I always laugh because feminists want equality when it suits them, but they don't want it when it does. Basically, they want equality of outcome. They don't want equality of effort, is what a lot of them want.
Absolutely. Well, and here's the thing. I mean, we gave them the vote and we gave them the right to work and all these things. Now, do you see a lot of women that are super duper engaged with politics? And even these like career women, it's like fake careers, in my opinion, most of the time.
No, that's a fact. That's not even, bro, the top least paying jobs that aren't needed for infrastructure are female dominated. That's a fact.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you're absolutely right. Women don't want it because it's not their role. I mean, women are literally biologically designed to have children. People ridicule that and mock that. They say, oh, you want the women barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. You think they're baby machines. It's like, yeah, I mean, that's what they're made to do. That's what their hormones are about. That's what their brains are about. I mean, people even say their ethics are different because their ethics are based on caregiving. I mean, they're biologically designed to nurture and care for a baby growing in their body and then take care of them after they're outside. So their disposition, their temperament, their everything is all based around that. And as a consequence, that's why most women happen to then not be fulfilled. That you're going to see, it's going to be devastating in this century. All these women that were lied to about feminism that are going to turn 30, 35, 40, no eggs, no husband, no family, ugly.
No eggs.
Going to be millions of them, and they're going to be miserable, and they're going to take it out on us. I mean, they're going to be, God help us, and it's starting to happen. Like you're getting pushed off this cliff here. I look around, and you know what it is? It's these things that people would sort of, they'd say, oh my gosh, that's so extreme. Women shouldn't be getting educated, man. They shouldn't be going to college. There's a 1-to-1 correlation with women getting educated in college and deferring child rearing. In fact, it's a higher correlation between deferring childbearing for women with education than with IQ. In other words, it's not women being intelligent. It's women going to school for all these years, which is why they put it off.
Yeah.
And it's them putting it off. I mean, and we could go really into it, but fundamentally, is the last thing I'll say, fundamentally, the problem is we have gotten away from what is morally right and what is natural. The moral law and the natural law. And what I mean by that is the moral law says that sex is only moral within marriage. And the natural law says that, well, we start to feel like we want to reproduce in our adolescent years. Women have a biological clock. Society should be ordered around these two fundamental facts. Get kids married, get them married young, get them having kids. When you start to introduce this, they got to wait until they're 25. They got to wait until they're 30, and they got to have dating experience, and they got to go to college, and we got to go through the rigmarole. This is what's producing the society with all these things that just don't work or make sense. Hookup culture, pornography, incels, players, this notion about chads getting all the sex and everyone else hung out to dry. In a Catholic society, young women are getting married off. They're having kids. This is healthy for them. That keeps them young, actually. The hormones when they have kids keeps them young. The men are having kids. The fertility rate stays high. The society stays
Kids
stable.
don't come out with autism.
Exactly. And the high mutational load that's associated with deferring childhood. Like, that is just how the society should be. We got to radically rethink gender, sex, all these things in the society.
Question for you. Do you think women should vote?
No, absolutely not.
What? Okay, so I think women should vote, but a female's vote should be half of a man's vote because of selective service. Why do you think they shouldn't vote?
Because I don't believe in individualism. I don't think that we have a society of individuals. I think we have a society of families. I think there's a man, a woman, and a child. Children shouldn't vote. Women shouldn't vote. I think the vote should go to the household, and the vote should go to the leader of the household, which is the father, the male, the husband. But I also think that very, very few people should vote. You know, the intention was never to have everybody
not
voting.
all men should vote either. You know what? That's a good point. Yeah. Sorry, continue.
Right? Because, you know, we have this idea that, well, voting's your God-given right. It's like, why? What discernment does like a 19-year-old student who works a retail job, what discernment do they have about the society? You know, a landlord knows infinitely more about how the country works than a 19-year-old student, actually. Right?
Yeah.
And you have a business. You guys have a business here. You had to put the studio together. You know how this stuff works. Again, you are given some discernment about how society works. These women that are on OnlyFans and that are fucking around, they don't know shit.
Facts. It's funny. Just to add to your point as well, when you say the 19-year-old, for example, or the woman on OnlyFans, what are they influenced by? TikTok, social media. So you're right. Their vote's kind of like accounted for already because of the agenda. But let me ask you this, Nick. So family, right, is very important. And I believe that is true. So if his family is very important, head of the family is a man. So in your opinion, which gender would be, I want to say, more responsible for women being how they are now?
That's always the question. And it's a very good question. I think, though, that when you ask men versus women, it obfuscates another dimension to it, which is that there's not just a power imbalance between men and women, there's a power imbalance between men. And so I think that the role of media cannot be understated, because it was like these activist groups and the media, and it was all men, of course, but they are the ones that put the women out as the shock troops. And it's interesting because when you look at these voting groups that are the most liberal, who are the most liberal Democrat voting groups? It's ethnic and racial minorities, women, and young people. When the CIA does a color revolution in another country and they want to topple a nationalist government, what are the three groups they go after? Who do they give the money to? When you see, right? When you say the Maidan, when you see these things, the Arab Spring, it's the religious and ethnic, racial minorities, it's the women, it's the students, because there's most influenceable.
Blacks.
I didn't want to say it. You can say it
for you. I said it for you.
Yeah, I appreciate it
for you, man.
And for all the brothers out there, whatever, the Democrats aren't going to save you. Like, they're really not, bro. And they've had the black vote for decades.
They use it as a tool to get your vote, but ultimately they don't care about you.
They don't give a fuck about black people, bro.
They don't care, bro.
Like Biden, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Like, no, bro. It's psyop. Sorry,
you are a
Nick.
tool.
Yeah, well, it's totally true. And you even get into like, you know, white people are blamed for so much of the black people's problems in the country. If you really go back, if we want to name names, we want to go into the textbook, the lore. I mean, you're going to find some people that look white. You're going to find some people that, you know, not exactly. Not quite.
All right, guys, we're going to get into that Rumble.
All right,
we got to talk about that on Rumble.
Dancing on the line.
We got some more. Start moving over, guys.
Legendary.
Start moving over.
More Rumble.
Yes.
No, sorry, continue on, Nick.
So,
Nigga said Lord, like Lord of the Rings. The lore.
You talk about that too in the book. Well, the book mentions the boys.
Oh, yeah.
But sorry, we'll continue on.
So as far as who's to blame, you know, of course it's the men, because the men unleash the women, but it's specific men. Because I don't think any of these guys who are young, you know, like boomers understand. Like my father is a man. You know, my father got it. He was born in 1962, so last gasp of the boomers. And he's a man. He got it. He wasn't, you know, under any illusions about feminism. But it's this persistent drumbeat from the media and from these activists, particular men, saying women need rights, women got to go out there, free love, that kind of thing.
And so with the influence too. It's the famous dudes that are doing this bullshit a lot of the time.
Yep. And pushing it on us.
Yeah, you're a really good point, bro. Yeah, because like those guys don't represent the majority.
They don't.
They represent a minority, but the problem is that they got a majority of the influence.
Yes.
And now I think about this shit. See, I'm really glad that when we have high IQ guests because it helps me think. Why did Andrew Tate blow up? Think about that for a second. The reason why Andrew Tate blew up wasn't because we got a bunch of feminized men that want female equality and all this other bullshit. No, it was a bunch of guys that were suppressed that couldn't fucking say what the hell was really on their mind. They knew feminism was bullshit. They knew that these women were out of order. They knew that all this shit was fucked up and affirmative action and women getting hired for jobs that they don't necessarily qualify for, don't deserve, getting hired over men that are superior to them. They knew it was all bullshit. So what happened? Andrew Tate says, hey, the fuck? Stop being a part of the matrix, blah, blah. Everyone goes crazy because he's been saying what everyone's thinking. Trump, why did he win? There was a silent majority that thought, you know what? Fuck this shit. Yeah, America first. This is bullshit. What's up with all these feminists, all these weird libtards? But it's the minority of men that have the influence that are the feminists that with the fucking pink hair marching like, yeah, let's go on a slow walk with y'all. But the rest of the guys are like, this is bullshit. But they shut up because they don't want to lose their job.
Yeah. Even celebrity actors, some of our, for example, The Rock.
Yeah.
I mean, what's happening to people that are the sign of masculinity turn into like freaking women?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Bro.
A lot of the most influential actors, wearing dresses, musicians, etc. They're liberals, and then that's what everyone thinks it is. But the reality is, it's not. Like, why did we blow up? Why did Andrew Tate blow up? Why are you popular? Even though you've been canceled everywhere, you got an army behind you. Why? Because they're tired of the fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
man.
there's an appetite for it.
Yeah,
plain and simple. And it's right. You look at these actors. I used to say, and I say this on my show, like my favorite genre of movie or TV show. And I think it's true of everybody. It's the same movie every time, no matter who the actor is, and no matter what the kind of movie it is. It's like there's an old white guy and he's the fucking best at everything. And they throw everything at him and he solves it. That's 24. That's House of Cards. That's Breaking Bad. That's every show.
Walter White, Kiefer Sutherland.
It's Mad Men.
Rocky,
it's Drive.
Rocky Balboa.
It's everything.
Yeah.
Walter White, Clint Eastwood, John Wick. It's a white guy.
No, Mickey was one of them. Sorry, never mind.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, my bad.
Or any man for that matter.
Yeah.
But there's a guy and it's a father figure, but it's a father archetype. And that's what people are longing for. And that's why they look at it. They seek that out in an Andrew Tate or, us or anybody else.
Yeah.
Before I read the chats, as far as women go and, the family unit, etc. What's your response to all the haters that call you an incel?
Well, I mean, I call myself an incel, so I don't really help my case there. But, here's the thing about that. I am a virgin. I'm waiting until marriage. I'm Catholic. I believe it's a mortal sin to have sex.
Wait a minute. You weren't joking?
No. Yeah.
Okay. You didn't know?
No, I thought it was a joke.
No, are you serious, man?
Okay.
I'm serious.
Shout out to you, man.
And, and I'm not trying to hide behind the morality. I mean, to an extent, for me, it's just never been about sex for me. And what I try to tell young guys is, look, there's more to life than sex. And even I would say the marriage, because there's this pernicious thing that goes on where I think there's a lot of guys out there that really believe that their problem is they don't have a girlfriend. Like there's so many guys that are miserable, like spiritually crushed. And in their mind, and this is why you see them sad posting like bitches on Twitter or TikTok, I don't have a girlfriend. I want cuddles, whatever. Yeah, it's like this therapeutic thing. And what it is, though, what I noticed is it's like a mommy issue thing. They want a woman to run their finger through their hair and say it's going to be okay. They want a mommy. And I'm here to tell the young guys, like, you got to be a fucking man. Let go of your mom. Okay. You got to leave the coop. You don't need another mom. You don't need to marry your mom to take care of you. Because what I see happen to these guys is they find their girlfriend. In some cases, they get married and they turn into these like schlub, miserable people. I tell guys, focus on yourself. Be happy as an independent man. Get your skill. Make your money, get an education. And this happens for a different age for everybody. But you got to really become a man first. Then you get married. Then you get your girlfriend, whatever. And that's kind of what I've been on for a long time. I mean, I've really survived under kind of the worst circumstances ever, being banned from banks and every social media. And I tell people, would I have been able to do this if I was worried about picking up chicks?
Good point.
Like if I'm 18
Good point.
and I'm doing a green screen show in my mom's basement talking about what I talk about for 100 people, and I go to a bar and say, hey, what's going on? And they say, what do you do? I'm like, well, I host this, racist show in my parents' basement. Like, How's that gonna go?
What power?
What the fuck, Chris? Yo, I will say this, right? Because when I said that I was gonna bring you on the show, like some people out there were like, "Why are you bringing Nick on a dating podcast, bro? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, this is a dating podcast. She's a virgin." Fuck you guys. This isn't a show about just getting laid and getting chicks. This show about becoming a better man, being fucking smart, knowing what the hell's going on in the world around you, not being a moron. And here's the thing: I would argue, bro, with your fame and your clout, you're not really an incel. You go get a bitch now if you wanted to, right? You know, some fucking tradcon whore's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I don't like them boys either. Just fuck." Like, you know what I mean? Like, they would probably smash you. So I would argue you're choosing to be celibate at this point. Maybe at first it was a joke, like, "Oh yeah, I'm an incel."
Yeah.
But at this point, bro, you famous as fuck. You can fuck some bitch.
I can appreciate your point of view because once again, like,
and he's doing it for religious reasons. So I can respect that too.
Looking back at my life,
fuck you haters,
and being Christian as well. If I can go back in time, I'll prefer not to get into it because, hey man, you start smashing girls, bro, get into that path. It's a path of like infinite, unnecessary, like
especially
turmoil because it never ends. It's like a thirst of like, all right, I smash, I busted a nut. All right, where's the next one? It never ends. So I think, personally speaking, like your point of view is good because you're for one, you're an individual that knows what they want, and two, you're not going to be or succumb to like the lust of like women, which I think is really good. But once again, I'm already too far gone.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it like that's a great message for the guys. Like, yo, don't focus on women, focus on yourself.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right, bro. Getting canceled on everything, being under investigation by the FBI, getting on a no fucking flight list, all this shit. Like, bro, that you had to overcome a lot of adversity. I can only imagine if you had to fucking deal with a female.
Actually, any man that has had success had to, on some level, stop chicks. Inventors, scientists, even us on the podcast for a whole year and a half. We didn't really do much. Just focus on the podcast. So you're right.
You have to go through a period of not dealing with chicks, man, to like fucking like get your shit together. That's just what it is, man. So I can respect it, and you do it for religious reasons. So fuck the haters, man. But we can hit the chats and then we can get into Destiny and Sneeko with his best people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what? Shout out to fucking Sneeko, man, because he introduced me to Nick. And that's why he's here now.
I'm not gonna lie, Nick. This is off camera, but it's on camera now. I didn't like it at first.
Yeah. Why?
I don't know yet. I'm trying to figure it out.
Your skin color.
Do you like me now, though?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Pause.
Okay.
We'll see, though.
That's okay. I like you.
Bro, don't worry about him, man. He's shirtless. All right. Let's get it, bro. He's got a chain on, nothing else. It's some blue pants. Purple. The most wanted man in America, the Nicholas J. Fuentes. This is going to be the best content. So unfortunately, we can't be on YouTube. Christ is King and Christian Futurism has taken over WFNF. Shout out to you, bro. Like I said before, we brought out so many guys that are canceled, bro. They get canceled, come over to FNF, man. We're not bitch ass niggas. We'll have y'all. All right, I'm sure they taught you guys to be 15 minutes early to any event in the Fed. Okay. Johnny Olis goes, I had meat and rice for dinner today. All right, appreciate that.
Nice.
Random. The boomer generation's consequences have been a disaster for the human race. All right, fair.
Both in.
It goes, for the cause, for the boys, thank you for all the knowledge. God bless you all. Jesus Christ is King.
That is true.
Real quick, want to stop the show, I'll tell y'all this. Cozy.tv/Nick. Go support him over there, guys. That's his website because they ban him off everything else. So cozy.tv/Nick. Link is below. And I also got his Telegram in there too. So go support him over there because they literally kicked you off everything.
Yeah, literally banned from everything.
Can you tell the audience why you were banned?
Well,
Rumble. Sorry. Come on, you know. Rumble, guys. In a second.
Right.
Can't just while we're banned on platforms right now. Tell us right now.
Find out on Rumble, guys.
Yeah.
Coming soon.
Rumble.
Coming soon.
Okay, there you go. No, I'm just kidding. Everyone's always catching hell because they don't give this guy any pushback. Be the one pod to give him a little because they don't give this guy any put. I mean,
well, if there's an issue, we will discuss it. But right now, there's nothing that came up. That was
kind of been right about a lot of the things here, bro. Why you all mad, bro?
Yeah, nothing's wrong here.
You almost have 1.5 million subs, and you have this guy on. You have balls of steel, my friend. Shout out to Martin, aka ex-Captain Teabag. Hey, man, it is what it is, bro. Yeah, we'll bring people on that other people are way too scared to bring on, man. And like I said before, he says a lot of things. I agree with a lot of things that Nick says. Do I agree with everything? No, but I think he's smart, and y'all need to hear his point of view. And yeah, I like the guy. Various layers. Have a great day, gentlemen. Appreciate that.
Cody.
Myron, I was watching a credit card podcast from the other day and was wondering if you could explain the difference between benefits of doing a balance transfer for investments versus taking out a loan or using the credit card directly. No, I was talking about basically using a credit card where you can practice credit card arbitrage. Like Bank of America, one of their cashback cards will let you transfer your balance into your checking account, and then you can use that to invest.
There's videos on YouTube where you can find out precisely how to do it with different companies.
Yeah, search God damn it.
Credit card arbitrage.
Yeah, but there's a YouTuber that's really good at it. Can't remember his name.
Is he Asian?
No, black dude.
Oh, well, that makes sense if he's Asian.
God damn it, I don't remember it. That's dope. Y'all have him on a platform to speak. Now, can we get Dr. Umar Johnson on here too? You know what, bro? Stop the show. Go ahead, take it away. Because we
okay.
y'all want to sit here and say, y'all only bring on like people that are like far right, blah, blah, blah. Go ahead.
Okay. So I happened to speak to Dr. Umar Johnson to come on the podcast. And a friend of mine made that connection for us. Shout out to SB, Q's brother. However, he did not respond or didn't want to, I guess, proceed because I think you were coming.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but whatever the case is, he didn't show up or didn't.
He's scared of Nick,
proceed.
guys. He's fucking scared of Nick. That's what it is.
I don't know.
But I'll say it. He's scared of Nick.
But ultimately, it'll be awesome to have him and you here for a debate.
Yeah.
That would have been great.
I'm scared. Yo, I'm willing to, you guys out here that are like, that are pro, you liberals, basically, is what I'll just say. Y'all that want to come on here and debate us or Nick or somebody else, whatever, we'll make it happen. We're not scared. We'll have it.
We made the offer, but
you were scared, bro. That's what it is, man. Let's see here. Albo H, pretty sad how a certain set twins did that to you guys after you mentioned multiple times how you would love to have them on the pod. Less respect for them. Yeah, I mean, again, whenever
look,
they're wrong. Even their own comment section. On them. Yeah,
it says so much about their opinion, and they were definitely wrong. Just saying.
Yeah, they were talking about
out of here, nigga.
The Hodge twins basically
do what the fuck you want to do, nigga.
I told them, yo, I could debate y'all on that if you guys want. I don't think they've been on the dating market since the fucking 90s.
Shut up, Keith.
Yeah, niggas were single when Bill Clinton was getting his dick sucked. Like, for real. The fuck, yeah, the game has changed, man. Where we at here? Oh, Prince J goes, when y'all get banned, I'm going to laugh. Don't cry when it happens. What the fuck, man?
Hey,
fuck
man.
you, Prince, you bitch ass nigga. Sup, Grapes. Shout out to Myra Fresh and the big dog Nicholas J. Fuentes. America first is inevitable. Absolutely. And then ask Nick how he feels about Myra Fresh dating multiple white women back to back. That'll be on Rumble. This is the same guy who went bomb for bashing an Italian girl for having what?
A black boyfriend. Hold on. Can you tell me what's the issue? Me banging stone bunnies?
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like race mixing.
What did you say?
I don't like race mixing.
Yeah, don't like.
I
no
think it's
swirls,
wrong.
Fresh.
Say that one more time.
No swirls,
No
man.
swirls, Fresh.
What, are you getting mad?
Say that one more time.
What? I don't like race mixing?
Good boy. Bro. It's okay. It doesn't matter. That's his opinion. You know.
Hey,
It's
man.
fine. I'm gonna do what I do. But I get it.
I mean,
What? I get it too. I mean,
yo, L Fresh as usual. All right, let's go.
L Fresh?
That's an L, man. I thought you were gonna say something funny.
That was funny.
It wasn't. Mark,
Okay.
I see what you did. The guests on the show past week and the topics on FedEx led us to this interview. I love this as a Myron, bro. W, bro, much respect. Yeah, hopefully we don't get canceled. And then we got here. Guys, get ready because we're gonna move over to Rumble here pretty soon. Love your work. W Fresh Fit Gang, get the likes up. Cool.
Yes,
and then
please.
guys, from this point forward, because we already got about almost
20 and up.
10,000 y'all in here. We're gonna go 50 and up here because I want to make sure that we get through the entire interview. We still got a lot to talk about here. Shout out to Quintessential for gifting 40 YouTube memberships. I appreciate that, my
Shout out
friend.
to you,
Thank
bro.
you so much. And then we got here, and then guys, just so y'all know, every single chat that comes through is going to be shown on screen. However, from this point forward, I'm only going to read 50 and up because, like I said before, we got a lot to cover. Nick Fuentes, future monarch. America Christian autocratic rule is inevitable. Okay. And then we got AB goes, Trump got him because he is a man of the people. I'm in the way, not because he memed his way in. He genuinely cares about this country. That's what we all felt. Kaylee McAney, Trump was not an idiot with admin team. Okay.
All right, cool.
And then we got here, Yvette Simonis. Why in the world are you, Nick, and Fresh believing in the election process? The Dems are going to steal it again, and the conservatives will be too soft to do anything about it. You have anything you want to say to that, Nick?
Yeah, I agree. I've been saying that on my show for a long time. I think it's actually unlikely Trump's going to win because I think they rigged it in 20. I think they rigged it in 22. And most likely they're going to rig it in 24.
I agree.
Yeah. So now I don't think that it's impossible to overcome, though.
Mhm.
I think that Trump can't overcome it.
I don't
But
think there's any way Biden can win, though. There's no way. What is he, 30% approval rating right now?
I mean, I
Somewhere
feel
in
like if he could win in 2020, they could brig it in 24 and do it. 70 some million
Can you
votes.
agree, since you know politics very well, that on some level they know who's going to win?
Who? The political people?
People at the top.
The deep state?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I would say yes, but then again, I think they were totally blindsided by Trump. I think there's still a legitimate process. I think that they have ways of rigging it. I think the mail-in ballots, I mean, that's how they do it. You know, they're literally ballot stuffing, or rather ballot harvesting. So, and I think that in the case of Trump, like, I think there was ballot harvesting in 16. I think it was happening then too at a lower percentage. And I think they underestimated the Trump turnout. I think they assumed that Clinton was going to win by a landslide. So maybe they didn't pull out all the stops. Yeah.
Okay. Good point.
That's fair.
And then we got here.
Last few here?
Tanner Boyle goes, just here to pay respects to you guys, both for being brave enough to have Nick on and also for speaking out on behalf of modern men. God bless. Appreciate that, my friend. And then we got here Base Dollar. Nick Fuentes has me stunned. He has given us truth. I need to hear more. Yeah, man. Go check him out on cozy.tv/Nick. That's where you guys can find them because they ban them off everywhere else. So make sure cozy.tv/Nick. We're going to keep that out. We're going to put on the screen here for y'all here in a second. Nick is the content. Listen to him. Take his perspective to heart. Our future depends on it. I appreciate that, my friend. So how did you meet Sneeko?
Well, we first met basically on a live stream. Some buddies of mine were super chatting his stream and in his live chat and saying, hey, you got to react to this was July or August of last year.
Okay.
So just a year ago. And so a couple of my buddies, they're spamming his live chat. Hey, you got to check him out and watch a few of my videos. And literally that night we were streaming at the same time. They gave him my number, gave him my Discord, and we called. We did a stream and basically became friends on the spot. I think we both recognized I was actually surprised because he's a black guy. I'm thinking he's going to come on and be like, no, what are you talking about this, that?
Wait, isn't he Asian?
He's Haitian and Asian.
Haitian, Asian, and little something else, I think. Hungarian. So he says. I'm Hungarian, right? Yeah. No, but that's okay. I mean, he's a good guy. And so he called in and he's dropping heat. I'm like, whoa, like this guy's totally red pilled. He surprised me.
Yeah.
So we rapidly became friends and we linked up, met for the first time in LA during the A24 back in November, December last year.
What was it like being in the ES campaign? Was it like hard? Was it like a lot of like pressure? How was that?
It was.
And then why did you ultimately leave?
Well, it was wild. I mean, from start to finish, that's all you could really say about it because this man like doesn't sleep. And I say this not saying that he has mental illness, but manic is the right way to describe it. And not saying he's like manic depressive, but meaning like just frenetic, frenzied, like wakes up. I remember there was one day we worked like 18 hours, literally got to the office, worked 18 hours. He drops me off at my hotel and he goes, how much you need to sleep? I'm like, I don't know, 5-6 hours. He goes, okay, I'll call you in 6 hours. And then did. And then literally my alarm goes off and he's texting me. And that was the pace for like months. And he's a perfectionist. That's the other thing. He's a big believer in the hoodies, the shoes. He wants to do it 100 times. He wants to see 100 colorways, 100 variations, 100. And he's like that with the political stuff. So some of these messages we're writing about Brittany Griner and some of these other things, we literally did it 100 times, 100 different ways, opposite ways. He would call and say, well, I want it written like a prayer. Write it like a prayer. Okay, now I want it written like a joke. Okay, now it's too funny. Make it more serious.
Is this like a tweet or something? Or oh, okay. So like y'all are like going over a bunch of different tweets about one topic.
Like one tweet.
Wow.
Literally one tweet. I remember the Brittany Griner, he got banned on Twitter. We put it on Telegram. We spent like 12 hours.
They banned him on Twitter?
Yeah.
For the Brittany Griner thing?
After Alex Jones, they banned him.
Oh, we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
A little
interview.
touchy,
Yeah. Okay. Because they definitely misconstrued what he said, and we'll talk about that. So I didn't know he was a perfectionist like that because I've heard, and please correct me if I'm wrong here. I've heard from like artists that work with him, he'll like he'll do a verse and then he'll like get up and like start doing designs.
Yes.
And then he'll get up again and do something else. And then he'll get up and do something else. Then he'll come back to the music. Then he'll go back and do something else. He can't stay still. It's just like, I got to keep doing something, be productive at all times.
Yeah. He's a polymath, so we would be towards the later part of it. I mean, he loves hotels. He'd like live in hotel rooms and he loves the hotel design and everything. And so we'd be in a room. And I remember there was one day we're in a room and he's got the guy that produced Donda 2 is in the corner with the laptop making a song. Okay. And in the other corner is a business manager doing the easy business. And over here you got, I think somebody's doing designs. And then I'm over here on the bench on the laptop writing up the thing. Yeah. And he's sitting there playing a video game. But he's like, then this guy literally, and you know, I've been a fan of his music forever. I've been a fan of his, like a diehard fan since about 2015, 2016.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And I know everybody says he's a genius, and I think that's certainly true about the music. And I was always a little skeptical. What's he like in real life? You know, because I see the interviews and I see the brilliance and I listen to the music and I hear the creativity. But being with him in person, he really does have this creative spark. You can't put your finger on it. You can't describe it. All you can say is it's true, like inspiration, true creative inspiration. And so working with him, we'd be in an office setting or we'd be in the hotel room, and he would go from the design to the business to the politics, playing music. And you notice that in every domain, he's got an insight. In every domain, he's got like an intuitive grasp of whether it's fashion or music, even politics. I was amazed at the stuff that he just got. Like, he didn't know the specifics because he's not a political guy. And, you know, so that was some of the stuff we were working on, is kind of getting him doing the crash course on politics. And yet, even though, like, I do this every day, he had just intuitively grasped concepts that most people, it takes them years to understand about the topics that we'll get into on Rumble. Yep. But even anything, just got it. And that's something that you can't teach. That's something you're born with. And that's the guy that does graduation. That's a guy that does the easy 350s. That's a guy that, you know, does what he did in November, which I thought was sort of a masterpiece of its own. So, I mean, it was an honor to be with him, and one of the most inspirational things that happened to me. Like, and he talked about that. He said, like, you know, I look at you, he would say to me, as somebody who's going to go out in politics, he sees himself as sort of like a mentor, in a sense, to people that he's worked with on music or fashion. And so he thought, you know, you're going to take things that you worked with me and take that into politics. And I certainly did. You know, I think it was a true inflection point even in my career, just having that exposure to him in that way. So it was incredible.
And people got fired working with him. One in particular comes to my mind, Milo. What happened there, if you could talk about it?
Well, it was this whole drama back in December 2022. I think it was tail end of November, beginning of December. And honestly, everybody got fired except for me. And I don't say that just because I'm here, but I mean, that's literally, I'll tell you the whole deal. But he sort of brought a team together in November, and we're bringing a lot of people in. And after Alex Jones, like, he fired everybody. And I was the sole political contact basically from around late December until May. And then Milo was brought back in during May. And I had a big problem with that. And we could get into that chapter. But back in November and December, basically Milo got fired for general incompetence. He's also somebody who's not really directionally in line with where Ye was at that time. Because, I mean, you remember the stuff Ye was saying. Milo is one of them boys, you know.
Okay, fair enough.
He's one of them people, okay? And so I remember we'd be in the room and Ye would be putting the stuff out there.
So those comments caused a rift between him and Milo.
Well, yeah. And
did. Okay.
And there was this pressure where I was always saying, like, yes, like I'm always saying, yes, you're the genius, you're the master. Let's go in that direction. Because he'd be saying some wild stuff about strategy, about policy. And Milo would always be there, you know, trying to poo-poo that and say, no, we can't do that. No, we can't do that. This and that. And there was this big,
so you
ugly,
would say, yes, let's find a way versus no, we can't do that.
Basically, yeah. And the thing is, like, my favorite tweet that he ever put out, I put it on my Telegram today. He put out a tweet a few years ago and said, stop setting plays, stop playing chess with life, be as transparent as possible. That's my MO. When I go out there and I say what I say, which people don't like, and even people that agree with me say, that's too far, that's too controversial, people aren't ready. I don't think, I'm not a machinator. I'm not a political guy. Even though I talk about politics, I speak from my heart. I'm passionate. And I think me and Ye were similar in that regard. He wanted to go out there and say it. And the first night I met him, he said something, and I literally thought it was like providential, because this was a crossroads I was in. You know, Milo, because I had known him for a time, he was pushing me all the time. Stop talking about this. Stop saying that. Don't say this on your show. You got to be a guy people can do business with. Which what does that mean? Money, compromise.
Yeah.
And I would say, no, dude, like I got to be true to the message. I got to put it out there. I just disagree with you. And the first night I met Ye, and I was at a real crossroads personally. And I wasn't really talking too much. Ye was kind of holding court in this church. And he said something that touched that question in my mind. He said, look, we're like 50 years from a Black Mirror episode. And unless somebody like me goes out and says this, like it's all over. And I'm not saying verbatim, but that was the gist of it.
Yeah.
And it was like a lightning bolt. I'm like, that's what I needed to hear. That's exactly right.
We're going to hear it on Rumble, what exactly he said specifically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In other words, there's urgency.
Yeah.
There's urgency. It has weight. Like our civilization is crumbling.
Yeah.
And we need people who are persuasive and compelling and influential to start to put that message out there. Let people do with it what they will.
Yeah.
Let other people make the compromises. We need to get the truth out there. That's my view. If people want to have their varying degree of self-censorship, that's fine. That's your job. My job is to tell the truth. My job is to be a compelling orator and tell people what's up and start making sense. And everyone in their role can figure out how to work it into their world.
Question for you. I do believe there's truth there. The truth should be told to everybody. But on the same end of that stick, would you say that like Milo was saying, you know what, in certain cases, if you hold it back here, we can impact more people if you're still relevant? Because right now, he's done for because it's not even a thing anymore. What if he's more like careful about how he moved about what he said? Would that help at all? Or do you think or no?
Well, I think there's a point to be made. There's all the difference in the world between being true to yourself and then suicide.
Yeah.
Jumping in. I will say, though, in his case, I don't think it was something that was unrecoverable. And I think that he did a lot to raise the consciousness, even after the Alex Jones appearance. I'd go to my barber. He's not a right-wing political guy. And he would say, he's just saying what we're all thinking after that. And, I think there's something to be said about, and even he said this on Alex Jones, about a boldness. He said, we're the SWAT team. I'm the battering ram. I blow the door down. And then Nick comes in with the facts, or so-and-so comes in. But his job was to sort of break the door down on the conversation. And maybe that's just a temperament thing. Maybe that's just like a personal philosophy. I'm a big believer in like blow it up, cause disorder, cause chaos, because we're on this trajectory where there's a 0% chance we win. Like if they have it their way, the status quo marches on, we are all dead. Like we are all totally screwed. Civilization's over. So my idea is like, it's like a meteor headed towards Earth, and we got to hit it with the nuclear bomb. We got to hit it with the Armageddon Bruce Willis and knock it off its trajectory. So the goal is more just like disruption. The goal is more just blow it up, light it up, change the conversation, create things that are unpredictable. Because I think that when you start to think like that, there's something to be said for that. And this is the last thing I'll say. But when you start to think like this, like, well, maybe I should just cut around the edges here and trim the corners, it's a very slippery slope. And people make decisions like this every day, what they're going to push and pull on. And when you start to, it's a very tricky thing. I think a lot of the times people start to let themselves get dragged into this complacency and they say a lot less than they ever intended to say. So I'm always of the mind that the bias needs to be against the lethargy. The bias needs to be in favor of forward momentum. I lean on the side of Ye going and saying what he did as opposed to, maybe let's just not. We got to go all out in some cases.
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
Real quick, you met Trump with Kanye. What was that like meeting Trump in person?
Well, it's unbelievable, because these are my two heroes.
Yeah.
And I've said that forever. I mean, I'm not like a bandwagoner. Like Trump is my number one hero. I think he's one of the greatest Americans that ever lived. Same thing with Ye. I mean, he's been a personal hero and inspiration. And so here I am.
Was it weird, like being on one side to defeat the other?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that was the weirdest part about it because, maybe under normal circumstances, it'd be a different dynamic. But here I am, across from Donald Trump and Ye. And I'm just like, for the first 30 minutes, I just couldn't believe it. I was just like enamored. But there was a point during the dinner where Ye asked Trump to be his running mate. I mean, he actually asked him that. That wasn't just a joke.
Shit.
He said and it was funny because.
Paint the picture for us. Who's there at that dinner?
Oh, okay. So we pull up to Mar-a-Lago, we go to the patio, and it's, so I'm sitting here, you're sitting where Trump was.
Okay.
And here's Ye, and then here's this other guy, whose name I forget, And then over here is Karen Giorno, who's this Zio person, political operator, of course. Yeah, cha-ching.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is the table. And it's about as big as this table, maybe even smaller.
Yeah.
And it's Thanksgiving. It's 2 days before Thanksgiving. It's also, and I told Ye on this on the plane because I'm a little autistic about the dates. I said, it's kind of weird. This is the day Kennedy was killed, November 22nd,
oh, shit.
22.
Okay.
It's also weird, the numerology, because Donda 2 came out on 2/22/22, February 22nd, 22.
Oh, wow.
And then the dinner was 11/22/22. So just kind of weird how the dates lined up.
It's my mom's birthday, too.
Mm.
Fucking crazy.
There you go.
Yeah. We're going to talk about Kennedy as well, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah.
My dog came to my house that day.
Fuck your dog, nigga. Sorry. Okay. So you're there, 11/22/22. So yeah.
Right. So it's 2 days before Thanksgiving, and they had a Thanksgiving special for us.
Oh,
so they give us the menu, but they say we got Thanksgiving turkey and stuffing and mashed potatoes, and so we order and everything. And initially, it's funny because I noticed that Trump is trying to do the black voter pitch. It was almost kind of like secondhand embarrassment because it's like you're talking to the #1 rock star in the 21st century, and he's telling him like, "Hey, how about these opportunity zones?" And I'm like, "Bro, come on, man!" It's like that Jonah Hill movie. You see that? Those you people. It was like that with the parents. I'm like, "Bro,
come on, man."
He's not that kind of black person. He's not Larry Elder. And so, and the thing is, Ye is very shy. I don't know if you know this, but it's one of the most endearing things about him because he's a real human being.
Yeah.
As much as he has this ego, which is deserved, and I love. Yeah. He's also a little shy, a little anxious, apprehensive. I noticed, which I like because it shows that there's a real guy in there.
Yeah.
And anyway, so he's kind of quiet. I could tell he's maybe a little nervous. He's a little shy, and so he's not really talking. And Trump gives him the iPad and says, "Oh, we have the music here. This iPad controls the music. Pick any one of your songs you like." And Ye puts on Say You Will from 808s.
Okay.
And then he puts on Stronger, I think, because that's his #1 most streamed song.
Yeah.
And anyway, so we all start getting more comfortable. Trump starts talking to this guy next to me. And then me and Trump have this long back and forth for I would say 30 or 45 minutes because, Ye's not really talking too much. This other guy's not so interesting. Trump doesn't like Karen because there's history there. And so me and Trump are just going back and forth. We're having this great conversation.
What y'all talk about?
So
if you could.
Yeah, totally. So we talked about Truth Social and Twitter. Elon Musk had just bought Twitter. And he's asking me, what do you think about that? And I'm start rattling off stats and facts, and he's real impressed. And then, we had this big strategy meeting the day before, me, Ye, and this other guy. And I was telling Ye how we're going to beat Trump on the debate stage. And I swear I knew this was going to happen. I knew that Ye was going to tell me to say that to him. And I'm thinking, please don't make me say that. Because that's our strategy. That's our playbook. But, he's so childlike and eager. He just wants to say it. And I'm like, bro, that's our playbook. We can't say that. So he's pressing me. He's like, no, tell me what you were saying the other day. And Trump is like, go ahead, tell me. And I said, Mr. President, I think you're the greatest American that ever lived. I said, I'm just a 20, at that time, 20, I'm still 24, I guess. I'm just a 24-year-old guy. I think you're the greatest American. I love you. I got nothing to say to you other than thank you. I'm not here to criticize you. And he says, no, come on, don't be bashful. Tell me. And so I start telling him about DeSantis. I said, you got to attack DeSantis. I said, this guy's a traitor.
Shit. Okay.
I said, and you know what? I said, all these influencers are stabbing you in the back right now. I said, all these Twitter influencers, because this was a couple days after he called DeSantis DeSanctimonious for the first time.
Okay.
And everyone was giving him heat for that.
Yeah.
I said, don't listen to them. I said, you are right. I said, and he deserves that and then some. I said, because you are the reason DeSantis is governor. I said, and the only reason
that's a fact
that he didn't say on the debate stage that he was going to serve his full term is because he's going to challenge you. I said, so your statement and what you said at the rally, I said, I love that. That's what we need to see more of. I said, because you know what? I said, my favorite moment was the first primary debate in 2015, August 15, the Fox News debate. I said, the first question Brett Baer asked, he said, raise your hand if you are not going to take the pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee. Because Trump had been saying, if I don't win, I'm going to run as an independent and give it to Clinton. And Trump raised his hand as a big FU. And he goes, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And everybody, boo, boo.
Yeah.
And Trump goes, I perfectly understand the question. He goes, I have a lot of leverage. And, if I'm going to run, I'll run as a Republican. But otherwise, I got a lot of leverage as an independent. I said, and in that moment, I said, you were willing to let the GOP die. I said, and I love that because we're here for you. I said, we're not here for Kevin McCarthy. I said, we're not here for Ronna McDaniel, the Republicans. I said, we love you. We support you. I said, and this midterm stuff, I said, even your speech, your announcement speech, I said, we want that old Trump back. We support you as a guy because you're an outsider. You're America first. And that really resonated with him. He's like, oh, okay. He goes, this guy's hardcore. This guy really gets me. He says, he does this point like he does the sideways point.
This guy gets me.
This guy really gets me.
This guy gets me. Yeah.
He goes, hey, you're hardcore.
Yeah, he understands the issues. That Trump voice. Part of the deal. Yo, man. Sorry, continue.
So anyway, so that was the gist of our back and forth. But then the dinner changes when, because then Ye and Trump are talking, and I can't talk too much about that conversation. I can tell you afterward, it'll blow your fucking mind. But anyway, so that's going on. And Karen is kind of like kicking Ye under the table, like, hey, remember what you're here to ask him. Because we set it up. He actually wrote not like a setup. I mean, Ye was planning on asking him to be his vice president. Right. Everybody says we set Trump up to get him in trouble. We didn't.
Yeah.
What we wanted to do was Ye wanted to ask him to be his running mate.
Yeah.
That was literally.
So this is what you were originally telling before I want to get more information before we got here. Okay. Yeah. So continue. Sorry.
So,
so he asked him to be my running mate.
Yeah. So, and even before the dinner, I mean, the famous tweet where he says, I forget what he said. He said, Rainey, I can't believe I kept the president waiting and I'm wearing jeans. How you think he's going to take it when I ask him to be my running mate? That is very yay. That is very nay. He published it after, but he wrote it before. He was going to publish it before.
Okay.
So anyway, so Karen's kicking him under the table like, hey, remember what you came here to ask him? Mm-hmm. And so Ye says, oh, yeah. Would you be my running mate in 2024? And Trump, like, I thought he'd be like kind of jocular and say, oh, ha, whatever. He got pissed.
Oh, really?
And my right hand to God, like, I am not even exaggerating a little bit at all. For some reason, I knew this wasn't going to happen, but I was like afraid, like he was going to punch me.
Whoa, he was that angry.
I swear. Like, shit. And, obviously that wasn't going to happen. I mean, it wasn't like physically.
Was this towards the end of the conversation?
Yeah, this is at the very end.
This after you showed your support, everything.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay.
And like, he was exuding so much. And this is what everybody says about him. And I learned it that day. This guy's like no joke when it comes to the art of the deal, negotiation. Like, he's a master of dealing with people, and so he changed his posture. He crosses his arms, leans forward. And he says to Ye, he goes, you know what? He goes, you can win at a lot of things. He goes, and you can do your music and everything, but you shouldn't run. You'll never win at this. You can't. You think you can win at this? You can't win at this.
Oh, shit. Oh,
yeah. Shit. And then and I was like, whoa.
Oh, fuck.
And he turns to me and he goes, you're a pretty smart guy. He goes, I know you work for him, but go ahead, tell him he can't win. Go ahead, tell him. I know you're a smart guy.
Wow.
And I'm looking at him. Wow. And I'm looking at Ye.
Talk about a predicament.
Right?
Yo.
I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Killing it right there. He said, yo, I ain't playing games. You're not winning. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, and I left this part out. So even before he said that, he told 3 stories. And they all had a very clear point. And it was not subtle at all. Trump is like a genius at this. It was so masterful. So Ye, indicates that he's going to run.
What are the 3 stories? You don't have to say specifically.
Yeah, I'll just list them off.
Well, okay, go ahead.
It was a story about, I think, Kodak Black, who got freed, and was it Sweden?
He pardoned him for his felon charge, yeah.
So it's Kodak Black.
Possession, yeah.
Yeah, and it was the basketball player in China who got charged, and he secured that guy's release.
LeVar Ball. LeVar Ball's son.
Okay, D'Angelo Ball. Okay,
yep. Jello.
LeAngelo Ball.
Jello, yeah.
Right,
there you go, yeah. And it was those 2, and it was a story about Alice Johnson. And the story went something. So he starts out and he goes, I'm not going to tell the full thing, but this is the gist. So he goes, yeah. He goes, are you still with your wife? Are you still attracted to her? You still love her? And he's like, yeah, of course, And he goes, I want you to tell her that she's a disgusting human being. He goes, exact words.
Whoa. To Kim K?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He's right, though. She is a disgusting human being.
Well, but here was the justification. He goes, because you know what? He goes, I freed Alice Johnson, and then she goes and endorses Biden. she's a disgusting human being. I want you to tell her I said that. He goes, I was like, bro, that's his wife. That's his ex-wife. Then he goes in a story about Kodak Black, and he
okay, I
goes,
thought he meant Kim K. Or did he mean Kim K too?
what do you mean?
No, Kanye's current wife, which is
No, the ex-wife, Kim Kardashian.
okay. So
He said,
point, they're broken up.
Yeah. That's what I meant. So he
Cool.
said Kim K is disgusting,
Yeah.
and then who's the other person? Alice Johnson.
and they freed Alice Johnson. Kim Kardashian helped secure Alice Johnson's
Okay, all right, there we go. Okay, because I remember that she went to the White House to pardon somebody, but I didn't know who it was. Alice Johnson that she got pardoned.
And so he basically said, like, I would never have released her if I knew Kim would have endorsed Biden. And then
there we go.
So this is the moral of the story. Next story about Kodak Black. He goes, I freed Kodak Black, and he told the whole story. And by the way, this is the other thing that was like jarring. This is what made me think he was going to hit us, is because the whole conversation was so cordial. He starts telling these stories and starts dropping F-bombs, like every other word, like a mafia boss. He goes in, he's like, so I told this fucking motherfucker this, and I'm like, this is the president. Like, and you've heard him swear at the rallies. It's kind of kitschy.
Yeah.
But this is like some serious, like Casino. It's like Goodfellas.
Yeah.
Just to the story is, I would have never freed Kodak Black if I knew how disloyal he was, that he went and said all this nasty stuff after I got him freed.
Are you serious? He did?
Yeah.
Wow.
Same thing after China. He said about the and this one was
it's
even
not easy
better.
to get a presidential pardon either.
No. Yeah. Well, and that's what Trump said, is that he went to great lengths to secure his release because these guys were in real trouble.
What was Kanye doing when he was coming at him like that? Was he just sitting there like?
Well, remember, he wasn't with Kim no more. He's like, yeah, she probably is a fucking.
No, but you could tell he was visibly angry, right?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's one of these like power plays. You know how these political people are, like, they're not. It wasn't imminently obvious in that moment that like he was attacking us, that he was sending a very veiled threat.
Yeah.
I think by the end, it was pretty apparent what was going on. Because in the moment, we're like, whoa, he just switched up and is telling this really weird story all of a sudden. But by the end of it, we're like, oh, that's what he meant. And so the third story was about the basketball player. And he said, the basketball player was brought out on the tarmac, because the president was there for the revolution's anniversary or something, big state visit, a lot of flags and everything. And so and this happened at the same time. And Trump said that the Chinese would not free this guy at the same time that Trump left, because they said, you're not going to embarrass the president leaving at this, you disgrace. You're not going to leave the same time he leaves on this big state visit. And so Trump says that after his plane took off, the Chinese brought the basketball player on the tarmac and slapped him across the face.
Really?
The Chinese official did.
Oh, wow.
And said, you embarrass the president. Don't you dare embarrass the president.
Wow.
And Trump said, and the father goes out and thanks everybody other than me. Trump said, I never would have pardoned him. I would have let him rot in China if I knew they were going to do that.
Wow.
Now, what's the moral of the story in all these cases?
They backstabbed him.
Disloyal black guys, where Trump did him a favor and these people embarrassed him and stabbed him in the back. And it's like, and obviously that's relevant to the later conversation about, will you be my running mate?
Will you be my running mate?
And so when Trump says, you can't win this and that. And then he basically threw us out. He's like, what time's your flight? I'll walk you out. It's right across the street.
Wow.
And then refused to take a picture with Ye.
Oh, shit.
Because across the other side of the dining room was that they said the richest banking family in Switzerland or Germany was having dinner. This is Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, yay, come get a picture with us. And they said, we want a picture with both. And Trump refused. He's like, oh, you get a picture. He wouldn't get in the picture with Ye after that. He was cool with me. He came up to me and shook my hand. He's like, and he said, I'll see you soon. You're really, he really liked me. He was just mad at Ye, I think.
Damn.
Or maybe Karen.
Wow. Fuck. What was the Secret Service doing? My question, what the fuck were they doing all this time? Were they there? Obviously.
I didn't even really notice them, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, everyone criticized Trump for saying like, wow, they just let anybody in Mar-a-Lago. And like, I mean, we just walked through the front door.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. I wasn't paying super close attention. I was kind of nerding out.
Yeah, of course.
So did Kanye react at all to this? Did he ever say like, yo, like, relax, like, don't talk to me like that? Or was it just like, I'm just take this on the chin?
He was really taking it on the chin.
Okay.
He was really being diplomatic.
Wow.
And I think he was, we were all just kind of taken aback. Yeah. I mean, it was so shocking because here we are. I mean, it has weight to be there in his presence.
Oh, yeah. You're at his house.
He's a man,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
yeah.
And for him to switch up like that and just bring this intensity 0 to 100, I think we were all like, we got in the car. We were like, what just happened?
Yeah.
Like, we were all like, yo, that was crazy.
I mean, he became a billionaire for a reason. You know what I mean? He became wildly successful for a reason. He became president for a reason. So, I mean, but damn, I mean, I will say this as a guy that used to work for the government before, as you guys know, used to be with Homeland, whatever. It is very difficult to get a presidential pardon. Rarely ever happens.
But didn't he also pardon A$AP Rocky as well?
You know what? It might have been about A$AP Rocky.
So
yeah, I think I got him confused.
I don't think Kodak was disloyal. I think he actually picked up Trump. I think A$AP was the one that was kind of like, whatever, right?
I think you might be right. Yeah, I'm getting mixed up. I think you're right. It was A$AP Rocky.
He did pardon Kodak too. So, yeah. Okay, Fresh is right. Okay, so
both of them, right?
So, okay, so it was A$AP that he pardoned that turned his back.
Yeah, it was one of them. The one that he was like caught with the knife, I think, in Scandinavia.
That's it.
So it was A$AP Rocky.
Oh, Rihanna's current baby daddy.
It was when he got arrested in Europe.
Yes.
That's what it was.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yes. It was when he got arrested in Europe. Him and his entourage beat up a dude.
That's right.
And then okay, so he was pissed off. You know what? That makes more sense. Who was his wife? Rihanna, liberal.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Of course you're gonna say Biden.
Listen, my nigga Kodak, he's loyal, man.
Yeah. I was gonna say, because bro, because in my head I was like, damn, did Kodak really switch up on Trump? Because to get someone pardoned federally, and remember, guys, he went in for felon in possession of a firearm. What he did was he was a felon, and he actually bought a gun and wrote on the form he's not a felon. Yeah, like, come on, man, like that's clear cut. ATF got bro. That's all right. So I was like, bro, you know what I mean? So they got it. Okay, so it's that makes sense.
My boy Kodak would never.
Yeah.
No, my mistake. Yeah, you're right. It's A$AP Rocky.
Yeah, so that makes sense because you know what? It makes sense because the basketball player. So he basically got people out of situations where they were in prison in foreign countries. Which that's even harder than a federal pardon because you deal with it's your country. Okay, pardon the guy. But if it's like a foreign country, you got to do diplomatic stuff. Oh well, you got this spy of mine that was arrested in '85. I need y'all to release him. Like
I will say this though, the whole LeVar Ball situation with his son, he could have just said, you know what, I don't like you, but thank you for doing that for my son. Because honestly speaking, he could have been in jail rotting for real though. That's real
in
talk,
China.
Bro.
In China, of all places,
you're done, bro.
Me love you long time in jail.
Done.
Nigga, like bro.
I know he's out having a kid, having family and stuff like that. It's like, bro, you got to owe him something.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, I think Trump was right, but he was telling those stories to send a message like, hey,
we probably had to fucking trade a prisoner for that shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, especially when you're dealing with foreign powers. China, I know that was a pain in the ass to get them out. It was Sweden or Norway or one of these. That at least is an ally, so it's like okay, you know. But we probably have to do some bullshit for that. But that makes sense because Rihanna is a hardcore lib. She's always, oh yeah, Biden.
Shout to Barbados,
Obama, man. Yeah. Oh, well, it is what it is. All right, where we at here?
Rumble.
Yeah, I think it's time to switch over to Rumble.
After these,
if you guys are enjoying this interview right now, wait till y'all come over to Rumble, baby.
Listen, Nick, we're gonna debate on Rumble about this interracial stuff. Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
Cool,
yeah,
man.
Just don't hit me.
John 15:18. If the world hates you, remember that it hated me first. Thank you, Nick, for all that you do. Also, fix your super chat system. Okay.
Oh, on Cozy, probably.
Yeah. Well, either way, cozy.tv/Nick. Check them out.
Yep.
Pulse Chain Gang, W Fresh Fit. Thank you, man.
Shout out to Pulse Gang.
Yeah, we made it for an hour and a half on YouTube, and the lights are still on. Nice. Myron, where do I play to be a co-host? And Ninja Fresh is simply not smart enough for these types of conversations. No shade, Fresh, just being objective. You got anything?
How me being not smart enough? I'm like, I don't understand. Like me being smart and asking questions. What does that have to do with anything? Like, I'm asking good questions here.
You best just hate you, bro.
I know what.
Everyone deserves a right to vote. If you don't like how Group A votes, go convince them to vote differently, like y'all are. That's how America works. Taking away the vote will never happen anyway. So I waste time fantasizing about it. Yeah. Ron. Here's the thing, bro. We were talking about women voting. I think a female vote should be half because they don't engage in selective service. And then another thing too. Let's be honest. Women tend to vote Democrat all the time, and they're more communitarian by nature. So,
yeah.
And then some guys shouldn't vote at all. Like some of y'all are stupid and don't deserve to vote. I think you should take an IQ test before you vote.
Think before you vote.
Yeah.
Please.
Jay Martin. Walter, it's interesting you could say good boy to Nick disrespectfully, yet never disrespect ignorant rappers and leftist thugs you bring on. Not take a pick with Trump. Ask endless race-related questions of 304s. Try to convince everyone of your BBC.
Obviously, I was trolling. If I was being disrespectful, I would have been
Well,
more.
you didn't take a picture with Trump, not because you don't like Trump, but because he was swarmed.
So
right?
This is why I didn't take a pic with Trump, just publicly speaking.
At the UFC.
Because two reasons. One, I gave Sneeko that chance before me because I wanted him to get that picture. He was dying to get a picture with Trump. Stico wanted that picture from the very beginning. I said, you know what? I'll stay back. You go ahead, bro. Because, Rumble CEO, they're talking whatever. And then Gideon was next. And then Aiden. I was like, you know what? I'm cool. I don't need it. But secondly, is because how I'm moving in the streets, I got things going on in the background. I can't be aligned to anything political. So that's why I didn't do it. Pretty much. So. I know it's crazy, but like the people I'm hanging with, bro, like certain things I can't be like in that environment. Like, I just can't.
All right.
So
Nick, are you sure it was Kodak Black and not ASAP Rocky? I thought Kodak still loves Trump.
Yeah.
It was ASAP.
Yeah.
So error. All right, we got it.
I mean, we're all black, so
yeah. All look the same.
Yeah.
Hey, told you, man. I look the same, man.
That was a layup. Come on. That was a layup.
Tomato.
The lights on.
Tomato.
Chris in the back being racist as hell. Y'all haven't heard him.
Yeah, he's saying something power, Chris.
I've been trying to go back.
Chris been excited. He saw Nick and he was like, "Oh, finally!
shit.
Yes!"
Yo, wait to Rumble.
Yeah, I'll say it again if you're looking forward to Monday's episode. Yeah, man, absolutely. Yeah, and Nick's gonna be back here on Monday as well, guys. Don't worry.
All right, guys.
So real quick, come on over to Rumble right now. Rumble.com/Fresh and Fit Ninjas. Come on over right now because we're gonna get into the Juliet, Quebec. If you guys know what I'm talking about, Juliet, Quebec, coming up. Rumble.com/Fresh and Fit.
Jack Louise.
Right now, guys.
Let's go.
All right.
Rumble.
We are fucking Rumble, baby. I know what time it is.
Now we're free.
All right, what's up, faggots? Welcome to Rumble. Woo!
Chris,
All right.
Chris, I know you're not talking about.
What do you want to say? Go ahead, Chris. Say what you want to say.
Just white power. Let's get it.
Welcome to Rumble, bro. Nick, everyone calls you a white supremacist, bro.
Wait,
hold on. A racist and shit.
Do my intro. Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead. What's on the... Go ahead. Say again.
Fresh is the social media guy that ruins it for everybody. Bro, let's take pictures. I'm like, bro,
they didn't come here, right? So just say it again.
All right.
Go.
Wait, say what do you want me? The Rumble?
The intro for Nick. Not over Rumble. The
that is white supremacist?
Yes.
You want to put that on Instagram?
Okay, the other part.
Fuck you, Nick. I'm just gonna ask the question. All right, I'm gonna ask the question.
Go.
So, Nick, right? If you Google yourself and you look at yourself in Wikipedia, whatever, they name you a white supremacist, a neo-Nazi, all this other fucking bullshit. What's your thoughts on that, man?
Well, I mean, they call everybody that.
Yeah.
Anybody who's not down with this, what it's about fundamentally is like masochistic anti-white thing. Like if you're not a self-hating white person, you're a white supremacist.
Mm-hmm.
Because throughout my life
and throughout the same shit to Tommy Robinson as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, like I've noticed that if you're conservative and you're Caucasian and you're not like super, self-appeasing minorities, they call you a racist and a white supremacist.
Even call black people white supremacists.
Yeah.
If they're supporting the wrong issue or the wrong person. And the thing is, like, I'm just not down with that. I've never been down with that. I like black people. I like brown people. I like you guys. You're pretty cool. But I'm not a self-hating white person. I'm not one of these people that thinks that white people are guilty or we're uniquely evil or we have some sort of unique liability for the world's problems like war, slavery, colonialism. I'm white. I'm proud. I like white people. I think America should be a majority white country. Like, I don't think we should change the demographics.
Okay.
And I've been calling out the anti-white bias in the media for a long time, even actually before it was popular. I think now people are talking about it more, but I was one of the first people. Well, I guess when I turned 18, I suppose people have been talking about it for a long time, but politically, I was one of the first major voices out there talking about this stuff.
Yeah. Now, people say, "Oh, well, Nick, your last name is Fuentes. You're a Mexican." What's your response to that?
Well,
the fucking idiots that say that shit.
Well, it's just funny because I know that if I go into like a Mexican neighborhood, like in Chicago, if I go to Little Village and they're all brown and like 4 feet tall and they got black hair, you know what I mean? If I go over there and I go, "Hey, hola, guys. Hey, I'm one of you, right?" Like they're gonna laugh at me.
Yeah.
If I go into, and here's the other thing. If I go into a group of liberals and say, "Hey guys, like, don't worry, I can say this stuff because I'm not white, I'm Mexican," like they would laugh in my face.
Yeah.
But because I go out there and talk about white people, they look at my last name, they say, "Oh, you're not white." Even if I wasn't white, I feel the same way.
Yeah.
Some people consider me not white. I don't care. I feel the same way about
both your
it.
parents Italian?
My mom's Italian. My dad's half Irish, half Mexican.
Okay. So that's where that last name comes from.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, bro, you're definitely Caucasian. I mean, here's the thing. Even Hispanics a lot of times are considered white under the list.
Right.
So it's like, okay. Yeah.
Well, my father grew up white. My father, and he tells me about this, on the census decades ago, there was no Hispanic box.
Yeah.
Either white or black.
Yeah.
And he considered himself white. I mean, he's definitely a darker shade than me for sure. But,
yeah.
I'm pretty fair skinned. So
Is he brown?
I don't want to say he's brown. I mean, he's sort of like
Caramel?
off-white, like a little off-white.
Oh, man. So yeah. So they say that you're, and then where does this, label of, do you think it's all gets lumped in, the white supremacist, neo-Nazi, all that other shit? It gets lumped in just because of that you think that, you don't believe in race mixing? Is that where that comes from?
I think it comes from a lot of things, because I talk about race realism, race and IQ. I talk about race mixing. So it's really a collection of them. I get called that name for any of them. If I said any of them in isolation, I would get called that thing. And, initially I got called that, surprisingly. I went to this job training in 2017 with Leadership Institute, which is like, they staff all the conservative groups, like Turning Point, every one of them.
Yeah.
And I went there for a job training before I was really known. And the first day I go out there, and they're doing a little icebreaker. They say, go around the room, tell us why you're conservative. And everybody says, well, I like small government. I like freedom and whatever.
Yeah.
And they go to me and I say, well, you know what? I said, and it's prescient right now. I said, I'm a conservative because France is no longer France. Paris is no longer Paris. Our civilization's being destroyed by mass immigration. I said, I'm a conservative because I want to conserve that.
Yeah.
They disqualified me day one. Said, you're a racist.
Wow.
Day one.
What's your views on mass immigration?
Totally against it.
Okay. Can you tell us why?
I think that we could talk about the economic arguments. People talk about it's bad for wages. They take jobs, that kind of thing.
Take our jobs.
Right. People talk about crime. They say they bring crime. And there are some that say, actually, that's not true. Ron Unz, who I'm a big fan of, he's a big proponent for years that immigrants have less crime.
Yeah.
It's really neither here nor there for me. Mass immigration is changing what America is.
Okay.
Because I think that people are not interchangeable. I don't think that white and black people are interchangeable. I think they're different. I think that white and Hispanic people are different. White and Asian people are different. I think that when you look at these civilizations they've created, it's a result of who they are essentially. Like Europe is the way it is because of the European people. Mm-hmm. And I think Africa is the way it is because of the African people. Asia is the way it is because of the Asian people. The only people that can perpetuate a European civilization are Europeans.
Okay.
And if you change that fundamentally, if tomorrow America is 99% not white, it's going to be a different country.
Yeah.
And I don't know who that benefits. I don't know who that's good for. And I don't think it's right. This is our homeland, and this doesn't mean it's a country only for white people, but it means it's a country that was founded, built, inhabited by white people. There's always been a black minority. There's always been some other minority groups. I think it should remain that way. Okay. I think it would be terrible if China were turned into a multiracial country and Russia is a multiracial. And, where's the homeland for anybody? And the last thing I'll say is this. France, what's going on right now? Migrants are blowing shit up. These Algerians are freaking out.
Yeah.
And so funny. They put out a statement and they say, we got to evacuate the Jews in France to Israel because if the Muslims take over, it's going to be a bad day. And this is always what's been on the front of my mind. Where are we going to be evacuated to? When America gets taken over similarly, when there's George Floyd 2.0 and they're killing white people and we're 30% of the population, where are we going to get evacuated to? Canada? Canada's going to be 10% white at the end of the century. Australia, same story. Western Europe, same story. Where are we going to go? Africa's full of Africans. Latin America's full of Latin Americans. Asia's full of Asians. Every white country in the world is being buried in immigration and fundamentally diluted, change its identity, change its whole demographic structure. And, that's just wrong. I say that as an American.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm going.
I do agree on certain things what you said regarding, like, for example, let's say immigrants come and they destroy your country, then it's messed up. Let me ask you this, though. Kanye West, did you ask him why he's dating Kim?
Well, we actually talked about that.
Really?
Believe it or not,
okay.
yes.
Okay.
Not about Kim, though, about the new wife.
Did you agree?
No, I told him I disagree.
What? Wait, hold on. To his face?
Yeah.
What did he tell you?
So we were at the Waldorf Astoria, and we were in the lobby, and it was just me and him. I forget precisely when this was, but everyone else had gone home. It was just me and him. And he was telling me about the new wife, who I like. You know, she's very nice and she's intelligent. And he's showing me pictures and saying, oh, she's Italian. She's from Australia. And he goes, you know, I really like her because she's an architect. He goes, I like that she's smart. You know, we have these common interests. I love what she posts and this and that. And he goes, well, he actually knew my position on this.
Oh, he did.
You know, because a lot of people are sending him stuff about me. When people saw me rolling with him, a lot of his friends were sending stuff about me and saying, you can't hang out with this guy. He's a Nazi. It actually just made him like me more. He said that, you know, I said on a show once, I said, I'm Hitler 2, 3, and 4. And he said, oh, I love that Nick said that. He goes, you know. So he just got a kick out of that. But he actually knew my position. He said, oh, I know you don't. I know how you feel about that. Because that was one of the first things we talked about on like day one. And I said, yeah, I said, no, I'm not really a fan of that. I think you should marry someone who's black. I think people should marry who they want. I said, obviously it's your prerogative, you know, it's your life and you could do what you like. I said, if you feel strongly about her, I said, it's a pretty unique situation. I would say Ye is a unique case.
Yeah.
You know, because he's exceptional in many ways. But I told him, you know, those are not my values. We respectfully disagreed. And you know, there's a lot of people that disagree on this. What I point out, though, is it wasn't long ago that everybody felt this way. Like all white people were against interracial dating and marriage, like a generation ago.
Yeah.
And not only that, but I think almost all non-white people are against interracial dating and marriage today. Like maybe the younger generation, I think it's different. But you look at older generations, specifically of Asians, Jews, Hispanics, they all tell their kids to marry within their race and within their ethnicity. They say like, meet a nice Vietnamese girl, you know, meet a nice Korean girl or whatever. Black people too, you know, they get mad when there's like, you know, you talked about Dr. Umar. And he's one of them who talks about this.
So it's funny because I never said this on the show before, but even my mom, you know, like in Barbados.
Oh, shit.
I'd always bring white girls home. Shows my mom. And she'd be like, Walter, when do you bring black girl home? And I'm like,
I didn't know that.
I dated black girls before. Nothing's bad.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like,
nope.
You know, I just preference wise, I prefer this. And I can
Dunkin' Oreos and milk.
Exactly. Cream pies. I can agree that, like, on some level, you know, you disagree with my way of life, and Paul is as well. But you can work with people like that. It's fine. So once again, it's an opinion. It's his way of life. You can disagree.
And here's the other thing too. I want to say for all you fucking faggots out there, I am all about free speech. If Nick wants to say fucking why we got to keep the white race pure, he should be able to fucking say that shit without you fucking pussy motherfuckers out there getting angry.
Yeah. Because
at the end of the day, bro, that's what this country was founded upon. It's free speech. Do I agree with everything Nick says? No, I want to fuck a bunch of white bitches. But I'm not going to sit here. I don't like your opinion. I'm going to attack you. No, civilized people can sit down, have a conversation about this shit. And you know what? I don't agree with that, but your fucking freedom of speech needs to be protected. If someone comes in here and tries to attack Nick because of views, I'll punch him in the face. Yeah. Because, his freedom of speech needs to be protected. Fuck, just because I disagree with it is irrelevant.
The same way people are gay and they fight for gay rights, listen, that's their prerogative. Once it doesn't involve me, cool. So my thing is like, hey, he wants to believe that? Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah, man.
But I will say this, though. So, Nick, in your opinion, let's say, for example, I don't follow your path of, like, you know, dating only black women and I date white women. Should you preach that to people or just say, you know what, this is my opinion, do what you want?
Well, I preach it because it's my values. You know, I think that people should share those values because, and I'll say one thing about it before I address that specifically. The one thing I want to touch on is we have to also acknowledge that it's very much a double standard. Like when Jews, Asians, Hispanics, or blacks say, I want you to marry a nice whatever girl or a nice to get whatever husband.
Even my family says that shit.
Yeah.
Agreed, yeah.
And they say that. And not only that, but in mainstream culture, it's almost people treat it like it's amusing. They're like, oh, you know, that's so quaint and colloquial. When white people do it, it's like, what are you, a fucking white supremacist? What, you hate every other race? You don't want to marry a non-white person? You oppose that? What, are you some kind of evil person, bigot, prejudice? Every other group does it. It's fine. So I'll just say that. But in addition to that, because that is a question. People always say like, well, you know, is that just something that's a personal decision? You keep it to yourself or do you encourage other people? And I would say that's a value that's important to me. And I tell white people, I think white people should stay with their own. I think it's important. And here's why. it's part of my view on race. I think race is like your extended family because it's genetic similarity. What is your race? But people that are genetically similar. They share ancestry. They share heritage. They share culture. And so I want to find a woman, eventually, I want to find a wife that she values that. That's important to her. That we look the same, that we have similar ancestry, heritage, culture, all those things. And I think those things are important. I think it's important that people value those things. Like, I'm not going to say like, well, if you don't value something that I think is deeply important, whatever. I think people should think those things are important. You don't, that's fine. And I have civil conversations with people that do race mixing, people that are adulterous, people are promiscuous, people that are homosexual, transsexual. And I could say, I think those things are wrong. That doesn't comport with my value system. At the end of the day, there always has been and there always will be some degree of mixing within a country demographically and with intermarriage. But historically, it's always been very low. You always see a very low rate. Traditionally, it's like 6% or even lower sometimes.
And it's really only like an American and first world thing. You look at other countries.
Yeah.
You look at Japan. You look at these more homogenous countries, low crime rates, and there's no race mixing.
Yeah.
But sorry, continue, Nick. You were saying.
Yeah. Hold on, Nick. Are you 100% white?
Well, I mean, not necessarily, no.
So by those standards, technically speaking, you're not going to find a wife that's going to be all white as well, like you, right?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing.
So basically, we are all race mixing at some point.
Well, and just because there's like different shades of red doesn't mean there's red. Just because there's like, you can mix red and blue and get purple. The existence of purple doesn't mean there's not red and blue. You know what I mean? And so, that's true, I think, up to a point. But if people looked at me on the street, what would they say? Would they say, you're 15% indigenous and 85% European? They say you're a white guy, And if people saw you, I don't know your genetic mix, but I'd say you're black.
Bro. You can't argue that, bro. Black as hell, bro.
Chris, what'd you say, Chris? Yo, one Rumble, they can just say it with your chest. Yeah, there you go. Yo, and here's the thing. Again, like the freedom of speech thing is big, because my thing is this. If you got people of all these other, and this is people call me an Uncle Tom for saying this shit or whatever, but if my parents going to run around and say, you need to marry a Sudanese woman, or your mom could say, bring back home a black woman, or they should say, marry an Asian woman, blah, blah, blah. Or you got Dr. Umar, you need to marry a black woman. I think white people should be able to say, you need to bring home a white girl. But if they say it, it's a problem. That's my thing, is that there's this crazy double standard where Caucasians are always insulted for being proud of their race. Like, if you say black power, fantastic. If you say white power, oh, that's a problem. You know what I mean? So my thing is just
after this point of free speech.
Yeah.
So Dave Rubin posted a report today, and Kyle Becker actually tweeted this. He said, Michigan House approves anti-free speech bill. Incorrect pronouns could cost you $10,000 or jail time.
So in Michigan,
free speech is crazy,
bro. Yeah,
like right now, that's the start of it.
Yeah,
it's going to spread.
It's going to become worse.
So, what are your thoughts on free speech, Nick?
Well, there's layers to it. It's been coming in waves. I'm talking about censorship, and it really started with the Trump election in 2016. I mean, there's always been censorship. It's always been a regulated press. But what happens in 2016, which is interesting, 2016 was the first presidential election when you had this high adoption of both social media and smartphones. People don't realize that. You had internet, you had email, you had desktop, but iPhone comes around, like 2009, 2010, Facebook around the same time. And you look at the adoption in 2012, and it's about half for both of what it was in 2016. So, and 2016 was sort of foreshadowed by some of these other developments like Gamergate, culture war on the college campus. What I mean to say is that the arrival of social media on the smartphone basically heats everything up.
Yeah.
It's decentralized information. There's no gatekeepers. Print, radio, television, for the most part, all highly centralized. Social media, you get citizen journalists, you get the forums, you get 4chan, you get Twitter. ISIS is chopping off heads. At the same time, you got Gamergate going on. You got, people dropping red pills. And they started to freak out about this at 2016. If you recall, the day after the Trump election, November 8th, 2016, Facebook and Google and all of them come out. And it was actually leaked audio. I think Breitbart reported this, where they said, we can literally never let this happen again. Like, Trump got elected because of so-called fake news. That's where it originated. We can never let that happen again. We need censorship. And that's actually fake news was what Facebook called it. Facebook, they tested this policy where they were going to put a preview on Breitbart or InfoWars articles and say, this is fake news. This is flagged as fake news. Right.
Yeah.
And that's where Trump flipped it on its head in the first press conference and said, you are fake news.
News.
Right. But so he actually appropriated it. And anyway, basically ever since that point, it's been coming in waves. And first it was Twitter bans and Facebook bans. And, I got banned from those. Then it was payment processors, PayPal, Stripe.
Damn.
PayPal and Stripe are 95% of the payment gateways on the internet. PayPal's 92%, Stripe is like 3%.
Wow.
It might have changed since then. That statistic's old, but it's most of the market share. Then they get you in the banks. They debank you, which has happened to me also. I got banned from Chase Bank. I got banned from Bank of America. I applied for a bank account at Chase Bank. They literally told me, don't even fucking bother. I applied. Wow. And before I could submit the application, a window popped up and said, sorry, you cannot create an account.
Yeah. So I gotta, because I've always wondered about this when they debank you and going back, right? I guess it's time to go into the JQ time, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So what led to you getting debanked specifically?
It was, it's hard to say because I had been banned. I guess the first bank I was banned from was Bank of America. So it was really, the thing is though, they don't tell you. It's after January 6th.
America First.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
What the fuck?
What did you say? What did you say that, because I remember you said that you started asking these questions, going back to our original situation here. You started asking these questions, right? Because Obama didn't sign an executive order to give funds to Israel, right? And you actually agreed with that. One of the things you agreed with. And then you started asking these questions. Take us through that, and I guess through the path, and then what led to the debank and everything else.
Well, the timeline of it was I lost my PayPal first. I think that was the first thing I got banned from was 2018. I want to say September 2018. I got banned from YouTube in February 2020. I got banned from Bank of America last summer, or maybe it was summer 2021, I think. And the thing is, though, they don't tell you. I mean, they just pull the plug. They tell you it's a reputational risk. They give it to you in a check. You have to go and arrange for it to be transferred out. They say you have 30, 60, 90 days to transfer it out.
Okay.
And if you don't, they send you a check in the mail. Here's your money. Here's your money, bitch.
Wow.
And I got banned from local banks.
How'd you find out?
National. They send you a letter in the mail, first class. And they literally send you a letter and say, we're closing your business checking account, your personal checking account, because you're a reputational risk to the bank.
Wow. Okay, so that's why they literally just say because you're a reputational risk.
Right.
Question: do you get your money back?
Yeah, you get the money.
How? In a check?
Yeah, you can. Will you either transfer it out or they send a check to you in the mail?
Got it.
After they close it, they give you a little time. I got kicked out of this bank. I want to say at the end of last year, and they told me you got 30 days to get it out. And that was when the Yay 24 stuff was going on. So I just didn't even get the letter. And so the lady calls me and she goes, hey, you still haven't gotten your money out. And I said, yeah, I've been in California. She goes, well, no one's told me anything. So, I'll give you another 60 days. I said, okay.
Shout out to her, man.
Right. So I transferred most of it out. I think I still have that bank account.
Oh, shit.
Because they just didn't get on her ass about it. But that wasn't the case.
Letter reputational risk.
Yeah.
Chase,
reputational
Bank
risk.
of America, all that. And then what did you say that led to that specifically? Do you know?
They don't tell you, they don't tell you specific thing, but that was never a problem until 2021. So maybe it was the Capitol because I was there at January 6th.
Oh,
could be that.
Okay. So if you can't bank at a bank,
that's what it was, bro. 100%.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
It's a law enforcement thing, I think.
What do you do with your money? I mean, you don't say on air, but how would you combat that if you can't bank at a bank?
Well, I mean, I just literally, it's like a shell game. I was just moving it from bank to bank. And ultimately, I'm going to run out of banks. I have an account.
I'm going to run out of banks.
No, literally.
No, dude. You know what's scary? If you can't put your money in a bank, right?
Yeah.
For example, let's say you got to buy a property or get a loan. Dude, you can't use your bank to leverage that. So that means you're fucked. Literally.
And I was fucked because right after the Capitol, the FBI froze my money because this is a long story, but after the Capitol, the DOJ came in and froze all my cash in my bank account. Damn. I literally couldn't pay my bills for 2 weeks, a couple months actually. And my credit score got obliterated because you start falling behind on stuff and my credit score was 560 or something.
Under what authority were they, what did they cite when they did you get a letter?
No, I didn't get a letter. I didn't even know how it got frozen. And I produced a documentary about this with a buddy of mine, Paul Escondon.
Yeah.
So it was a really bizarre story. And it's so weird. You may not even believe me, but my right hand of God, this is the truth. in December 2020, so a month before the Capitol, I get an email that says, hey, I just sent you some Bitcoin. Check your wallet, because I have my Bitcoin address on my D Live page. I was on D Live. I go, okay. The guy sent me 13 Bitcoin.
Wow.
Which were 20 grand at that time. So it was like $250,000.
Holy fuck.
Like, what the fuck? And so I emailed the guy back, and I never had a correspondence with him. I had emailed him in August. He said, in August, he sent me, I think, a few $100 or something like that. Said, happy birthday. Here's a few $100 in Bitcoin. That was our only correspondence. So I'm going, what's going on? Am I reading this right? So I email him back, and I'm like, hey, man, thanks. You want to get on a call? Whatever. I never hear from him again. Totally bizarre situation. Well, some obscure, I don't know, it was an Antifa or something like that, was tracking my wallet, because you could track the inflows and outflows.
Yeah.
And put out a report, I think, in late December. And they said, hey, this guy just got a conspicuous donation.
Oh, it's on the fucking chain link.
Yeah, it's on the blockchain.
The blockchain. I'm sorry.
Right,
yeah, blockchain.
So then the Capitol happens, and I'm there at the Capitol. And by the way, so this is just like the wrong place, wrong time to the max. I never went in the building. Okay. I never went into the Capitol. I was outside, but.
Well, that's obvious. They would have charged you if they would have loved to do that.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
And they would have loved nothing more. The day of the Capitol, some fucking journalist took a screenshot from a buddy of mine's live stream, because not my friend anymore, but a friend of mine was in the Capitol live streaming, and there's this like pixelated guy in the background
that looks like you.
Looked like me. But not really, because I was wearing a suit and tie and a jacket, and this guy was wearing a scarf and a beanie and totally different outfit. But some fucking journalist says, oh, here's Nick Fuentes in Nancy Pelosi's office. Here's a picture.
Oh, wow.
70,000 likes. 70,000 likes later. And this FBI affiliate who investigates Bitcoin called Chainalysis puts out a report and says, oh, it turns out Nick Fuentes, who was inside the Capitol and brought his followers there, got this big Bitcoin donation a month before. It gets better. It gets way better. The story hasn't even started. So who sends the Bitcoin? Well, they do some research about where the money came from, the wallet that it came from. And they find out it's this French hacker. It's this hacker from the country of France.
What?
He's got a blog. He's got a website. He left a suicide note the day that he sent the Bitcoin. And the suicide note says that he has this chronic illness. It's the deadliest, most painful illness known to man, but it's uncurable. Some neurological condition. They say it's the most painful thing, no cure. And he said that he's resolved to commit suicide because they can't cure it. He's made this fortune in Bitcoin that he made through his hacking career. That's how he was paid. And he says that since he was diagnosed, he started watching content. And he starts watching guys like me and Andrew Anglin and others, and says, I want to bequeath my fortune to people that are going to save the West because, I identify all these problems and blah, blah, blah. And so he sent half to me and half to about a dozen other people, like Ethan Ralph, Anglin, Jared Taylor, whoever, VDare, Patrick Casey. And anyway, so this looks really
bad. God. And here's the thing. I'm putting my Fed hat back on, and I'm like, oh, my God. Yeah, this is... now I see why they froze your money.
Yeah.
100%.
So they see a large sum in crypto from a foreign country to a guy that was placed at the Capitol. Did it touch your
bank account? Did you? Oh yeah, you put it into your.
Because I sold some of it. Yeah, I sold some of it.
Oh my God damn it!
Game over.
Yeah. Because guys, just so that people understand the laws, once illicit funds, right, whether alleged or not, touches
your account,
legitimate money, whole account is frozen, man.
You know, crazy.
Fuck.
Look at Andrew Tate. That's what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
They're saying trafficking illegal money.
Yeah.
Touches the account. They just take all of it.
Wow. Yeah. So, dude, talk about bad luck. So you think you're in the Capitol. You're not in the fucking Capitol. Then on top of that, you get $250,000 of Bitcoin from a suspicious source from a foreign country.
A month before.
A month before.
So, well, and then, and, I wasn't in the Capitol.
Was he Muslim too?
He was Mexican. So,
okay, all right.
There you go.
I was about to say, if he was Muslim too, it was a rat.
Yeah.
Oh, Patriot Act! He's a terrorist!
Right.
You know? But,
you mean the guy that they caught or the French guy?
The French guy.
No, he was French.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Like full-on French, not like a foreign national? Okay.
100%.
But if he was Algerian, though.
Yeah.
Better send me. What if the establishment planted a mole or, for example, this pseudo, real person to send you money, and they're actually, Muslim or certain them boys, and it's kind of like
if it was them boys, he wouldn't be in trouble.
Well, true, but no. Let's say it's Muslim, right?
Yeah.
Let's say
if it was a Habibi, yes, problem.
Sent him the money or anybody the money like that. They could set you up.
Yeah. Some people have said that. I got a buddy of mine who. He has a really good Substack. His name's Charles Johnson. He's like an intelligence spook, and he said something to that effect. He said, "You're probably set up. Like somebody probably
Thank God
arranged
you didn't
that."
go in the Capitol, man,
bro.
Fuck,
yeah,
bro.
I would have been.
Dude, in my head,
screwed.
I'm like, oh my God, no wonder. Like they had all the perfect lines, like to freeze your account, man.
Yeah, it was terrible. And
so, how long was it frozen for?
It was I can't comment on it because it's still an active investigation. So I don't even really want to talk about it because it's a grand jury.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Did they subpoena you?
No, but when they freeze the money, so I don't know the whole process, but they said it's a grand jury's involved. They said I'm a target of investigation. So that's the thing. People shit on me because I didn't tell everybody my money was frozen. And then there's some people say, oh, he got his money unfrozen. Why didn't he say anything? And it's like, I'm under a grand jury investigation. I can't be going and giving freaking updates every week,
But you got your money now.
I can't comment
on
the state of things because
holy fuck.
Well, and so this happens. I get put under investigation.
Did they interview you?
No, they never interviewed me.
The FBI agents that never came to talk to you?
No.
Don't
so knock on wood. Yeah, I think I might be okay.
Yeah. You got a lawyer?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
And that costs a fortune. But so they freeze my money. And it was so traumatic because, I like to stay up all night sometimes and I do my show. I stay up all night.
When they show up, bro.
Yeah, no,
Pound
for real.
Fuck you guys.
Yeah, I know all about their tricks and everything. My lawyer said the same thing.
Don't say shit.
But it's late January 21. I'm up all night and my life is already in free fall. I get banned from my payment processing. I get banned from D-Live. I get banned from everything. Instagram, Facebook.
Was D-Live another streaming platform?
Yeah. And I had 60,000 subs. I was getting 10K viewers a night. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not even a main platform either.
No, I mean that was like an alt platform.
That's what I'm saying. It's alt.
Yeah.
And that's what led to Cozy TV.
Right. So it was after that I made Cozy TV.
Throw his link up, man. Bro, now y'all know why you don't gotta fuck with bitches, man. Yo, my man is out here, dealing with adversity and overcoming, man.
Yeah, you don't know the half of it. I mean, and anyway, so then I got subpoenaed though. I got subpoenaed by Congress. And that's when it was reconfirmed that I'm still under investigation.
I remember.
Did you take the fifth?
Yeah, and everything, of course. Yeah.
There was a video being played at this hearing or meeting with you and Sneeko. You remember that one?
Yeah.
Was that it?
No. I got subpoenaed by the House Select Committee.
He had to come in and talk. They put him under oath, and if they subpoenaed you, that means they put you under oath and they asked you questions, and you said no.
Damn. Yeah, they deposed me with Adam Kinzinger was there, and one of the big or actually he's a Republican, but he's like a turncoat. And but yeah, I mean, it was actually kind of baller. I mean, I don't like to be in legal peril. My lawyer. It's so funny because my lawyer is actually.
Bro, they did to you what they did to the mafia.
Yeah, 100%.
Literally, when they were uncovering La Cosa Nostra and everything, they brought them in, made them tell. They all took the fifth, of course, but. Wow.
Well, and the goal of that was to unearth all the communications because they're trying to build a case against Trump and the others. And so that's why they subpoenaed everybody's communications because they want to map out the network. They want to establish conspiracy probably for a lot of these guys. And anyway, my lawyer is kind of like a little bit of a lib and he's like convinced that I want to be charged because this will be good for my career. I'm like, dude, I don't want to be charged with conspiracy. Like,
fuck that.
But these liberals, they think Roger Stone's behind everything.
If you're gonna talk about it, because you're off, you can fly now. But why the hell did they have you on the fucking no-fly list?
Well, so they told me that it was because during COVID, I a week before the Capitol, few weeks before the Capitol. It was in December, I think.
So was it after the riots that they put you on the no-fly list?
Yeah, after the riots. But the justification was before. They said that in December 2022, I got in a big fight with the flight attendant over the mask. Because during the mask mandate.
Man!
They're like, put your mask over your nose. And I got kicked off like a Southwest flight or something.
Yeah.
I was able to fly a bunch of times since then. Then after the Capitol, I get slammed on the no-fly list. And
How'd you find out?
Well, that's the thing. I tried to fly, and
I show up at the airport.
Yeah,
they let you buy the ticket.
Oh yeah, they don't tell you.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. That's a bullshit part because I go out. This is May 21. I was flying to this rally. I was doing a big rally in Florida about this tech censorship bill that DeSantis passed, and I show up early to the airport, And I wasn't able to check in on my phone because I fly all the time. I'm on TSA pre-check. I'm on the gold, whatever.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And, because I travel a lot.
Yeah, TSA pre-check. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know.
What the fuck?
So I'm like, I try to check into my flight on my phone and it won't do it. It says check in at the kiosk. I go, okay, I go to the kiosk, try to check in. They go, well, we can't print your boarding pass. Go to the counter. I go to the counter. I say, hey, I can't check in on my phone. I can't check in on my kiosk. What's going on?
Yeah.
And they go, okay, well, what's your reservation number? What's your name? They look it up. And then she goes, oh, okay. Picks up the phone, calls TSA. Okay, she's on the phone for 45 minutes.
Wow.
And she tells me, I'm sorry, sir, you are not able to fly today. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? What do you mean? Like, is it TSA? Is it the airport? Is it the airline? I'm like, what's going on? She goes, I can't tell you anything else. You can't fly today. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, can I buy a ticket from United? Because it's an American flight. She goes, all I can tell you is it's like Kafka-esque. All I can tell you is you're not allowed to fly today. I'm like, is it the airline? Is it O'Hare? Okay. So I go to the United terminal. I buy a ticket. I go through, same deal.
Wow.
Can't check in. Can't check in. Go to the desk, on the phone for 45 minutes. Check again, 45 minutes. I go home, I tweet about it. I don't expect anybody to pay attention because I'm already blacklisted, ostracized. Nobody gives a shit about my struggles because I talk about the Jews. So I put out a tweet. I go, well, I can't come to the rally because I'm on the no-fly list, I think. And it blows up. Everybody's talking about it. And then people start saying, well, where's the proof? You're a liar. And I go, well, I didn't record it. I didn't think to record it because, I'm expecting to get on a plane.
Yeah.
So I buy another ticket at Midway, the other airport in Chicago, from Southwest, the third airline. And I think, well, surely if I'm at a different airport, different airline, different destination, different time of day, if I can't go on this flight, I can't fly.
Yeah.
And the same thing happened. But this time I recorded it. And she accidentally said no fly list. I have the recording because I was recording. And the guy was giving me grief about it. He's like, oh, you recording? I'm like, no, I'm not recording. But I was. I'm holding my phone like this.
Yeah.
And the girl said something like offhand, she's like, something, no fly list. I said, what? No fly list? She goes, oh, I don't know. You could talk to the TSA down there. And I do, and they don't help me. And anyway, so I talked to my lawyer that was handling the money freeze.
Yeah.
And they tell him, or actually, no, I'm sorry. Alex Jones put me in touch with Norm Pattis. Norm Pattis is a big lawyer for Alex Jones and some other high profile guys.
Because they probably put AJ on a no-fly list too, huh?
They didn't. Point. They never did.
They never did?
No,
okay.
But he was interested in the case. You want to help me out?
Yeah.
So
shout out to Alex Jones, man.
Yeah, he helped me out. He's a good guy. So I filed, there's a form you can file, believe it or not. If you think you're on the no-fly list, you fill out a form. It's called the TRIP, Traveler Redress Inquiry Programs. You submit an application. And I called the TSA because there's a number. And I said, hey, I told the same story. I said, am I on the no-fly list? They said, well, we can't tell you because that's classified law enforcement information. They don't even tell you. Wow. Everybody thinks you get a letter that says, hey, you can't fly. You don't.
Yeah.
They don't tell you, even if you're on it.
Wow, bro. That's fucking crazy, man. I mean, that's typically reserved for people that are like terrorists and shit. Like,
right.
So you're telling me that you got into altercation before, during the pandemic because you didn't wear your mask. And then it actually took effect where you couldn't get on the plane after the riots.
Right. Yeah. So they sent me a letter in March and said, you've been removed from the no-fly list. This was last year. They said, we took you off the no-fly list. And they told me the reason, which was that.
The January 6th.
Uh-huh. And then get this.
When you never even went to the fucking Capitol.
Right. Well, they didn't say January 6th. They said the flight attendant thing. They said you were on there for this. And here's the best part.
That's bullshit. They just use that as an excuse.
I know.
That's really what it was.
But then everybody attacks me for it. Mm-hmm. So then Max Blumenthal, who is he's the son of Sidney Blumenthal. Sidney Blumenthal's like Bill Clinton's hatchet man.
Okay.
His son, Max Blumenthal, they're Jewish, by the way. And they got, these guys roll with like the SPLC. This guy got the SPLC to issue a retraction. SPLC's got a $500 million war chest. This guy got him to issue a retraction. So he's got some juice,
Yeah.
And anyway, so this year, Max Blumenthal, he has his publication. No, I'm saying just generally, just to give you an idea of, he's got some clout. So this guy, and this was never a big issue. I mean, I said I was on the no-fly list. First, they don't believe me. Oh, you're full of shit. You're not on the no-fly list. Then I record it. Then no one cares. Then I say, hey, I finally got off the no-fly list, and And
AJ's lawyer helped you with that one? Or going through trip, I guess?
So, yeah, we wound up not going to trial for this
Okay.
because the trip, got me off the list. So it was moot.
Nice.
But anyway.
And you're here now.
Yeah, so I was able to fly here. But so all is said and done. And then this year, this Max Blumenthal and his wife write a massive hit piece about me in their publication with the help of Tucker Carlson.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. Saying that, Nick actually isn't canceled because you see, when he got his money frozen, it's actually about this. And when he got put on the no-fly list, it's actually about this and blah, blah, blah. They write this massive 3-part, 10,000-word hit piece. This is Sidney Blumenthal's son and wife. And here's the best part. I get a call. I'll say it now. I never said this on my show before. I get a call from Michelle Malkin, who's a major legend, conservative writer, author. She tells me that Tucker Carlson, before this hit piece comes out, she's telling me Tucker Carlson called me and is grilling me about you, saying, hey, we're all really worried about Kanye. We're all really worried about Kanye. What's going on with him? Well, is Nick Fuentes behind this? Is Nick Fuentes made him an anti-Semite? Nick Fuentes, is this?
Let me guess, this is after he made his comments on Drink Champs?
After the Alex Jones.
After Alex Jones. Okay.
And so they're trying to set me up as the patsy for Kanye. They're trying to set me up as the fall guy for this whole thing. Tucker's calling Michelle and saying, hey, and he's recording it. She says that he sounds like he's nervous, like he's recording it. He's asking these weird pointed questions because she says he never calls her. She'll text him occasionally, say, hey, take a look at this, that, or the other. Tucker, out of the blue, calls her up, asking about me, asking about Kanye, asking about if I'm a Fed and all this stuff. I find out later, Tucker Carlson is working with Max Blumenthal, Sidney Blumenthal's son, Sidney Blumenthal, Bill Clinton hatchet man, on this hit piece, which again, 10,000 words, 3 parts. They're trying to attack my valor. Mm-hmm. And then the next day, a campaign goes up on this app called Influenceable. You ever hear of this?
No.
Influenceable is this new app where they pay influencers, conservative influencers, under the table to promote these campaigns. So if some influencer wants, Elijah Schaefer and Bryson Gray and these guys to promote something, they'll go through Influenceable. It's like a medium to pay creators to do advertising campaigns.
Okay.
A buddy of mine sends me one of the campaigns from Influenceable that got put up. Someone put up $100,000 after this hit piece was written to shill this hit piece.
What?
They put up a campaign. They said, we're going to give Influenceable $100,000. That's the pot. That's the pot money.
Yeah.
And influencers will be paid to tweet out the link to this article and put out the hashtag #FedFuentes.
Wow.
Yep. So I put these guys on blast. I go out and say, what's going on? You got Max Blumenthal working with Tucker to do a hit piece on me. It's in this weird publication. Then there's this $100,000 bounty going out on, they're putting money out there, serious money to smear me.
What the fuck?
I go, what's going on? So I put this all over Telegram and then it disappears. All of a sudden the campaign disappears. And that the brother of the CEO of Influenceable calls me and says, hey, man, could you take that down? Could you take that down? We don't, everyone's getting attacked over here at Influenceable. Could you stop attacking us? Could you stop calling us out?
Wow.
Yeah. Says, we want peace. We don't want you to attack us anymore. The one guy that tweeted the link out, his name is Ben Geller, something like that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you know? New York Jew.
Oh,
and you know what else?
What?
He's involved in allegedly some pretty sick shit, because I know people in New York, and he's in the DMs of a lot of teenage boys in the conservative movement on Instagram.
Shit.
Yeah.
Damn.
Go figure. So, gotcha, bitch. It's amazing. Here I am. I'm a guy that does a show. I talk about this stuff. We people say I make a lot of sense on these issues, or even if we disagree, you say, okay, you see where I'm coming from. But I get involved in these situations where it's like this French guy's giving me money and killing himself, and then the DOJ comes after me. Okay, pay a lawyer $100,000, get that solved. Then they're writing hit pieces about me, unravel that, and Tucker's behind it with Max Blumenthal. They're putting up $100,000 to get people to promote it. People take the bait, push the hashtag. He's in the DMs of these guys at high school that I know and Instagram. And it's this shit goes deep.
Yo.
And there's layers. It's like I started it out. It's layers. First come at you on Twitter. And then if you don't stop, eventually they just keep ratcheting it up until you get to convoluted stuff like this.
Damn.
Wow, man. Bro, there's a targeted attack. I mean, bro, we said it. You're like the most canceled guy, and I'm not surprised at all these fucking powers that be. I'm just really disappointed. Like Tucker Carlson, man.
But
Like
see,
I thought he was like the last real one left over there at Fox, man.
See,
like
this
what
is
the fuck?
the beginning of how people get targeted, and it's funny because this happened to Nate now, but this happened to anybody. So it's just like this is the beginning of what happens when you become a target.
Damn, bro. Like, why? Like, okay, because here's the thing, and let's go back a little bit, right? Because the whole situation, right? And Kanye reinvigorated the JQ, right? He goes on Drink Champs, right? And he mentions that he says the Jews run the media, they run Hollywood. etc. Right?
Yeah.
Obviously, Drink Champs freaks out, right? I think they cut that episode if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
They went wild, right?
I think
they film it here in Miami, don't they?
Noriega took it down, and they had to explain to everybody why he took it down.
Yeah.
And did he put it back up or no? Or just like a clip or edit?
He might have. He definitely took that part out if they did.
Yeah.
They freaked out. I know they got terrified when he said that shit.
And I'm like, yo, Nori, you're supposed to be the guy that's hitting with everybody.
Yeah.
Why you got to cut out Kanye? He's an icon. But once again.
Yeah. You talk about that shit.
In the media.
Yeah. So he says that, and then they cut it, right? They freak out.
Yeah.
Then, after the fact, I know that you partnered up with him, but they're trying to pin Kanye West's statements that you're the one that were like the master puppeteer or whatever. But if I'm not mistaken, you came on the campaign after he already made these comments, right?
Yeah, that was after DEFCON 3. That was after Drink Champs. That was after all of it. But
they're crazy.
They even did a BBC documentary. There was some BBC journalist ambushed me out there in LA because I went to go visit one of the properties.
The BBC.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know how much bullshit they are with the Andrews situation.
Exactly, yeah. And they come out and their angle, they're doing an interview saying, you're exploiting Ye, you're putting these ideas in his head, you're the one that's behind all this. And so they're trying to set me up as like, yeah. And here's why. Because a guy like Ye cannot be an anti-Semite for their frame. Okay. He's too much of a genius. He is too successful. He is too prominent. So when they see a guy like Ye go out there and say, I love Hitler, DEFCON 3, all this kind of stuff, it's a much easier sell for them to say, well, he's unwell. It's this white supremacist that put those ideas there. You know, it's this obscure other political guy that you're not heard of. Exactly. The patsy. And they can say about Ye, well, he's really unwell. You know, well, he needs to get on his meds or apologize or whatever. And then they make me the fall guy. And that's how they solve the dilemma of one of the richest, most intelligent, most influential people in the world today saying, it's the Jews, you know, and I love Hitler. So, but this is how they operate. And I was never subjected to that level of subterfuge, you know, because I had been subjected to the censorship and the debanking and the legal persecution and so on. But I'd never been on that level. You look at my Google search trends and it freaking blew up when the Mar-a-Lago thing happened. And so once that happens, then people really want, I mean, the prime minister of Israel put out a statement condemning me.
Wow.
If that guy comes out,
wow.
Back in November. So if he's coming out after
what did he say?
He condemned me in some, I don't know the exact words, but he condemned me. And then
here's the other thing too. Are you really an anti-Semite if you criticize Israel or you criticize a group of people? Because here's the thing. It's not all Jews. It's a small group of them that are involved in some shit where they're overrepresented in certain groups, certain, let me say, professions and or career fields or how do I say this? Industries. Sorry. They're overrepresented in certain industries, and you just calling that out. Are you really an anti-Semite for that?
Well, by definition, yes. Because if you look at, everyone thinks that anti-Semite means, you know, you hate Jews for no reason. That's not what it means. The State Department definition, the CIA fact book definition, ADL's definition of anti-Semitism is very comprehensive. For example, if you think the Holocaust was exaggerated, definition of anti-Semitism. If you think that any Jew has more allegiance to Israel than their home country, that's a definition of anti-Semitism.
What?
You can look it up. FBI definition, State Department definition.
What? Wow.
Straight up. Yeah. I mean, you could literally, because I didn't believe it either, but you could look it up. Everyone thinks it means, oh, you're an anti-Semite, you hate Jews. The FBI, the State Department says you're an anti-Semite if Holocaust exaggerate, you think Jews are loyal to Israel, if you think Jews conspire in the world, which they do. I mean, what's a World Jewish Congress?
Yeah.
I mean, what is that other than a global conspiracy?
Yeah.
I mean, even if it's benign, I mean, conspiracy by definition means
an agreement between two parties or more.
Right. I mean, having a World Jewish Congress is like the definition of a global conspiracy. But if you say that, boom, anti-Semitic.
Wow.
So by definition, the answer is yes.
That's crazy. See, because you can't even criticize Israel nowadays. What made you famous was a tweet that you made, right? It's what got you on the radar of a lot of people on Twitter. Well, I mean, I know the tweet, but can you tell the people what that tweet was?
Yeah. So I was actually a couple of tweets, but the first one I said something like, if you're loyal to Mexico first, go back to Mexico. If you're loyal to China first, go back to China. If you're loyal to Israel first, go to Israel. I'm America first. And Ben Shapiro quote tweets me. I put out some other tweet with basically the same sentiment. I said something like, I never see an article critical of Israel on Daily Wire. I wonder why that is. Right?
That ain't never happening.
Yeah. That was in 16 or maybe January 17.
Yeah.
And Ben Shapiro quote tweets me. So this is very early on. It's like, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And he I'm a nobody. I have like 1,000 followers at this point. He quote tweets me and says, accusing a Jew of dual loyalty is the surest sign of anti-Semitism.
You know what, man? Let me tell you, because I said this the other day. You cannot be a Zionist while simultaneously calling yourself an American patriot. You can't. And the reason why is because Israeli interests don't always align with American interests. I'd argue that a lot of times when we go off of Israeli interests, it puts the United States in compromising situations because we're ending up fighting wars that we don't necessarily need to fight. Look at Iraq, look at Syria. We're in places we don't need to fucking be. And a lot of times it hurts us and it benefits them. So it's like, you cannot sit there and say you're a Zionist while simultaneously saying you're an American patriot. And the fact that you can't even say that nowadays is fucking crazy to me because at the end of the day, bro, we're American first. And here's the other thing too. When I had a clearance, right, working for the government, you can't have dual citizenship. You can't. You have to have, if you want to have a secret, top secret clearance, etc., you must have, and if you did have a second passport, you must renounce that fucking citizenship.
Right.
Why? Because they want you to have allegiance to the United States only. And that's the way it should fucking be. So you can't sit there and tell me, oh, well, Israel first. Okay, cool. If it's Israel first, then you're clearly not America first because our interests don't always align. Do they align sometimes? Yes. But do they align most of the time? A lot of times they don't. And we end up in fucking wars that we shouldn't be. We talked about this with Scott Ritter. Yeah. We went to Iraq for Israel. Period.
Yeah. See, I want to know what it is that Israel has that America needs or has to be scared of because they literally kowtail towards Israel. But I don't know what it is that we're so tight to them.
Yeah, why do we bend over backwards for them, Nick?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, and it's so interesting because I've done the Israel debate a million times, and I've debated like Robert Barnes. He's he's on Rumble, and he's on Alex Jones all the time. He's a lawyer. I kicked his ass because this is an unwinnable position, defending America's support for Israel. Because, they'll go down the list and they'll say things like, well, they're our closest ally. They're a special friend in the Middle East. Here's the thing. The Eastern Mediterranean is not a strategically important region. People think Middle East important. What's important in the Middle East is the Persian Gulf, because that's where the oil is. So Saudi Arabia, Iran, Kuwait, that's important. Israel is not.
We secured them back in 74.
Exactly. $1. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Eastern Med is not important strategically. They say, well, they buy our military equipment. They also get a sweetheart deal. They're the only country in the world that they don't have to spend all the military aid that they receive from us on our military hardware. They get, I think it's 25% or more they get to spend of our aid on their own defense industry. It's why they have very sophisticated defense industry. So that's not it. They say, oh, well, they help us with intelligence. Really? Because they sell our military secrets to China. They get caught doing it all the time. And they steal intelligence from us. This just happened last week, where Joe Biden was conducting these talks under the table to do another Iran deal. And then Yahoo leaked that this was happening because he's trying to sabotage the deal. So, some ally on the intelligence front. The reason why we bend over backwards for Israel is because they control our system through bribery and espionage and corruption. You look at the Israel lobby in Washington, D.C., it's the richest, most wealthy, most effective lobby. And even
that's a fact, too. That's not even that's 100% a fact. Like the Israeli lobby is extremely powerful, deep pockets, lots of money.
Look no further than Sheldon Adelson. Sheldon Adelson, number one donor to the Republican Party for the last 10, 15 years. $500 million to the Republican Party alone, one guy in the last 10 years. They buried him in Israel. When he died, they flew his body on a private jet to Israel, and the body was greeted on the tarmac by Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh.
So he's an American billionaire, makes his money in Macau, actually, casino magnate, and there's some connections there between China and Israel. But anyway, he makes his money here in America and uses all of his clout and money to finance the Republican Party becoming the number one pro-Israel party ever. He leads the donor list of individual donors for Republicans every cycle in the last 5 or 6 cycles. Now his wife has taken over, and we talked earlier about DeSantis. Who did DeSantis go to meet in Israel a month before he announced? Miriam Adelson, his wife.
He kissed the wall?
He kissed the wall.
Damn.
And he met with other donors. So it's got nothing to do. They have nothing to offer us. They have nothing to give us. And actually, people don't know this, but this idea that the Arab Muslim world hates us for our freedom or whatever is not real. The Muslim world didn't hate America until after Israel was created. The United States actually had good relations with the Arab Muslim world.
They did.
It wasn't until after Israel was created. Mm-hmm. And even before. If you look at what Muslims thought, there's a good book about this. I forget the author. I think it's Lewis. He has a history of the Middle East. And he talks about how actually the United States was considered different than Europe, because the Muslims considered Europe the Crusaders, the New Rome, the Christians. But they didn't feel that way about the United States. The reason the Arab Muslims have a problem with us is not because of our freedom or because we're Christian. It's because of our unconditional support for Israel. All the terrorist groups say that, all the legit ones.
What about the argument that they're God's chosen people?
Well, here's the thing about that.
Because the Bible does talk about that, though.
It does.
Before we talk about that, I was just going to say, I speak Arabic, families from Sudan. You watch Al Jazeera, you watch any of the full tapes of them, listing out their demands before they, kill someone or whatever it may be. Because Al Jazeera doesn't censor anything. It's always Israeli support is like at the forefront of their anger. If you listen to, I know people, if you watch Osama bin Laden thing, right, where he talks about blah, 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 why he's mad, at the top of it is Israeli support, right? Get out of Palestine. You guys are occupying a Muslim land, blah, blah, blah. And then the whole thing with 9/11 and Saddam Hussein, etc. Like Saddam and bin Laden hated each other. They didn't even like each other. A matter of fact, the reason why bin Laden hated the United States so much, besides the Israeli situation, is because Osama wanted to fight on behalf of the Saudi royal family to get Saddam out of Kuwait. But that's why. Yeah. And then they're like, no, we're going to use America to fight them, and fuck you and your freedom fighters. I know you beat the Soviets in the 80s, but we don't care about that. Mm-hmm. And that's what pissed him off. So he got pissed because America fought Saudi's war, which he thought was, why are infidels fighting a holy war? And then the Israeli occupation. So like every single terrorist, right? I'm not justifying what they did. You should never kill innocent people. The Quran says you don't kill innocent people, but that's what they're complaining about. It's not our freedom. It's what you said, 100%. They're angry because of Israel being there where the Palestinians were. But sorry, you were talking about the people thing in the Bible.
Yeah, about the chosen people. So here's the thing. As Christians, I'm Catholic. As Christians, we believe that the Jews were chosen as the vessel for the first covenant, which is the 10 Commandments and the law. And that's, by the way, what Jews believe in today. They're people of the law, the 613 commandments. It's all based on that. If you look at these Chabad Orthodox Jews, that's what they're about.
Yeah.
But we as Christians believe that, of course, the prophets prophesied about a Messiah. We Christians believe that he arrived. His name was Jesus Christ. And so the thing about the Jews, and this is something that I just, people ask me all the time, what book did you read that woke you up on this? I just thought about it. We hear this term Judeo-Christian all the time.
Yeah.
What is a Jew? What is a Christian? A Christian believes that Jesus Christ is God, the Son of God and God. He's a Savior. He died so that our sins could be forgiven and that we could go to heaven. Right? He's supposed to resolve original sin, basically, to put it in a very reductive way. What is a Jew? Well, a Jew is a person who believes in the Old Testament, but doesn't believe that Christ was a Messiah.
Yeah.
So what defines them is that they don't believe that Christ was a Messiah. So how do you have a people, you call it Judeo-Christian. Judeo thinks that Christ is not the Messiah. Christians believe that he is. These are mutually exclusive positions. They're opposites. And so the thing about the Jews is that Catholics do hold that Jews have a special place in world history because of that. And they don't forfeit that. But we believe that the real chosen people now, since the coming of Jesus Christ, the new Israel, is not a piece of land in Palestine. It's not this tribe. It's not the people that practice these, the ancient laws. We believe that the new people of Israel, the new Israel, is the Christians. The new covenant is the covenant that Christ made. Follow me, you'll go to heaven. Take my body, take my blood, you'll go to heaven. And so now Christians are the chosen people. So people use that all the time. They say, well, what's the connection between Jews and Christians? And the connection is this: Jews put Christ on the cross. If you read the gospel, even if you go to Mass at Easter, it's not even like it's ambiguous.
So it wasn't the Romans? Some people say it was the Romans.
Well, the Romans carried it out.
Yeah.
But if you read the gospel, I mean, why was he accused in the first place? What was he accused of? He was accused under the religious law by the Pharisees, by the Jews, of claiming to be God.
Turned on him, thinking that he was not God.
Okay.
So he came
I'm not
to
familiar
earth.
with the Bible.
No, he's right.
Yeah,
he came to earth for sins in a human form as God. They saw the miracles. They called him like evil, basically like Antichrist, and basically himself, when he was actually Christ, and he killed him.
Yeah. I mean, even the Quran acknowledges them as the first people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you can eat kosher meat as a Muslim. You know what I mean? Like normally you're supposed to, bless it before you behead the animal or whatever. You can eat kosher meat from them. So there's a lot, and they're all also, believe in one God similar. So, all the Abrahamic religions have similarities or whatever. But I think I want to make this very clear, because like some people are watching this show right now, and this isn't to say that Jewish people are bad. This is to say that there's a select few that have heavy influence in American politics that influence things not for the betterment of the United States. It's for the betterment of Israel. And at the end of the day, if you're an American patriot, if you're America first, if you love this country, then you have to look with two eyes wide open. Like, yo, we're doing a lot of shit a lot of the times to benefit a country where we don't get any benefit. We've killed more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. We went ahead, and how many soldiers died? 1 million? Something crazy during the wars in Iraq?
Yeah, a lot.
I don't think it's 1 million.
I think, sorry, with the war on terror in general.
So
something
but it's a lot.
like that.
That was a lot.
With the war on terror.
Yeah.
We spent $8 trillion on this war. What the fuck do we have to show for it? We made Iraqis more unstable than ever before. ISIS, there's more terrorist groups that came in, became a hotbed of terrorism, which is what we exactly went over there to stop.
Soldiers died too as well.
So American soldiers died for a war that we didn't need to fucking go. And, I know Ryan Dawson is out for you right now, but he showed me something very interesting. 85% of the oil that Israel gets comes from Iraq.
Yep.
Oil. And then if you look at it right now, why is Trump getting prosecuted? He didn't want to go to war with Syria. Who's Syria's top op? You know what I mean? It's all connected, bro. And it's a small minority of them that are involved in a bunch of this bullshit. And then, I showed you that picture. AIPAC isn't even hiding it. 98% of the candidates that they back win. So you can't become a politician in the United States unless you have Israeli interests at heart, even if you don't necessarily want to support them.
Which is why I'm saying DeSantis is playing his part. But
it's playing the game.
To just my last question here for you, Nick.
We all get canceled for this conversation.
Yeah, probably. Okay. We kind of have an idea of what's happening behind the scenes, but how do you even fix it?
Well, first I want to say something about the Jews, okay? And about Jews as like people. It's also important to keep in mind that they also don't believe in Jesus, which is a problem, and people don't know this, but everyone thinks Jews, people of the book, Old Testament, the Torah. But here's the thing. The Jews have other holy books. In the first century, the Jews put together, they basically extrapolate from the Old Testament 613 commandments.
Okay.
Because you have the 10 commandments, but in the Old Testament, it's full of things that they say. Like in Leviticus, they say you can't wear two fabrics together, and they say you can't have milk with meat and things like that. Those aren't in the 10 commandments, but those are among the 613 that they consider the body of the law. They're people that worship the law. So in the first century, they put together what's called the Mishnah, and the Mishnah is all those 613 commandments laid out. Well, the rabbis start to talk about the commandments because, as it turns out, life is very complicated. It's sort of like the hadiths, similar in Islam, where, they imply what happens in the Quran. Not perfect, but similar. And so what they do is they come up with something called the Talmud, where they include the 613 commandments, they include the Mishnah, and they include all the rabbi commentary and interpretation on these things. And this is where we find out about the Jews, because they say things about Jesus Christ in the Talmud. They say that Jesus Christ is burning in hell, They say that the Virgin Mary is a whore. They say all these despicable 100%. It's in the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud.
I didn't know that.
She belongs to the street.
Yeah, a lot of people know that. And this is like their holy book. Now, back in the Middle Ages, Jews and Christians are living together in Europe, and people started to find out about this. The original Judeo-Christians were Jews that converted to Christianity. Okay. And so there was a famous case where a Jew converted to Christianity in medieval France, and he goes to the king and says, "You're never going to believe what the Jews are saying about Jesus in the Talmud." They say that Jesus is in hell. He's knee deep in excrement and semen. His mother's a whore. He's illegitimate. All these things. You know, this is what the Talmud says. And the king says, you know, I don't know. I don't believe you. So they have what's called a disputation. It's like a debate. It's literally like blood sports, like internet blood sports, but in medieval times. They call it a disputation. It's called the Disputation of Paris. And so they order the rabbis, the local rabbis, to come together, pick your top 3 rabbis, and they bring the Catholic priests together and have a debate about what's in the Talmud. And there is so much outrage about what is in the Talmud among the Christians in France that across Paris, after this is resolved, they burn the Talmud. Everywhere they can find a copy, they burn it in the streets of Paris. Now, I remember a couple of years ago.
Was this? Like, when was this?
This was in, I think, the 14th or 15th century.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that, though. I don't know.
I had never heard about that. Okay, continue, please.
Yeah. And there were a few of these. There was a disputation in Barcelona. There was some disputations in Italy. These happened throughout Europe in the Middle Ages, and they had different effects. So a couple of years ago, you remember the Notre Dame was on fire. You remember this?
Yeah.
Big, famous French cathedral. And this is like a symbol of humanity. It's also a cathedral. It's a Catholic church. When that cathedral is on fire, there's a famous Jewish leader who got a lot of heat. He said, "This is our revenge for the disputation of Paris." He said, "This is our revenge for the burning of the Talmud back in the Middle Ages." And so what's important to understand, you know, when these Jews come into America in the last century and they cut through our society like a hot knife through butter, you know, you see Ryan Dawson's explaining, I think he does a good job of doing this, even though I don't really care for him. He does a good job.
We're gonna make you guys friends again. But sorry,
I hope so. You know, we're adults. We put it behind ourselves, but
you guys are too important.
Yeah. And you know, he's good at what he does. When he paints a picture of these Jews in society at the Sunborn Institute, for example, and the transportation networks, and he talks about the organized crime and the Israelis and the Irgun and these groups. Why do they cut through American society like a hot knife through butter? It's because they're race loyal. It's because they're tribal. It's because they can count on the, you know, these other Jews.
They put Israel first.
Exactly.
They're real patriots. That's one 100%. Thing I will say I respect it. Like, they literally will do anything for their country.
Right.
I respect that.
But do you know why?
Why?
Because they think they're God's chosen people.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, and
we're not.
See, I'm looking at the geopolitical angle. I don't have the religious aspects like you guys were talking. So this is like a very interesting conversation because I'm bringing in the geopolitical side, and then you guys got like the religious side. Like I didn't even know about the Book of Talmud. Like I don't know any of this stuff.
Yeah. Well, and here's the important thing is that all the Jews that came into America, because people's rebuttal all the time as well, you know, these Jews are atheists. These Jews are liberal. They're secular humanists. All the Jews that came to America from Eastern Europe were religious 100 years ago. Yeah. So all the Jews today either are religious or they have a grandparent or a dad or great-grandparent who's religious, and they're very communitarian. So they go to Jewish schools, Jewish neighborhoods, all this. And so you have to wonder, and there's a great book about
makes
this.
Money, they all make money. They share money with each other. Like that's why the wealth stays with them. Like they literally know, oh, you're Jew. Okay, I'm gonna support you. Oh, yeah, I'm making $1. You're gonna make $1. They hire each other. Nepotism is practiced. That's how they keep the wealth.
Well, they're communitarian, and you know, there's a book about this called by I think it's Israel Shayhak, and he's quoted by Ron Unz on the Unz Review. He's got a book and an essay called "The Weight of 3,000 Years," and he talks about what is the impact of 3,000 years of Jews hating Jesus, hating Christians, thinking that Jews are better than Christians. I mean, they think that we're animals. They call us goyim. Goyim means cattle. They think we're animals.
Really?
They don't think we're people.
Gentiles?
Yeah. And you know,
and Muslims too.
And in the religious law, there's all sorts of double standards. Like they think that you can lend money to a Gentile with interest, not to a Jew.
Usury, yeah.
And there's all sorts of double standards like this.
Because can any other religion, if I'm not mistaken, Islam usury is banned. In Christianity, is it banned, guys?
Usury is a sin in Catholicism.
Okay.
It is?
I don't know about Protestants, but yeah, for Catholics, usury is a sin.
Not for us.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, and that's why they say they got so rich is because they were the only group that could lend. And so they would go into these countries. And here's the other thing. The reason that Jews were made in many jurisdictions tax collectors is because they were the most vicious towards the native people. They didn't give a shit about English people. That's why the crown made them the tax collectors, because they would go and do the worst. That's why in the Russian Revolution in 1917, which was all Jews, I mean, all the Bolsheviks were Jews, they went in and slaughtered the royal family. That's why they went in and slaughtered all the kulaks, because it was Jews carrying out this revolution. And they looked at these Russian serfs as oppressors, as Christians, as goyim, as cattle. And so you have to wonder, what is the weight of 3,000 years of this attitude? It's not just these people. And that's where I disagree with Dawson. Dawson says, well, it could be anybody if it was Chinese, if it was Russians, but it's not. And it's not interchangeable. The people that are running these countries hate Jesus Christ. They write in their religious book. No other religion is like this. Even Muslims, as you know, see Jesus as a prophet.
We acknowledge him, and yeah.
Not Jews. Jews hate him. So it's not just any group that's running the society. It's not just any group that wields its influence. It's a group that hates God. It's a group that hates Christians. It's a group that historically has hated Europeans. And, you know, all you have to do is listen to them. This is the last thing I'll say. Bret Stephens, I quote this all the time. He's a columnist at the New York Times. He's an Israeli Zionist Jew. He used to write for Jerusalem Post. He did a debate a few years ago with a big famous rabbi, Rabbi Shmuley in New York City. And this was the debate topic. It says, is Trump good for the Jews? That was literally the debate topic, which is like,
okay,
says a lot in itself.
Yeah.
And he says his case is this. He says that having a nationalist leader is never good for us as a people. Having a populist leader is never good for us as a people. He said, we thrive in a liberal international environment. He says, when Trump attacks immigration, it should be a scandal because it attacks the core of the liberal international principles that have been so good to us as Jews. That's a direct quote.
Wow.
And it's like, so once you hear that, it all starts to fall into place, whether it's the Zios or the so-called secular humanist Jews, the atheists that run Hollywood and the media. These people have it out for us, and they have it out for God. And you can't have a virtuous, good society if it's being run by people that have turned away from Jesus Christ.
You want to know something funny about this whole conversation? The Jews, who are God's chosen people, will inevitably bring about the end of the world.
That's
because
right.
They're fighting a war that they think is right, but it's the opposite of what God actually wants. And in the Bible, Revelations speaks about it.
That's true.
Which is why all the time you're trying to fight it, you can't fight it because it's going to happen.
Well, they want to rebuild the third temple.
Yep.
They want to, and we see their Messiah as our Antichrist.
Exactly.
They think there's going to be a worldly Messiah.
So what does the devil do? He did everything opposite. What are the Jews doing? Opposite.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bro, I mean,
yeah.
See, the whole religious aspect side, I didn't know any of that. I look at it like, because I'm looking at it like, if you look at it from a geopolitical angle, like, bro, it's I mean, you look at who stole the nuclear bomb from the United States. You look at 9/11. You look at there was 100% proof that there was Israeli intelligence involved in, you know, the towers going down as well as Saudi Arabia. You look at the JFK assassination, which no one wants to talk about, but the Jewish mafia was 100% involved alongside the La Cosa Nostra and the CIA. But you look everywhere with any crazy situation, they're there. So it's like, okay, you got to start to look, okay, well, who's involved, blah, blah. And you look and you see like it's a small minority of Zionists that typically are involved in some type of situation where they're heavily influencing American politics. And then if you look, right, you look at like Putin, right? Putin got rid of all the Jewish oligarchs after the fall of the USSR. That's another reason why the American media hates Putin so much. Another bomb drop for y'all.
Yeah.
Like, he got rid of all the Jewish oligarchs after the USSR fell, because that was a big reason why the USSR fell in general, because the wealth came in. Hey, Israel first. Fuck Russia.
No, you're right.
Boom. And then he got rid of all of them. Where'd they go? Ukraine.
Anyone who's an enemy of Israel is enemy of the world, basically.
Yeah. So that, I mean,
that's
one
right,
thing I will give them, they fucking take patriotism seriously. They put their country first. It is what it is. Like I said, my view is I have an issue with the globalist elite that are fucking up America. I mean, maybe you guys have a different take, but my thing is that small percentage that are influencing American politics for the betterment of Israel and not necessarily the betterment of the United States. I think that's where people need to start looking. But yo, you can't even mention this shit. If we had this conversation on YouTube, gone, banned.
Well, my take is I agree that's happening. However, saying it in public, shit like this isn't gonna help anybody. If anything,
well, we got 30,000 plus people watching right now. Shout out to all y'all ninjas that are aware.
But Nick, tell me if you agree.
31K.
You saying these things makes you what?
Canceled.
And what?
What?
A target. And
True.
eventually,
You're probably on the Mossad list.
yeah, eventually.
No, we about to be on it too, nigga.
well, hey man.
Yo.
Listen, Juice.
Shout out to Rumble, man.
I understand what it is, man. But
Shout out
hey,
to Rumble, man.
I'm
Free
just saying,
speech, man. But man,
Anyhow,
it's the truth,
yeah.
man. These guys literally influence American politics to a degree where it puts us in bad situations. Like, if we were not so in bed with Israel, we wouldn't be getting the amount of terrorist attacks that we get. But every single time before these niggas yell Allah Akbar, it's because of fucking American foreign policy in the Middle East. That's every single time.
Yes, but it has to happen though.
Why does that happen?
This whole process of like them doing these things for their agenda has to happen.
I think that's true ultimately, but by the same token, we don't know how much longer we have.
Yeah, we don't know.
You know, so it could ebb and flow.
So
and
to wait, I would say this: to wake people up is definitely good, but I just think you got to do it in a certain way where like you don't end up martyring yourself because then you're gonna stop the message. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, you're certainly right. There's no doubt about that. I just feel like there's a fine line because so many people, they don't want to fight battles.
Yeah.
You know, they think that taking risk, getting heat, taking shots, they're so averse. And sort of what I want to do is to go out and say, like, I'm not afraid. Like, I'm going to go out and say the message and all this. Because there's just this culture of fear. Everybody's so afraid to say anything. And the problem, because although you're right, it's one of these things where it's like, here's what I mean by this. I agree with what you're saying, and I know what you're saying is true. Mm-hmm. But by the same token, if everybody believed that, I feel like no one would say anything. You know what I mean? And so it's very important that you acknowledge that and understand that, but at the same time understand that, you know, sometimes people got to say stuff. You know, sometimes people got to take the ball and move it down the field.
And I agree. However, Tristan got a lot of heat for this on Twitter. He was saying, in a nutshell, yes, these things are true about the JQ, but why not focus on yourself as a man, becoming better, and be successful? Because then you can make a change in your community indirectly. My thing is, yes, acknowledge what's happening. When you want to bring a solution, the solution is, hey, fuck that shit. I can't stop what they're doing. I can focus on my family, my immediate environment, and change that. That's
fair, but bro, most people don't even know what the shit that we're talking. I mean, hell, even me. I know the geopolitical side. I didn't know the religious side that y'all just mentioned.
No. But knowing it doesn't change the course. Only thing that changes is, okay, now you're a target. Versus, for example, you know what? As a man, can you make money for your family and influence people? Can you do that? If you can't do that, then you're talking about it. For most people, doesn't change anything. That's what I'm saying here.
I think people should be aware, though.
Being aware doesn't change it. What you should do is focus on yourself.
But if you're aware, right, then you can move accordingly.
True, but at what cost?
I only fear God.
But here's the thing. There's a good amount of people that are aware of it to a degree. They're quiet about it. We're talking about it. We're out here. It's JQ time, right?
Yeah.
Everybody else is too much of a bitch to have this conversation. You can't have this conversation on no major podcast. That's let's keep it 1,000, right? I mean, hell, when you went on Tim Pool, what happened?
Well, yeah, that was over very quickly. Last like 30 seconds.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like we're probably the only big podcast that's talking about shit like this. You know what I mean? And hey, at the end of the day, like I said before, do I agree with every single thing Nick says? No, but you know what? His fucking freedom of speech needs to be protected, and he should be able to say this shit. And a lot of things you say are true. Like, bro, we literally are doing a bunch of shit that compromises American national security for a country that doesn't necessarily give a fuck about us. They stole the nuclear bomb from us. They've stolen secrets from us. The biggest spy in American history, Jonathan Pollard. What did he do? He sold our secrets to the top ops, the Russians.
Yeah.
And he got out of prison, and they let him go back to Israel. Crazy. If any other group of, if any other nationality did this to us, China, Russia, anywhere from the Middle East, gone. An FBI agent, Robert Hansen, sold secrets to the Russians. He got life. He went to ADX Florence Max. He actually died like a month ago.
Yeah.
Right? But this guy sells secrets to the same ops. Gets out in 20, 30 years on parole. Federal time, which they don't give you parole on federal time, by the way. Fucking weird. And he gets on a private jet, goes back to the homeland.
Yeah.
The boys.
All right, we got some girls coming up and some chats here from Rumble.
Yeah.
I
This was a great discussion. God damn it.
Yeah,
that was very good.
Masad's gonna show up here and kill us, but that's fine.
I just want people to realize that, like, yes, have the knowledge of it, but you yourself, you might lose your job, your family.
Yeah.
I mean,
don't talk about this shit publicly, guys.
Right now, we're at risk right now.
Yeah.
You guys are not. You say, oh, first scared, nigga. I got shit to do with it. You don't have to do with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The real talk, guys. Like, yo.
Yeah.
Don't play this podcast out loud at your job. Don't JQ out in public in real life. Like, bro, enjoy it here, but like, bro,
it's almost like the red pill. You don't want to exactly preach it, live it, so they can see it, and then, oh, you know what? I want to be like him.
This is the fastest way to get your shit fucked up, guys. All right. Nick looks like the guy that doesn't put no seasoning on his chicken because he's a white guy.
Oh, true.
Fantastic. Whitler goes, Myron and Fresh, you are forever honorary Groypers for this. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to all you guys. Yo, you got a loyal supporter base, man. Shout out to all of them. Thanks for having Nick Fuentes on the show. Big shout out to you guys. Nick's next event, Fuentes Rally 2, is on July 16th, only on cozy.tv. Yes, guys.
All right.
Cozy.tv/Nick. Cozy.tv/Nick. Check them out. So happy to see Nick. Great.
All right.
I always learn something when I'm with this guy. Follow Nick on Cozy.tv and Rumble and Nick J. Fuentes. Absolutely. He's on Rumble as well, guys. Yes. Go check him out on Rumble. W. Nick hiding your power level. Love speech. And then we got that hoodie drippy Nick. Okay. Philippi J goes, NJF verse 10 Jewish women next. It'll be better than that. Don't worry. We love Nick. Okay. We'll probably bring some Jewish girls for y'all on Monday. Nick, you need to unretire Nick the knife. Okay. Mexipino goes, yo, Nick, what's your favorite saint? And Norvo, Ordo, or TLM?
St. George, my confirmation saint. And, well, I'm like Novus Ordo. I'm post-trad. The TLM stuff's gotten out of control, I think.
Fair enough. We got here Skathy. I suggest you bring infamous internet personality and friend and associate of Nick, Ethan Ralph, on the show. He's seasoned with cancel culture and will excel with girls panel. Ask Nick, he can connect you.
Who's that?
One of his homies, I guess.
He's a legend. He's a Gamergate legend. And maybe I'll give you his number.
Okay. Cool. Yo, Nick, what's the origin of the beef with John Doyle? I like the guy, but anyways, W stream. W Nick.
Oh, he attacked me. He attacked me on a Twitter space. So I attacked him back.
All right.
For the frog. Dalmar goes, whoa, this is one of the problems, ethnic issues. Spain is in Europe. Southern Spain certainly does not look like Norway. Lot of peeps directly descended from Spain in Mex that kept bloodlines. Okay, fair enough. Fresh, don't lie. You love Nick. Christ is king.
I don't hate anybody. I once again, like, we can agree to disagree. I just think, personally speaking, I don't promote doing what I do. Do what you want to do. I live my life. You live your life. And ultimately, I'm gonna fuck white hoes. That's it, bro.
I'm gonna duck in the door. I'm gonna fuck white hoes and milk.
I can't stop you yet. I'm teasing it.
Next thing you
I'm
know,
going to White House.
First go wake up. You gonna see a Bernie cross and a bunch of niggas in white hoods. Fucking our women. Nick's gonna pull the rope out. It's time.
Put on the shirt. Shirt on.
My big speaker up here. Wait, what?
I'm gonna scream BBC.
BBC. Oh, you won't be able to when they hang you, bro. All right, this is my first time tuning in to your guys' stream. You guys are killed it. We're an ammo dealer based out of Arizona. If any of you guys need ammo, use code FreshAFit at lastshotsaz.com. All right, man. Shout out to you, man.
Hey, man, you didn't clear that West, bro. What the fuck going on, man?
Go get some ammo in Arizona, ninjas. All right, guys, we got some lovely ladies here, so we're gonna be back here. Chris, call it.
10:45.
Chris, you got to wait. Hold on.
Damn, nigga.
No.
You got, bro. You just because Nick is here doesn't mean you got to be a white supremacist now.
Listen, man.
This nigga screaming out white power.
10:30, Chris. 10:30, Chris.
He got too excited. He saw Nick in here. He was like, "Oh shit! Yes.
Oh shit!
I can finally show my racism." All right, guys, we'll be right back here with Nick and some lovely ladies, man. We'll catch you guys back in a bit. And yo, check out Nick on cozy.tv/Nick. Go support him over there, guys. We'll be back in a little bit. Peace.
I ran so far away.
Welcome to the Fresh Fit Podcast After Hours Edition. We'll join Nick Fuentes and a bunch of lovely ladies. Let's get on it.
Hold on. You see what we did here?
I see what you did there.
I see what you did there.
Let's go.
It's my world.
Nobody cares, bro. Get out. Get out.
It's the night on the clock. In the night, no control.
Yo, put your shoes on outside. You don't got to put them on in here.
I know the night is not what it seems. I must believe in something, so I'll make myself believe it. This night is
We are back. What's up, guys? Welcome to Fresh Air Podcast, man. We're joined with a bunch of lovely ladies and Nick Fuentes, the legend himself. Quick announcement, guys, before we get into the show. Number one, rumble.com/freshfit. The last interview we did probably will get us kicked off YouTube. So go ahead and check us out over there on Rumble if the day ever comes and we get canceled.
Or missing.
Yeah, or missing. Right? If Masada comes and kills all three of us, you guys will know where to find us. And also check out Nick on cozy.tv/Nick. Check him out over there, guys, because he's banned off everywhere.
Hey, man. I'm going to Barbados, bro.
Yeah. I know that, nigga. Yo, we ain't same after that last interview, bro. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, you guys can go check it out after we finish this one. Also, freshfit.locals.com, guys, get all the behind the scenes stuff. Our pre-stream as well.
Pre-streams as well. Shout out to her.
Yeah, shout out to her.
Yep.
Freshfitstore.com, guys, go ahead and get your Chris the Bum shirt because, well, of course, Chris the Bum, my favorite shirt that I wear. And then also, guys, go check us out on Fresh Fit Clips. As you guys know, we post 6 clips per day, 10 shorts per day. So check us out over there. And we also got another YouTube channel called More Fresh Fit Clips, also for your bite-sized portion of the content if you don't have time to watch a full-on pod. And then also check us out on Spotify. I'm always posting on there every single day. So you can get the audio version of the pod or the video version as well, and you can close it out and listen to it. And then Fresh, your vlog.
And again, guys, I'm excited because we're going to be in Colombia this month. I'm going to vlog the whole process from the time we land to the time we leave, and parties. It's going to be lit. Also as well, guys, for the network, join up, add value, give value, and become a member. Shout out to you guys in the chat. Let's go.
And then also, guys, check me out on Fed Reacts. You guys know I break down criminal cases there. The last one I did was a reaction to Numac, Ryan Dawson's documentary on how a certain state that can't be named on YouTube stole the nuclear bomb from the United States. And then the last episode I did before that was Aileen Wuornos, the first serial killer in U.S. history. And then also, don't forget to go ahead and get my book, guys, Why Women Deserve Less, in stores right now. It's Amazon bestseller. Oh, yeah, shout out to you, man. You got the softcover version.
Welcome back.
I got the hardcover version. So go ahead and get the book right now.
It's like deja vu.
Yeah, pretty much it is. And she sat next to me last time, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And then also, check out Nick on cozy.tv/Nick because, again, he's been banned everywhere. So go support him right now, motherfuckers. And then, Chris, go ahead.
And girls, send me a DM on RC Parks on IG. Make sure your page is not privated and you have photos. And if you're flying in from some other state to Miami, Florida, make sure that, you tell me, I don't know what we're doing 3 months down the line. It might be canceled. Who knows? Or so make sure you show up and
Who's that?
That's a great
That was
show.
assassination sound. You went like this, but that was a terrible assassination sound.
I tried.
On the chicken.
Yeah.
Okay, without further ado, though, ladies, if you don't mind, give us your name, your age, what you do for a living, dating status, and if you want to, of course,
Your body count.
And we're gonna start right here. Welcome back.
Hey y'all. Hey, my name is Glodian.
Wait, what?
Okay, cool. Let's run that back. Okay, so my name is Glodian. I go by Glow. My grandmother named my aunt Glodian because she didn't want to name her Gloria or Diane, so she infused the names. So that's how we came up with Glodian. You know, black folk, how they do.
Chris, Nick,
All right. How old are you?
I am 33.
Wait, 30.
Where are you from?
I am from Miami, Florida.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I am a creative producer and a program manager's assistant at Camilla's house.
Okay. Oh,
Hey.
Camilla's. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Camilla's house, the
No,
shelter.
No, I'm familiar.
Oh, okay.
You guys also, give people housing as well. Help
Correct.
them with their rent and everything
Yes.
else like that.
Yes, I'm that person. I'm that girl.
Yeah, I had a tenant, man, for that did Camilla's house, man. Y'all the worst. Anyway.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm
Yo,
sorry.
pay a goddamn rent to the landlords, man. I'm like in my head, like Camilla's house. No. Yeah, they basically help subsidize people's rent in the Miami area.
Yes.
It's kind of
No,
like Section 8. It's a government program, but it's similar, but it's a city / state run. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, the issue is trash. But that's a whole other conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. And then what's your highest education?
I have an associate's
Okay, cool. And what?
in medical administrative assisting.
Okay. And then what's your relationship
medical?
status?
I'm sorry.
What's your relationship status?
I have a boyfriend.
Cool. How long y'all been together?
Off and on for like 8 years.
God damn.
Yeah.
Question.
Yes.
Nick wants to know: is he black or white?
Black.
Okay.
Black Nick is actually for that.
Yeah, I'm a little afraid
Stay with
to
your
get
own.
outside of my race.
Okay, what about you? What's your name?
I'm Kiki.
Chris, did you do this on purpose? You could say "Hey y'all" 8 times.
Sometimes.
Childish, man.
All right, it's Kiki. How old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay, where are you from?
Originally from Washington State.
What part of Washington?
Like right on the border of like Portland, Oregon, and Vancouver, Washington.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, do you live here in Miami now, or are you just visiting?
No, I live here.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I'm an athlete, so I go to school. I don't work.
Okay, full-time college student.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you do? What sport do you play?
Soccer.
Soccer? You play soccer?
Yeah.
I got you good.
I mean, I got a full-ride scholarship, so does that tell you something?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
I don't know.
I need proof. Other than that,
I mean,
more girls.
we can pull up some highlights. I don't care.
Are you? Do you want D2, D3?
I mean, it's NAIA, but
NAI. What's that?
your like I don't
like
even know how to
below
explain
D3.
it. Yeah.
Is D3?
No, it's like below D3, but it's like it's not in the like D1, D2, D3.
DL, division loser. No, I'm just kidding. I was visualizing. That's why I'm just fucking with you. All right, but NAI,
Like junior-
NAIA,
like
I
junior
never heard of that,
college?
but okay. And then
Is it like community college or junior
No.
college? Junior college?
University.
No?
No,
it's like above
it's
JUCO.
university.
Oh.
I already
Alright.
went to a JUCO.
And well,
Oh,
she goes to
there
school
we
for free. It's fine.
Yeah.
And then what are you? You're
Shoot.
pursuing your bachelor's degree, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
What are you majoring in?
psychology.
Useless degree, but you ain't paying for it, so who cares? And then what's your relationship status?
Single.
All right, cool. What about you?
Hey y'all. I'm Stephanie Mason.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 20.
Where are you from?
Texas.
What part of Texas?
Dallas, Texas.
Oh shit.
Okay.
South Dallas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn, I knew it.
And then what's your profession, or are you a student?
I'm a student. I'm studying psychology.
Okay. Pursuing your bachelor's, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Okay. Where do you go to school? Do you want to say? You don't have to.
FMU.
FMU? Okay. And then what's your relationship status?
Single.
Cool. What about you?
Hey y'all.
Welcome back.
Hey y'all, Phantom in the building. I am 33. Highest level of education. I have a master's degree. Currently doing this law school fight, song and dance. What else?
Where are you originally from?
Oh, Indianapolis, Indiana, originally.
Okay. And then what do you do for a profession? I think we know, but I mean, it's always. It's
So my
kinda,
business is Phantom Intimates. I have a lingerie. I sell men's and women's lingerie. So phantomintimates.com. Make sure you check me out. I'm also a radio personality.
Okay.
Check me out on 103.5 The Beat if you're ever in Miami. Download the iHeartRadio app.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Shout out to y'all because I got noticed because I do this. So, you know. And lastly, y'all catch me at the trap still.
All right, so she's still scripting. All right, cool. And then what's your and then highest education master's? What do you have it in?
Hospitality and tourism management.
Okay.
And dating status?
Oh, single.
She belongs to the street.
Okay.
What happened to the last guy?
Yeah, what
Oh my God, I don't want to talk about it. I'm so heartbroken. I don't want to talk about it. Like, it's really fucked up. Like,
God damn it. We'll probably get into it. Wait, what was his race? Was he black?
yes, I won't date a white guy. All a white guy can do for me is give me some
Nick's like, I'm safe. Shit. All right. This is more entertainment than I thought it would be. Me just sitting in the background. All right. What about you? What's your name?
Hey y'all.
Wait, hold on.
I knew it. Right when you looked at her,
I was like, wait, did I just ask you questions? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What's your name?
My name is Anna.
Anna. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. Where are you from?
Washington State.
Okay. That makes sense. And then what do you do for work?
I'm an esthetician.
Okay. what's your highest education level completed?
I have a bachelor's degree in sociology.
Okay. Did you also play soccer for free?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Did you go to the same school as her?
No, I had gone to UAPB in Arkansas.
UAP?
UAPB.
UAPB. Okay. Is that a Division I school?
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. So who's clearly the better
Don't do
one?
that. Don't do that.
Clearly the better one. All right. And then what's your relationship status?
I'm newly single.
Oh shit.
And in Miami.
And in Miami.
I in Miami.
Are you visiting or do you live here?
I just moved here like 2 weeks ago.
I'm telling you,
and
bro.
then you came.
I've been lived here for like over a year.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you
I
go to school out here?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then cool. And then why the relationship? Okay. What race was he?
He was black.
Okay.
You can't make this up, bro. You can't make it up, right?
I'm right.
I have my theory on why this is, but we'll continue. All right. Fantastic. All right. And then what about you? What's your name?
So I go by Sauce Goddess.
What is it? Sorry?
Sauce Goddess.
Sauce Goddess.
Yes.
Sauce. Okay.
First name Sauce, last name Goddess, or
Period.
okay.
She loves salsa, right?
What the fuck, Chris? Chris,
I'm just saying, she loves sauce.
come on, man.
That's her name on IG.
All right. What? All right. How old are you?
And food.
I am 33.
Wait, 33?
Okay. And where are you from?
Miami.
Okay. What do you do for work?
So currently I am a owner of my own spa.
Okay.
Baby F. So
All right.
y'all can follow me, Baby F Miami.
Okay.
And
Period.
period.
Okay.
Okay.
So you own a spa?
And I also am a dental assistant as well.
Okay. Cool. When are you gonna quit the? Well, if you own a spa, you don't need to be a dental.
You gotta get that money. So, but I'm just like still, working up, building my clientele.
Okay.
And then,
Okay.
so
Okay.
I can,
And then you're gonna leave.
Yes.
All right. All right. Good. And then what's your highest education level completed?
So
High school. Associates.
Well, esthetician school.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
dental
that counts.
school.
That counts. So
Yeah.
you got like your is it a degree or a license or?
So it is a diploma and certification.
Okay. I'll put cert.
Yeah.
And you said esthetician, right?
Yes. And
Do y'all
dental
work together, you
assistant.
two?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Curious. Do you do her stuff?
Yeah, she has falsies on,
Yeah.
but normally
She
I do
usually
her
does my
lash extensions.
lashes.
Yeah, I'm her lash
Okay.
artist.
She's been moving, so we haven't had time to do it. But
Okay.
I also am a
Do y'all have
body
like matching
sculptor.
tattoos? I noticed both of you guys have tattoos
Yeah,
on the
we got
left
one.
side.
we have
Matching
one
tattoo.
matching tattoo, but not all of them.
Okay. All right. And then what's your relationship status?
Single.
Single? Why do you say it like that, man? You sad?
Oh, we
I
already
don't know. I don't know.
We already know, man.
I got PTSD. But I'm also a body sculptor, just FYI.
Okay. What was he?
Stop
Was
the
he?
cap.
Was he black?
She,
Oh, it was a she.
yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Plot twist.
What was she? Was she white or was she black? What was she?
She's black. She's Jamaican and other stuff.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Other stuff.
All right. Nick's approval once again.
Well, sort of.
Well, sort of.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
Wait, Jamaicans are black though, right?
No, but
But
remember,
she's a girl?
She's a girl.
Oh, yes,
Girl,
yes,
girl.
yes.
Christian.
Okay, I would say
Right.
it's.
Haram.
But, and what y'all call it?
I'm Christian though.
What is it when it's forbidden?
Yeah.
We call it haram. What do y'all call it?
We just say it's sin.
You going to hell?
Sin.
Oh my God.
Sin.
I'm trying to
Sin.
convert.
So
Then
much.
that's okay. All right.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
And then what about you? What's your back?
Hi, thank you for having me again. I like to go by Clammy with a K,
Okay.
and I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Okay. Wait, how old are you?
I'm 25 years old.
25. You're from Orlando. What do you do for work?
I am currently in medical school, so I'm a full-time student.
Wait, medical?
Medical school, yes. Training to be a physician,
Okay.
MD.
All right. And then what's your relationship status?
I am spoken for by my sweet boyfriend.
How long y'all been together?
Aw.
We will be going on 8 months soon.
Okay.
Is he black?
No, we talked about this last time. I
Haram.
Sorry, Nick.
I don't know who Nick is. I like to meet new people, but he is Jewish and white.
First time in history that Chris is a W because this is literally battle.
Literally. Somebody was in their bed tonight.
Good job, Chris. W in the chat. W in the chat.
I really wish I had more knowledge on
Right.
Oh, don't worry. Oh, you might want to. I did not tell you at all.
Don't worry. No. He's the number one Zionist in the chat. Don't worry. He's off for Israel. Okay, let's continue on with the show. Where are we at here?
Chats?
Oh,
Okay.
hold on. Last but not least.
Oh, sorry.
Guest of honor.
Wait, hold on.
Right.
Who are you, brother? Welcome.
Oh, wait, sorry. Beforehand.
Oh yeah, what? Leave it on Twitch all the time.
Get Twitch.
We got
And Facebook.
we got to get off everything.
Oh.
All right, yeah, come on, yeah, Rumble on YouTube, and then just we'll see how long we can last on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please tell them who you are, brother.
Yeah, bro.
Well, hi. I'm Nick. I'm 24. I'm single. What else? What did everybody? I'm a live streamer. I'm a political live streamer. I do a show.
And your body count?
0.
What?
No bodies.
I knew it.
That's cat.
No
No,
bodies.
I believe him. I knew it.
She says it in a mean way, though. I'm religious. I'm saving myself for marriage.
I love
You like that? Let's go.
Okay.
I'm
So-
practicing
what
abstinence
religion?
right
Is it
now.
Christianity?
Catholic. I'm Catholic.
Oh.
Who asked that? It's weird.
You said you're Christian. I thought you said you were Christian, though.
Well, yeah, Catholic is Christian.
Uh-oh.
There we go. Bring it on. Well, what kind of Christian are you? The kind where they like lesbians or something? I didn't mean that.
Right, you said that. Oh my God. Am I being judged right now?
Yo.
You know, a Catholic don't judge you, baby. A Catholic don't judge you.
We can have a religious debate. Go ahead. You were gonna say.
You know what? You know, I rap too. I'm going to make a song about you now.
Really?
Yeah.
On what, SoundCloud or something?
No.
You meant it. You said it.
Listen, clearly, I'm on all platforms.
Okay.
How about you diss him right now with some bars?
Yeah.
Let's do
I
it.
kinda like Nick,
Oh, you're scared now.
Nick,
Yeah, I am.
she's going to make a song called Confessions to You. There you
There
go.
you go.
Confessions.
There you go.
You can't spit a bar.
No, not right now.
Oh,
No.
Not
L
about
rapper.
Nick.
City Girls Down.
Yeah, City Girls Down in this case.
She spits sauce.
All right, Chris, you're making some jokes today, man. You're doing a good job today. You're doing a good job today. You don't need to be fucking up.
Okay.
All right.
This is Subscriber Friday.
Yeah.
So-
Oh shit, it is Friday.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm gonna turn it to Nick to ask the first question. We already got 9,500 y'all in here, so this is what we're gonna do. From this point forward, we're gonna go 50 and up. However, every single question that came in before, we will answer it, and we'll read it on screen. And then every chat that comes in from this point forward, we're gonna show on screen. So we got y'all. Nick, I'll turn it to you with the first question.
All right. Well, you know, I noticed you're all black people. Wait a second.
This is when you're out of here.
And what about it?
Right.
I think you're all black.
And what about it?
First of all, Nick's never been around this many black people in his life. So let's give him, I know, baby, I know. So let's give him some grace.
He's handling himself.
Yeah.
He's Italian. It's expected.
I just want to say at the outset, okay, I don't know what you guys know about me.
Not
I
a
love
thing.
black people. Okay, I just want you to know.
Oh, yeah?
All right.
You want to know?
I'm not a racist. I'm a big fan. Love what you guys are doing.
Can you name 3 things that you love about the black community?
Right.
Funny, musical.
What?
All basic
Athletic.
shit.
Entertainment.
All basic ass shit.
Favorite black comedian?
I got a question next.
Oh, I don't know. David Pryor.
Okay.
That good?
Okay.
I actually am not
Richard?
familiar.
Yeah.
Richard Pryor.
Right.
Who's your favorite black artist?
Thinking of Dave Chappelle.
I thought you were going to
I get them all mixed up though. I get them all twisted up in my head.
According to Nick, they all look the same, so don't worry.
Exactly.
Hey, y'all look similar.
Exactly.
Y'all look similar, you have to admit.
What's your favorite black historical or political figure?
Historical or political
Please
figure?
don't say
Don't say
Kanye West.
Okay.
I love Kanye.
Real quick. Did Nick? Did you have a question, or did you want the ladies to ask you a question?
Well, I'll ask the question. I just wanted to put that statement out there.
Okay.
Because we've been talking about race mixing.
Okay.
That's sort of been.
That's the first time that word has been said.
Nobody said that.
Well, on the show before you guys got here.
Okay.
And indirectly also, yeah. So I thought I'd ask the panel, and this is really prompted by Myron, because, I respect everybody's opinions on this, but what does the panel think about race mixing? Y'all have black boyfriends, except for the Jewish boyfriend. Why don't we start with you? What do you think about race mixing? Do you think about this? That is a fair question.
So, I actually don't necessarily call it race mixing. I call it interracial dating. After that, I don't know the exact time frame, but I believe in the 1950s, that's when interracial marriage was legalized. Please, someone correct me if I'm wrong. I can't put a correct date to it. But I don't think it's inherently bad. I don't think it's inherently something we should strive for. If it happens, it happens. I know there are certain people who their dating preferences are anti one specific race. I do not agree with that. But if someone comes from like a very Asian family and they're like, listen, for cultural reasons, for like getting along reasons, for integration reasons, it's going to be in my best interest to date another Asian person. I really do get that. But if someone is like, an Asian person who says, I'll date anyone besides Hispanics, that's, it's a little sticky.
I see. Why don't we just go around the panel? Can I say my position first?
Yes,
Is that
go.
all right?
Yes, I can't wait to hear yours.
Yeah, you guys are probably curious. So here's my position, okay? It's a little, okay. You're going to be surprised about this, I think.
Me?
Yeah, so I've actually said on my show a lot, it's a little controversial in my community, but I'm actually attracted to women of all groups, of all races. Okay. See, I'm 21st century. Well, here's the controversy. But I would never date someone from outside my race.
I agree.
Okay.
But here's why. So I'm Catholic. My body count 0. I want to have sex with my wife, just my wife. And I only want to have sex to have kids. And I want kids that are from the same group as me. I want white kids. So naturally, it follows if I want to have a wife and I want to have white kids, then I shouldn't date someone outside my race because I'm not going to marry them.
Correct.
So that's my position.
Yeah.
But we'll go around. What do you guys think about that? What are your thoughts on it in general? What about you? So I'm sorry. Someone had a
I was going to say, if that's the way you think, Baby Blue, then keep that in your vicinity because,
But he has the right to not.
I agree. I agree. Because dating outside my race makes me feel weird. I've done it just to make sure that
What was his race?
He a Nicaraguan. He still had color. You feel me? He was Hispanic. But at the same time, he still wasn't a black man. You get what I'm saying? So I agree with you. Okay. You get what I'm saying? Like, love y'all, but I ain't gonna date you, baby. You get what I'm saying? And I get that. Because I want black babies. So if I want black babies and I want the black race to continue, I'm going to, lay down.
It's like he's trying to push his racial agenda. We're doing the same by not.
Yeah. I mean,
because it was cute how his message had a racial undertone and yours didn't. You guys said the exact same thing.
The only reason why mine didn't have a racial undertone is because I'm black and he's white, and people like
not necessarily because you called it interracial dating and he called it race mixing.
Yeah.
That is just.
Oh no, I was talking about his example. Like, he is a white guy who wants to date white women to have like white cultural standards. Where my example was an Asian person dating an Asian person to have Asian cultural standards. It's the same exact thing, besides white and Asian, obviously. But coming from a black woman, I feel like, especially in the society where very democratic, very libertarian people are like supposed to be quote unquote the correct people, they would like accept me saying it before him just because it's me. Which
But again, it's about the undertone and how you guys said it. Like I said, you have the exact same message, but you called it race mixing.
It's
and she called it
interracial race mixing.
It was just the verbiage.
One at a time, ladies. One at a time, so they can actually hear you. Somebody had something over here.
I just feel like it was the same message, but different verbiage.
Yeah, and that's what makes it different. Like I'm okay. Like before we got on air, we were talking because somebody on my Instagram live asked me to ask him would he date a black girl, and he said it with a smile. No,
right.
And I said, okay, I don't care because I wouldn't date a white man.
That's fine.
That's right.
And then he called me racist.
Well, I said that as a joke, though. I said that laughingly, in a friendly way. Well, but here's the thing: we are saying a different thing because you're saying culture, but I'm saying race.
Exactly.
And I think that, but here's the thing. I feel like if a white person talks about their race and the way that black people talk about theirs, they get called racist. But you said you want to have black babies because you want the black race to continue. That's why I want to have white kids, because I want the white race to continue.
Well, it's racist because of historical and because of systemic racism that runs in white culture.
So, but what's racist about me wanting to have white kids?
Nothing is racist about you, particularly because you're 24 years old. However, coming from a white, not white, an Anglo background, and our country was built on the backs of slaves and or taking people's land and or acting like it's ours. It's always going to be there. So yeah, and the fact that white proud guys go, we're the superior race. So you can't act like that doesn't happen either. So just because you're sitting here going, oh, well, I'm different. I like y'all. I'm just not gonna date y'all.
But both people didn't mention anything about superior. Even I did not mention anything about.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just talking about culturally and historically. That's what I'm saying.
She's
like,
saying
I'm not saying nobody said that.
Oh, so like societally now the air is different because
systemic racism is real.
His ancestors might have had like totally bad intentions.
They did.
I don't even think it's too far removed from him. That's probably like his parents.
My ancestors had bad intentions.
In the
well,
sense,
I mean, you're a white man. Like, I'm sorry.
Well, but you don't. But you're making assumptions. I mean, what background am I? Do you know?
Right.
You said Italian beforehand.
Yeah. So
the Italians supported Hitler, didn't they?
Well, not the Italians that came to America, but also I support Hitler, so it's really besides the point. But
that's so.
But look, so you don't really understand, okay?
We are running in time now. Let's go.
Sorry.
I understand that someone can say something like, I support Hitler, and it's like, okay, well, maybe you can support one isolated thing that he did rather than like the tragedy that he was known for. And it's like a tongue-in-cheek thing to say. I mean, as someone who is dating a Jewish man, like I cannot just like sit here and get into an argument over that with you. Like we would be here all day.
That's true. Well, and I don't support just part of it. I support most of it. I'll just put that out there. But
why?
That's besides the point.
I don't know why.
Murdering
Why?
people?
Because, well, first of all, I don't think that actually happened. That's first. But second of all, I think the whole history of World War II is basically a lie, in my opinion.
It was genocide. First
it's also factual.
Can you explain that?
So like,
one at a time here.
Okay, we'd be happy to facilitate this debate. We'll allow it to happen. But just let Nick give his position, and then you guys can articulate your response back. But before we do that, did you want to answer the systemic thing?
Yeah, the Hitler thing to me is a diversion, but the systemic racism thing, that's really the critical thing.
Right.
See, I look at it kind of differently. You say that white people came and took the land and we built it off of blacks and everything. The thing is, though, where were blacks working or where were they slaves in America? They were slaves in the South, and they were doing agricultural work. And so as a consequence, they didn't really...
Are we calling it work? Or were they forced? Were they happy to be there?
That's forced labor is still labor, right?
That's
forced labor.
So, I mean, but the point is, it's agricultural labor. And, America's not built on, cotton necessarily. It's built on buildings and railroads and things like that.
That the majority of African American people actually help facilitate and make.
But the point is that, blacks picking cotton doesn't mean that they built America. Moreover, all of the wealth that they created in the South was destroyed by the Civil War. Civil War destroyed the entire South. And by the end of it, there was almost nothing left. They were occupied by the North for a generation. So, the notion that like blacks built America, whites built America.
So you're saying that, black people just had to sit down and do the dirty work.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they were brought here. They were told to do the work. and they did agricultural work. But to say, blacks built America, they were always a fraction of the population. They were never.
Well,
more
what
than
I said
10%.
is that America was built on the backs of slaves, is what I said. And then also the other part of that is, shoot.
Well, going back to
we
the
said about the land
racism real quick, because you had said that you want black babies, and everything else like that. And then he said he wants white babies. And then you said, well, back in the day, there's a part of systemic racism. That's what makes it racist. But my argument would be, if you look at someone like a Malcolm X or Martin Luther King, et cetera, they all push for, black families to stay together, support black businesses. How's that different from what he was saying? Because they were also around during the civil rights era.
No, I didn't say him wanting to date within his race is racist. I didn't equate that to systemic racism. I was talking about his verbiage. The fact that he called it mixed, and the fact that it's blacks, and the fact that it's like, yeah, I like y'all, but I'm cool.
Right.
That's where the systemic racism comes from.
That's also,
and I'm okay with that. Like I want to have a black family. I don't mind that. Like I'm okay with that. I would never date seriously outside of my race. I wouldn't.
But would it be fair to say that systemic racism can be played on both parts? Because on the black community, they also were saying, hey, back then, same thing with the racist whites. There were also blacks that were racist back towards them. Like, hey, we're going to keep black culture.
But black people being racist was a response.
Yeah.
That was the response that was met with racism. That was them standing up for themselves. That was them regaining their lives and their cultures and their identities. That's what they had to do.
But isn't racism, regardless of whether it's in retaliation or not?
Fair point.
I feel like this is an argument of like, what is the definition of racism? It's general disdain or hatred towards one racial group for no reason.
Right.
Or like wanting to date someone. And
Sorry, stop there. So if it's whatever you just said for no reason, right? We as black people had a reason to be racist. We had a reason to be angry. People literally came and took us from our families and beat us and made us stay here and work. That is not the same.
I absolutely believe that black people do have a reason to be angry. However, for moving the black community forward, I feel as if there has to be some level of evolution where the current white people do not necessarily have to pay for the sins of their potential ancestors.
Okay. So there has to be accountability before you can get to and white people don't want to have accountability. So they want to go, those were, but we're talking about generalizations. We're talking about generalizations.
I don't know.
What does accountability look like, though?
Exactly. What does accountability look like? It looks like reparations. It looks like privilege.
No way.
No, it looks like reparations. It looks like owning what your ancestors did.
Absolutely.
It looks like not trying to whitewash history.
Okay.
It looks like
erase it. Period.
I mean, or erase it, right?
Teaching
it looks like things like that
as it was.
So how would you do reparations? Would you tax all the white people and give it to all the black people?
No, I'm against that shit.
No, if we're talking about reparations, one of the first things I would do would find a way to fund education publicly that does not disadvantage low socioeconomic status households, because unfortunately right now a lot of Black and Hispanic people are living in low socioeconomic status. And when we have education that is funded by the neighborhood, you're putting people at a disadvantage.
We tried it already
and
with the Black Panthers, and what happened with them? They became public enemy number one. FBI is number one because they were pushing the Black family. They were pushing cultural within our culture, our community, education, food programs, medical, like. When Black people become too powerful, we become a threat.
We become a threat.
I understand the sentiment, I really do, but I don't necessarily believe in like monetary. Every Black person just gets $10,000 right now. Like that wouldn't help. But if we found a way to really infiltrate our youth with the power of education, I feel like that would be a very great first step. A very great first step, but that's not what's happening right now. And I feel like every political season, we all talk about who can use what bathroom. We talk about, can a woman have the right to whatever, but we never talk about like public education.
Well, public education is quite on the forefront right now.
Is it? Okay.
Absolutely.
Maybe, okay.
What's the Supreme Court just did and what's happening in Ron DeSantis' state of Florida?
K through 12 though. I want to get into the K through 12 because that is what is setting the foundation.
But you live in Florida, baby. You don't know what Ron DeSantis is doing down here?
That's at the college level and the graduate level.
No, I mean like the younger generation.
What is it called? Race theory critical?
Yeah.
Let me jump in here. Let me throw a little wrench into the conversation. Yeah, everybody's always talking about like education and stuff, and they say, well, the reason that the Blacks and Hispanics aren't performing so well is because the schools aren't funded, the schools aren't good.
There's not one reason, I don't think.
I think there is. And the reason is that when you look at IQ tests, blacks score 1 full standard deviation lower than whites on average on IQ
But we're not even
tests.
getting the same education.
But what is your
we're not even
reasoning
getting
for
the
that?
same.
Well, IQ doesn't have anything to do with education. IQ is innate.
Do you think that it is like,
Damn.
are you talking about
Okay.
like a nature versus nurture argument here?
Yeah, I'm saying it's genetic.
So you believe that black people
Oh,
are inherently
okay.
dumber?
I'm saying
Right.
on average,
So
blacks
the fact
have a
that we
full
are
standard
oppressed and
deviation
being put
lower
in-
IQ.
So you think
And-
it has nothing to do with the way that we
and being
don't have the
redlined
K-12
and being
education,
put
or
in
maybe our
stressful
homes might be a
situations. You
little
don't
Here's
that
why.
have to-
Here's why.
But you don't think that us
That's a
being put
very
in
wild argument.
put in
It happens to be
in
true,
what they
though.
call ghetto. And do you understand? Do you understand what it is to live a black life?
No.
You don't,
I'm
right?
white.
Okay, right. So exactly.
Italian.
So no.
But I like
But
black
listen,
people.
I didn't say that has nothing to do with you liking me or disliking me,
You like
love.
someone that you think
But
is inherently
when I'm put into when I'm redlined, when I can't go into certain communities, when my community doesn't have what your community has, and I have to go to your community to get what I need. I don't even have what I need in my community. What do you think that is? Like what are the response? These are our responses to the conditions. Do you understand
Here's
that?
what I
Racist
want
is
to
created.
yes, I'm
Can I
glad you brought that
interject
up.
Ladies,
really
let
quick?
him
Please answer this question.
let him respond to her
Okay.
situation, and then we can go ahead and let you guys chip in. And then we'll probably have to go Rumble sooner than I thought. But this is amazing. Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
So here's the thing. What you're talking about when you say that, blacks don't have access to resources, that's of course because these neighborhoods are impoverished. They already don't have wealth. They already have these problems. I would throw something else into the mix and say, let's look at something like a food desert. That's a big complaint, is that they're not able to access fresh food in these neighborhoods. Well, Walmart just left Chicago. I'm from the suburbs of Chicago. Walmart just pulled out. Why did Walmart pull out? Is it because of redlining and white racism? Or did Walmart pull out because people kept stealing? They pulled out because people kept stealing.
That argument is a non sequitur, though.
Why is it non sequitur?
It's a non sequitur because
Y'all still
talking
the
about
most.
food deserts and talking about food deserts and trying to equate that to why you inherently believe that Black and Hispanic people are genetically and inherently less intelligent. It's a non sequitur to talk about why Walmart is no longer in Chicago.
Here's
Hold on,
the
I want to touch
correlation.
on that too. Go ahead.
Okay, well, here's the point, is that whenever there's a conversation about because fundamentally the conversation's about the disparity between blacks and whites, which is persistent in wealth, unemployment, income, all these things. And really there's two explanations. And one is circumstance, historical disadvantage, these kinds of things, which you might call nurture, so-called. I mean, for lack of a better word. The other argument is that blacks and whites are different, and they're genetically different. And these behaviors that they exhibit are the result of genetics. And so if black people have an average IQ of 85 in America compared to whites of 100, it doesn't mean that there are no black people with an IQ over 100, obviously. But it does mean that on average, there are fewer of them. And if that's the case, this has real world implications. There's going to be a reason why the black schools perform worse than the white schools. And it's got nothing to do with the school, the funding, the public policy, and it's got everything to do with their innate faculties in the beginning.
Hold on, wait.
Your claims.
Because I need to hear.
I want to go in on this.
As a Black woman who is in education, this is something that is very important to me. And I mean, we can talk all day long about the nature versus nurture debate. I do believe a lot of the struggles that the Black community is facing right now has to deal with nature. Nurture over nature. If we had the same resources like the K through 12 education and the strong family unit, I don't see why there is any genetic, we have coded the human genome. I feel like if there was any genetic implication as to why Blacks and Hispanics are performing less, maybe the scientists who coded the human genome would have come out with that information already, but I don't think that they have.
Well, the brain accounts for 50% of the human genome. And when you look at Black people and white people, they have all kinds of different characteristics, different skin color, different gestation period, all kinds of different things.
Gestation period, by how many days?
I don't know the exact number of days, but if you look at it, it tracks. Asians have, I think it's the highest, and then it's whites, Hispanics, and then Blacks.
But everything how is that following the argument that we're
here's the
having
argument
here? Okay.
So if we agree that there are already differences that we can see, if there's physical differences, then it would follow, if the brain is 50% of the human genome, it would be ridiculous to suggest that whites and blacks and Hispanics and Asians all have the same brains.
Intelligence isn't necessarily phenotypic, though.
100% is. What is intelligence? There's a stronger correlation that intelligence is genetic than so many other things. It's a heritable trait. That's not even disputed.
So let's stop there because if we keep talking about how education is more. No, because if we're talking about how education is more genetic, meaning passed down some kind of way, that's in with African Americans being lower than whites, it's only because we were not given education for so long.
That's not true, though.
Right.
That is very true.
It's not because when y'all got us from Africa, you got us. You got the greats. You got the scientists. You got the alchemists. You got all the greats. What y'all thought was great. What y'all thought were what. Right. And when I say y'all, I mean your ancestors. You feel me? So what y'all thought was great. Y'all scooped us up. Y'all got the greats, right? And then y'all shipped us exactly, right? And so it's genetic. Everything you got is from us. White come from black. Right. If you don't know, I'm just saying y'all just like something that God created because he has a sense of humor. So,
but see, that's the most hateful statement that's been said.
And it's okay. It's okay if you feel that way. But when you know yourself and you know your history, we can have this conversation all day. And like I said, I agree with you. I think interracial was the worst thing that we could have ever done.
That's insane.
It messed us up.
I say that all the time.
It messed us up.
The world went to shit when segregation ended.
It's okay.
I don't care what nobody got to say.
So you think it's the worst thing? You agree with her?
I agree with her.
Okay, and then you disagree.
We are all children of God. That is insane. That's an insane thing to say, that we should all be separated. Like, what was segregation?
Wow.
What was what? Come on.
Something that was brought to us. You get what
But look how strong our community was with
our innate nature isn't our innate nature.
We do not
our innate nature is war. Our innate nature. Our innate nature. I'm sorry.
Let her finish her point. You made your statement that you think interracial was the worst thing. She agreed. Let her make her point why she.
Well, we know why she did that.
I'm sorry.
Well, but I want her to be able to say. Yeah, she has her guy. But why? So you said we're all children of God, and finish your thing, and then I'll.
Well, I didn't finish mine, so I want to go next.
I mean, even in the Bible, it calls us to look at one another as brother and sisters. I don't think that the Lord would have wanted for there to be such division amongst races, or to be like ridiculing, or to think higher of one race or lower of one race in metrics of intelligence, or I know you didn't say this, but worth, or like deserving of kindness and love and so on and so forth. I just can't agree with that.
I don't think that because people wanted, I mean, mind you, white people were just like mean and racist, right? That is a given fact. However, just because I believe that people should stay within their own cultures, that's not necessarily a negative thing. Look how strong the African American community was when we were separates. Look how far the Black dollar was when we were separates. Now what we're doing is we're fighting against people like you and like Nick here, my buddy, because we want a seat at the table. But we didn't have to do that.
I would never be in competition with a Black person.
However,
I have to tell you that whenever a Black student comes to me and they want me specifically to mentor them in a education sense, like I will take them under my wing, and I do that for Black and Hispanic people more than I do that for white people, because
you're showing the favor. Why?
Because I want to see our community strengthened, but I would never impose my viewpoints on dating, saying, "Oh, hey, I'm going to help you with this MCAT equation," but also, when you're like successful, make sure you only date within your race. I would never
do that.
I wouldn't do that.
Okay,
that's what I was thinking.
Because the other girls here have been kind of silent. Yeah. Okay. How many of you agree with race mixing? I know she does. One, well, yeah, obviously do. I was going to ask you guys. Do you guys have white parents?
Yeah, I was like, my mom is white, so there's no way I couldn't.
Mom is white, dad is black.
We wouldn't be here without.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but I was like, no,
that's fine. That's fine. So you guys agree with race mixing? You do too, or you mix as well?
Yes, I am Haitian, but I'm also Dominican and Venezuelan.
Okay, you can make the argument that the Dominicans are African Americans, so Afro-American,
but Venezuelans are not.
Or black. Excuse me. What about you? What do you think?
I'm American, but I think.
Do you believe in race mixing, like a white dude getting a white black chick, or vice versa? You do? You agree with it?
That.
Okay, so you two think, hey, keep it in the.
I mean, it's just not. I mean,
okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to kind of get an idea. So all the girls.
I'm not saying that it's a negative thing, though.
I'm definitely not saying that it's a negative thing.
Listen,
I just have my preference, and I believe in letting people have their preference and exercising that.
I agree with that 100%.
Right.
I agree with that.
Okay.
Yes.
So it looks to me like all of you are for race mixing then. You just only 2 of you don't practice it.
Right. Do what you want to do. That's
Wait,
your business.
Do you date white guys? Like
I
guys outside of the
mean-
black race?
No, you don't.
I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
facts.
I can't say
Yeah,
yes
she don't.
because
But it's a type thing, I feel.
What about you? Do you date outside of your race? No.
I've dated white guys, though. I will say that.
Yeah, I have too, but it's
for
just a
money,
type
Kat.
thing.
Of course, definitely for money.
Do you date outside of your race? I mean, black people.
I have in the past, but I don't anymore.
Your preference is black? Okay.
Yeah.
So what about you? Do you date outside of your race? You do. Okay. So realistically speaking, all of you are for race mixing, but only 2 of you date outside of your race, it seems to me. Okay. All right. Just you got the numbers here.
Yeah, well, it seems like sort of a
Just you kind of know, yeah, just so you
attitude
know.
towards it.
Yeah, just so you know.
A liberal attitude, like politically liberal.
No, liberal like open, more
Okay,
like
okay.
liberal minded. But to get to your point, because I think it's an important distinction, you know, you said that God would want to see us as unequal in terms of IQ or worth. But that is the distinction, because we can say that people are unequal qualitatively without saying that they're unequal before God, which is my position. Because, and we talked about this on the earlier show, when you look at individuals, no 2 individuals are equal. You know, if I stand next to Myron, he's taller than me.
Yeah.
You know, and if I stand next to somebody else, we're going to be unequal. And I think groups are unequal too. I think that inequality is just a state of nature. I don't think you find equality in nature. The important thing is, though, and it's like you said, we have to love each other. The equality we bring to the table is that everyone has a soul. Everybody is equal before God. And I agree with you. People should be treated with care and kindness and that sort of thing. But that being said, and this is why it's important to be specific. When I look at other people, I think it's important to treat them with dignity, respect, love, that sort of thing.
I agree.
At the same time, that's totally different from saying, like, the government is racist or the government shouldn't be racist or things like this. Here's what I mean. The government has to take into account that people are different.
Yeah.
You know, so for example, like when we have this mass immigration into the United States, the people that are coming here are different from the people that are here. You know, they have a different ancestry, different culture, different background. They speak a different language. So look at those people and say, well, you know, we got to treat these people exactly the same in the spirit of equality. Well, they're not equal. They're not the same.
But why
I don't
not?
know
What
if
they
I
are.
ever
Why
necessarily
not,
made
though?
the argument of equality. I don't know if I said that because I have my own views about equality. I think that equity is much more efficient for society, for even relationships and families. But I think what I'm getting tripped up with and the sticking point that I'm having with your arguments is when you're saying like one specific race is inherently lower intelligence, that opens the door for
On
so
average, though.
many.
On
that-
average.
and
Well, but
you
they're
believe
stratified.
but you believe it's like a genetic component that opens the door for so many people who maybe are not a part of that racial group to disrespect the racial group that you believe is genetically lower at intelligence.
It's a sensitive subject.
And I really do believe in the goodness of you as a person, just the way that you carry yourself and the way that you speak. But I'm assuming you're probably a guy that is like very polarizing and has millions of followers and viewers. There's probably at least a handful of people, or like a percentage worth of a handful of people who take what you are saying and use it in a very, very, very ugly way.
Yeah, you're right about that. And, you know, I'm bombastic about it. But in truth, it's not just about putting Black people down. And I talk about that a lot because I don't think that Black people should be put down. In fact, I think that a lot of their grievances are legitimate. The problem is, though, what you find is it gets mixed up with rhetoric like what you said, where you said God made white people to laugh as a joke. Like, and I'm not trying to put you down for saying that, but I mean, all I'm trying to say is the same could be said really about any kind of statement. Like, we can listen to grievances, historical or otherwise, that people have. By the same token, people could take an historical grievance and say, well, we have a right to be racist against white people because it's a bad joke that God made them. In the same way that, you know, you could take something like I said and twist it. As far as the IQ goes, though, it's stratified. Asians have the highest, then whites, Hispanics, Blacks in terms of average. The only reason I say that is if we want to help everybody, we have to kind of meet them where they are.
Yeah.
And it's like, if that's the problem, then throwing more money at it's not going to fix it.
Exactly. And I agree with that.
Okay, so since we're on okay,
real quick.
I want to hear from Glow, though.
What are your thoughts on it? Because you didn't talk at all on your thoughts as well. So these two right here.
On what?
For example, he just said on the scale, Black people are lower IQ. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I just like don't agree with a lot of what he's saying. He said some stuff earlier about how apparently everybody's brains are different, which I don't know how that's like scientifically possible that a Black person's brain is like different than a white person's. I don't know.
I think he was hypothetically speaking.
No, he was serious.
No, he's like
Nick, you wanna
trying to say
explain
like
that
that was
a
like
little
a
bit?
fact.
Well, I mean that, there's this idea we talk about race and we say, like, skin color doesn't matter. I don't think that race is just skin color. I think that what we call it is human biodiversity, meaning there's biological diversity within the human population. So, white and Black and Hispanic and Asian people are distinct categories of people.
Minority.
People. Because minority is, in America, whites are going to be in the minority in a decade.
Not if you have anything to say about it.
You're right. You're right about that.
I'm trying to make light. This is an intense conversation. I'm trying to bring light.
Well, hold on. So did that answer your question? No, she wanted to know how the brains are different based on race. That's
so
what
here's
she's
the thing:
trying to
is
say.
like trying to see where you got all this information, because like that just doesn't make sense.
Our innate nature is warm. We are good people. Like,
well, ladies, do you know what he? Do you guys know what he
good.
specifically said?
Yeah.
Do you remember what he specifically said?
Yeah, he said that like Black people, white people, Asians, whatever, they all got different brains. How do we have different brains?
No. What he said is that, that's a component of it, but what the real bottom line is that he's saying that each race has different IQ level averages.
Right, but they don't have a problem. They don't have a problem with that, Myron. They don't have a problem with that. They have a problem with the fact that he thinks that Black people's brains are different than a white person's brain. They understand the hierarchy, and I understand that too. I understand how
like genetically different.
But to sit here and say, "Oh, I know a Black brain is different than a white brain,"
how?
One's darker.
Because y'all experimented on us. Because y'all experimented on us.
Here's what I mean by that.
Yeah, let him explain. Go ahead, Nick. Because I don't want to. I think I know what you mean, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. Go ahead.
So we have different skin colors. That's a genetic difference.
Okay.
And Black people look different than white people. Not even just their skin color. Like if a Black person turned white all of a sudden, like you could still,
like my lips will go away.
Exactly. Yeah, I could distinguish that you look Black. Like your face looks Black. My face looks
I look
white.
like royalty, baby. Let's go.
Sure. And I don't think
Let's let him finish his point so that she can understand where he's going with the brain thing.
So the point is like people say race is just we're all the same, but just in different colors. And I'm saying that we're different in other ways too. We're genetically different in other ways. Our bone structure is different. Our faces are different. Our skin color is different. And then the point is to say, when we talk about IQ, people say, well, how could Black people or white people or Asian people have a different average IQ? Well, their brains are probably genetically different, just like their skin color, just like their bones, just like other things. And so it's to say it would be ridiculous to suggest that every person in the world would have the same average IQ. Why would that make sense?
Okay. Right.
We're
but
this is also we're talking about
this is all his
brain.
This is his opinion though. Because keyword was probably.
Yeah,
there was no factual in that.
Did that answer the question or no?
No, because he's like
Our
going
bones are
around the
different?
question.
How?
He's
Really
saying
not.
IQ.
When you
I'm not
see a
talking about
skeleton,
IQ.
it's
I'm
just
talking about the physical brain that we all have and we're born with.
He did mention that we're all differently made. So for
I
example,
understand
he's just
that,
saying
but like that doesn't mean our brains are different. Like IQ wise, that's like shit you learn throughout life. Like you know what I mean?
Not necessarily.
So you're just like born with a low
disagreement
IQ?
here, right?
Is that what you're saying?
Where
No.
He told you the answer, but I guess you're not like taking it for what it is.
Okay.
But real quick, thoughts on this real quick. You didn't say anything either.
I'm smart, so.
What? Hold on. So you get it, right?
IQ good.
So you get it? Okay, cool.
Can I
I think
this though?
okay. Let me distill what he was saying. Okay. I think what he said is very simple. He said, based on race, people have different features, different looks, different skin tones, hell, even different muscle fibers. African Americans, we know, have more fast twitch muscle fibers, which is why it's easier for them to build muscle mass than other races, etc. Right? Height levels, whatever. So what he's saying is that on the physiology side, we're all different.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times races have a lot of similarities. Then he went on to say, well, we also have different IQs. since we have different IQs, it would make sense, and the logical conclusion would be our brains are different as well.
Right.
Because if we're different
I
physically,
understand that.
right,
we learn differently.
and a component of your brain is obviously your IQ, then we probably have different brains as well. Because on average, right, the races have different IQs. We know Asians are at the top, whites are in the middle, and then blacks are on the lower end typically. But he's saying if our IQs are lower, that by definition means that our brains are different as well. So that's, I think, the logical conclusion he came to.
Right,
And
but
to
again,
Nick's
that's just
point-
not factual. He said it with so much conviction, and that's the problem with people like him. They say things that are opinionated that isn't necessarily factual, and say it with so much conviction that logically it follows, but there's no science that backs that up.
People like me.
Yeah.
What is that
With
supposed to
opinions
mean?
like you.
White people?
Asians are trained differently. They're trained to.
Nick, did you have anything to respond? Did that make sense when I distilled that?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
If the physiology is the same,
No,
that
but
means, and IQs are different, that means, oh, well, the brains are probably different too. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I agree
But
with
you
to
just
Nick's
said
point.
just
He
now.
did also say that before God, we are equal.
Yeah.
And which that is fact.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think it's very important for people to understand, especially, and I'm not saying this in a classist way. I understand education is privilege, but if you don't have the education of knowing how to interpret research correctly, you're going to be very hindered with the way that you think about life. We have to understand that correlation does not always equal causation. So humans like to think very linearly. Oh, racial groups have different stratifications of standardized test scores, for example, which means this is wrong, but races must inherently genetically be different in intelligence. That is an incorrect statement. Correlation does not equal causation. The reasons are oftentimes multifaceted: opportunity, resources, childhood, family life, home life, so on and so forth. I have never heard any type of research that shows there's a genetic difference between the races and their intelligence. I wouldn't even know how to physically measure, like, is it the neuronal connections? Is it the glucose utilization in the brain that is making the IQ higher? I don't know what that would be. I've never read those studies.
Yeah, we don't even got to go there because there's no way that we can even prove that as a fact sitting at this table. That's like a losing argument right there. We can keep going. No, we can't because you're not a scientist, Bill.
We can't because look,
the science guy.
The literature on this is not disputed at all. I mean, if you look at
there's literature on this.
There is.
Okay.
Can you state the
because they're trying to say that there's no literature.
I have my phone. I literally just said that
it's not fact.
I feel like a scientist
it's not.
Ladies, please let us speak.
It's not. I mean, you can do your own research on this, but it's not a controversial thing at all that blacks, whites, Asians, Hispanics stratify along those lines in IQ tests.
That's not what we're debating right now.
Well, you did. You said
no,
you have no science to back up your
No,
claim.
I said you don't have any science to back up the brain aspect of it, baby.
You're missing the point.
I agree with what you said. I agree with I know Asians, black. I understand how that falls. I promise I do.
Okay.
But there is no facts behind my brain being different because I'm black and yours is different because you're white. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, you're missing the point. The point was to say that IQ as a function of brain. That was the point. So you're sort of missing the point.
He's saying the fact that there's different tiers of IQs based on race must mean that the brains are different based on race as well.
That's
an incorrect.
That's what I'm saying. That's something that you cannot prove. Like, I understand. I completely understand.
So y'all don't agree with that conclusion.
These are all opinions.
So we can agree to disagree on this topic.
Yes.
All right. Yes. Did anyone else have anything before?
No.
Oh, I want to share something. Okay,
All right.
this is inspirational. Okay, you guys, K through 12, I was like a completely deficient student, C's, B's, like not very good at all, didn't believe in myself.
Yeah.
Got into college, did really, really, really well, and now I attend a top 50 medical school. So this is why I'm like very passionate about not believing that it's just completely nature, because I do believe, that it's not completely nature and that it can also be nurture, because my environment changed when I got into college and now I'm falling out.
And I'll piggyback off that because since I'm on a quest to go to law school, something about the LSAT is that the way it's written, it's literally written
racist.
No, not racist, but it's actually inclusive because it's written to a standard that no matter socioeconomics, background, anything, if you study the correct way, you could be a bum living under a bridge and you can still score high enough because the verbiage, the types of questions, it's literally about things that you can learn.
Yeah.
It's not about anything else that like life experiences.
At all.
None of that matters.
School isn't even about life
That's why I would
experiences.
But ladies, you guys are all familiar with the fact that, you know, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't want to work hard?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
I understand where you're coming from, that, hey, I beat the odds, etc. But you got to also remember that being a hard worker doesn't necessarily mean that you have IQ, and it goes the other way around, because there's a lot of people that have high IQ that are lazy as fuck and don't make it in life either.
Right.
So I've always said that there's a lot of people that are book smart that do well in school, but they're still morons. I mean, we brought them on the show plenty of times. Like girls that have high level degrees and they're still idiots. So I would say education and schooling and being a good student doesn't necessarily mean you are intelligent.
It's just your
Correct.
drive.
We
It's your
should all
drive.
take a. You
Yeah.
should do one time like everyone takes an IQ test and then like comes on.
That'd be funny.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Just out to your point as well.
Yeah.
Like you said earlier, your choice of wanting to learn and become better made you who you are today.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
even though we might have, for example, like issues of, you know what, schooling, environment, and, you know, these other external issues, if you're a person that wants to do better for yourself, black, white, Asian, doesn't matter, Chinese, once again, it's all on you as an individual to do better for yourself.
And
Correct.
I would
I
argue
agree.
that it is nurture far more than it is nature. And I
Okay.
believe that Nick is arguing that it is nature far more than it is nurture.
Yes. Well,
Okay.
and it's part of a bigger point of view, which is that I think that genetics play a much greater role than people would like to believe. I think that so much of our behaviors are genetic. I think that so many of our attributes are genetic. And I think that people have a bias against that because we have this culture. It makes us uncomfortable.
It does.
Because genetics are unchangeable and they're immutable.
Mm-hmm.
So people have this idea that, but there's an answer for this. People have this idea that if something's genetic, it's very frustrating because then I can't change it. I can't improve.
That's not true.
But what it tells us, though, well, like height, like I can't make myself taller,
Right.
you know, and like
Well,
and there's a lot of
these
things.
days you can.
A bald person can't make themselves grow hair, and that's.
These days you can.
I think Myron said
I used an invasive hair transplant. Genetically, I would have been bald. So that's correct.
So the point is that, you know, although the reality might be that genetics matter a lot, I think have a tendency to, it's wishful thinking that it's not so. Here's the thing though. When it comes to these attributes, the answer is like, yes, inequality is real. It should make us uncomfortable. It's a fact. You know, we see it all the time. And so many of the culture war issues are about inequality. Like when you look at the dating stuff or the sex incel stuff, it's about inequality. Gender stuff, it's about inequality. Race stuff, inequality. And the answer to inequality is that people are more than matter. People have souls. People are not just, you know, what their product of their labor is, or their house, or how tall they are. People are created by God. So the answer to inequality is not to ignore it and not to get offended by it or make it uncomfortable. We have to take those things into account to govern society, because we can't solve problems if we don't know the real causes. And so I posed earlier, you know, what's the persistent fact is black and white inequality. What's the answer? Is it racism or circumstance, or is it genetics? People should be open-minded about the genetics because we want to solve it, but we should love people regardless of, you know, whether that inequality is baked in or it's a result of discrimination. So that's just my thesis.
I mean, you package it really nice.
I got a question.
Okay, and then her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to talk about something else more fun. But
like what? Like
but
what?
but you just had me think. You just had me think about something. Because if it's genetics, right? So why is it when the slaves came over who were kings and queens, their offsprings didn't transform, I guess, or bring those king and queen qualities and attributes?
I don't think they brought kings and queens over, because what happened is that
not kings and queens. Okay, let me not mud it. Okay, cool.
Well, but blacks sold other blacks into slavery. They were captured in wars. So,
but again, you said it was genetic. So there were smart blacks that got brought over here, because we wouldn't have half of the shit that we have if we didn't have the smart blacks that came over.
Well, and here's the thing. I mean, you look at African immigrants, they do way better than blacks in America.
Yes,
absolutely.
Because
we're not talking about African Americans, so let's not muddy the waters.
We're talking about African immigrants, right?
We're talking about slaves. I'm not talking about African Americans.
I'm talking about, well, here's the point I'm trying to make, though, is that the descendants of African slaves have, you know, you say American blacks have a much lower income and wealth than whites. But you look at African immigrants like Nigerians or others, they have a higher average income than whites. that's because the immigrants are selected. The people that come here from Africa today as immigrants are already pre-selected. In other words, we're not just getting a bunch of people, we're getting people that are going to school on a visa, or they're an engineer on a visa or something like that. And so as a consequence, it would be hard to explain through racism why an African can come here and do super, super well, but blacks are mired in poverty if the answer was racism. But if the answer is genetics, it's like, well, the general population of blacks here is lower IQ than the average IQ of the immigrants that are coming here from Africa as students or workers or something else.
Doesn't that refute your claims then?
No.
Because in the USA, the black IQ is lower than the average.
Mhm.
But if we bring in blacks from the not USA, then their IQ is above average. So doesn't that refute your claim that
No.
IQ is how?
Because like I said, it's just an average. So the blacks that are coming over,
It's just an opinion.
like when I'm in Chicago, there's a lot of like black Uber drivers, and I talk to them on the way to the airport.
I feel like it's a non sequitur though.
No, but hang on.
There's a lot of
They're
Hispanics
always-
that are Uber
Okay.
drivers.
Okay, no, but you're
Okay.
let me finish. Let me finish.
Let him finish. Let him finish,
And so a
please.
lot of the times, they're students, they're software engineers, they're very intelligent, they're very hardworking, and I know they're going to make it. I see why average income of a Nigerian is like $80,000 in America. And it's because there's a selection bias. The selection bias is that the Africans that are coming over as immigrants are higher IQ. And so the function is IQ. The blacks that are here that have an average low IQ have a much lower income. The blacks that are already selected as coming over as students, engineers, have a higher IQ. They do very well.
Okay. Have you ever heard of generational?
I want to add to what he said real quick because I know you want to switch it. He's correct, because to get an F1 visa, you have to get accepted by some type of university coming to the United States. So that in itself screens out a lot of people that otherwise were morons or wouldn't be able to. Just off of the F1 visa program itself, that screens out a lot of retards.
So they're grown to become better.
Because they can't get an F1 visa and come here unless they can get accepted to a school which meets the requirements of university, which already going to beat a lot of Americans out that don't go to college. Sorry, you had something?
So I was going to ask you, have you ever heard of generational curse? So you keep talking about genetics. Like, I inherited some bullshit from my daddy because he lazy and all that type of shit. But that was because he became Americanized. But in Haiti, they know their culture. They know who they are. They're embedded in who they are. So you're gonna get the Nigerian that is doing the things and all of the things. I don't know how to talk, but then you understand what I'm saying, right? So you're gonna get the Nigerian that do all of the things. But if you have a Black American who has been stripped of everything that they knew, they name everything, and they've been given some shit, right? You're gonna get that what you call genetic. Whatever you talking about right there, because because like she just said. You just said that Black Americans are the ones that have lower IQs, but when a Nigerian comes from where they innately are, Nigeria. I'm sorry, y'all trying to, because I know what you mean, but y'all know what I'm saying. Anyway, but what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, generational curses is real. So that's that genetic you talking about. That's that bullshit that I got from my mama and my daddy. That shit, that slavery stuff. You get what I'm saying? So yes, that's what you're gonna get. So that's what you're basing it out of, the Black American. But when you talk about your Haitians and you're talking about your Hondurans, because they Black too. When you're talking about your Dominicans, you get what I'm saying? When you're talking about people that are based, their culture is rich than the Black American, yes. And that's why they come here and feel some type of way about us, because we don't know who we are, my love. So I get it. But go ahead.
I guess like my final point, because I know we're going to switch topics soon. My final point would be like, as the person in grad school, like looking at what is the metric of the study that was being conducted? Like, was it done globally? Was it done in the US? Was it done in a specific country? At what time frame was it done? What were the methods? Were there blinding? Were there randomization? Were there controls? What were the controls? Everything. And if I'm saying all of these words and no one is understanding what I'm saying, then I really encourage you to try and do some research on how to like interpret research, because it's fun, but it's important to know how to interpret quality research.
A study like that would
Not
never
get a
get done though because
dictionary.
of ethics. Realistically speaking, people
The
are going to get
hierarchy.
offended and triggered, and it would never get funded
Especially
because
how it is.
because here's the other thing too. Like, it's what's the benefit? Like, if you do the study and it comes out negative, and you find out that in fact that people that are black or black Americans have low IQ, it's going to be terrible. So it's a L all across.
I actually
No one will fund it.
I proposed a study in one of my pathways in school where I wanted to take a look at racial profiling potentially in preschool children. And my mentor said, well, Clammy, if you are doing the study and you find that Black children do get expelled more or they are racially profiled, then it begs the question, like, okay, are they more misbehaved? Are they more like, are they targeted more? And that is something, like the point that you bring up is something we have to be very, very careful of.
Yeah, they wouldn't fund it. But now going back to what you were saying about like, were your parents like first generation? Were their parents born in the United States, or were they from?
So yeah, my mom is from South Carolina and my dad is Haitian. So my grandfather went through the Jim Crow era, where it's white fountains, black fountains.
Yeah.
He did not graduate. He did not make it past middle school because he had to help his mother.
Okay.
To work. He had to work.
Okay.
So my mom came here. Everybody came here around when she was 6. So yeah, it is that South mentality. Like, it is. I can only give you what I know, what I got.
I mean,
because
I'll be
this
honest,
is what I know and this is what I got.
I think that's a cop-out, because the reality is you're worse off immigrating from a foreign country, not knowing the language, coming over here and trying to make a way than someone that was born and raised here with all the opportunities. People might say, oh, welfare, I'm a product of government cheese and, Section 8, whatever. You're still better off than someone coming from like a Nigeria, a Haiti, whatever. The reality is that it's not necessarily that a lot of Black Americans are unsuccessful because they're Black, is because they're just fucking lazy. Whereas you take an immigrant from Africa, they come over here and they figure out a way to make money, not even knowing the language, not knowing the culture, not knowing anything, and they figure it out.
Fair point.
And I think the reason why is because they don't have the opportunities in their country. They come over here, they actually appreciate it, they thrive in it, and then they make something of themselves, versus someone that was born here, they're entitled to it, they think they deserve it, and then they complain and cry about why they're not where they want to be, and they blame it on the white man, when in reality they're just lazy.
I agree with some of that, but I don't agree with all of that, because we could go back to the system. It's systematically
Exactly. That's
worked.
how I was about to bring that.
It's systematically worked. They drop things. Come on, man. Black people have been trying to be. They bombed the whole black market. Come on, y'all. Let's not act like we didn't never ever.
Let me ask you this then. Who has more opportunity? Someone coming here from a poor third world country in Africa, or someone that's been systematically impressed in the United States?
Who has more opportunity? Well, obviously the one
that's here. Yeah, the American dream. Yeah, let's talk about it.
So explain to me how someone that's born here, raised here, has the language, has a U.S. citizenship, which people die to come here and get all the time. Explain to me why they're a failure when someone comes here, doesn't know anything, comes here on a visa, makes their way up, gets a visa to stay here from getting a job and being productive.
Not everybody,
and then they earn their ability to get a U.S. citizen, and they make it further than the person that was born here that had inherent advantages.
I feel you, but what happened?
Hold on. Yes, they were systematically oppressed. Cool, I get that. But third world poverty is always going to be way worse than American poverty and being oppressed.
Okay, so what happens when a Cuban and a Haitian come? Because I feel what you're saying. I get it all, but at the same time, it's different when you could come here and you could just get off a ship and you could get more than me, than what I work. I'm an American and I work hard. They get a check. They get food stamps. They get everything. Come on. And then I'm working in a system where I see it all the time. It ain't a lot of black people coming in. And where I'm at, acting like they entitled.
Are you talking about the Cuban wet foot, dry foot?
Yes,
policy?
and I was trying to get
I was trying to get there. You're talking about that.
Go ahead, take it off.
How about this? What's better? Okay, you're born and raised here. You can speak the language. You have free education, right, all the way up until college, and you have an American citizenship. Or you come here from Cuba, don't speak the language, don't have any status. Your ability to travel is limited. You don't have any documents to be able to go ahead and get a driver's license or get a job or anything else
and
like
you
that.
still get everything, bro.
No, hold on. And you get let's say a couple $1,000s, right? Through the wet foot, dry foot situation. Who's better off, realistically speaking?
The person that's coming here off the boat, bro.
No,
So hold on. Can I just real quick? So
am I wrong?
So basically, for me, right? I'm from Barbados.
Okay.
I came here 7 years ago, right? Obviously speaking, I'm not from here, and I didn't even have a job. But what I saw was opportunity. So my mindset is, all right, I'm from a small island, not as successful, not as wealthy, but I come here for opportunity. But at the same time, I saw my peers that were over here, been here for years. They were born in America. They were literally working the same job as me when I got a job, just lazy, doing the same stuff. You know what? I'll be here for 40 years. I'm happy. And I was like, hold on, what's the difference between that person and me? It's the mentality.
Mindset.
So the environment, I agree with you, does breed comfort and I want to say laziness. However, as an individual, if I want to do better for myself and my family, it's up to me to make that choice. So ultimately, I'm saying here, like, it is up to that individual to make a choice. Now, the environment does play a part in it, but once again, it's up to that person. So
okay, my problem with what you and Myron are doing right now.
Yeah,
y'all are taking a select few of people and generalizing it. Because there are not that many immigrants coming over here and just being fucking fantastic and amazing. It's not. It is a select amount of people. And at the end of the day, Myron to come sit back down so he can chime in on this. Because at the end of the day, it is still harder to work within a system that is designed against you.
Hold on. Once again, it is hard. I admit that. But what is it? It's the mentality. So for example,
you're right, but I'm saying y'all sitting here taking these couple of encounters and situations and acting like, look at all these immigrants coming over here and being great, and the rich and American-born blacks are just fucking lazy. That's not it.
So I do agree. Okay, that my logic is I do agree that there are people that come over here and they don't have a drive, but I also know for a fact that there's a lot of people who are born here and raised here and don't have nothing going on, don't care to have anything going on. They prefer to live off of the government benefits. Now, do I feel like people who come from out of the country who are immigrants?
Bring the mic closer to you so they can actually hear you. Move it closer to you.
Okay. Do I feel like, people who come from other countries who are considered immigrants, they feel like, yes, okay, I have something to prove. Let me come over here and let me make better of myself and my situation from where I come from. Yes, I do agree. There are some people who have that drive. However, I just don't feel like we can rationalize on saying, hey, everyone in the US is just
lazy.
Black Americans.
No, I don't know. I
lazy.
don't want to say that we have it made, but I feel like we have a better opportunity than the people who come from, who are immigrants.
No question.
I agree.
I do also feel like I'm so sorry. I do also feel like, to your point, when you're saying the whole Haitian and Cuban thing, I know Haitians that come here and I know Cubans who come here and they would just go straight to doing Uber because it's easier for them.
No, but to her point.
But then I also know there's Cubans and Haitians or other races, whatever it is, or nationalities for that matter, that would come here and they make a way.
Right, but no, her point about the Cuban Haitian thing was with the wet food, dry food policy. If a Cuban literally if they both made it and they stepped 1 foot on the sand, they get to stay. Haitians do that same exact journey. They step that 1 foot on, and they go there right back to Haiti.
Right.
So no, we can't do that either. And Myron, what you missed, what I said was, I don't like how y'all are sitting here trying to overly generalize a select population of people, saying that immigrants who do come over and be successful, y'all making it seem like that is the norm, because it's not.
Well, the reason we brought the immigration.
I don't know why we talk about immigrants anyway.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that immigrants that come here, right, that it shouldn't be, a lot of immigrants come here and are successful, but what I'm saying is that they have the odds stacked against them, and a lot of times they do better than people that were born here. So why is that? because people that are here are just lazy.
No, I don't think
We
so.
don't have
I
a
think
choice,
culturally,
though.
but no, I think culturally, our mindsets are different because I can see a family, a Mexican family come, everybody stack in one house, and then somebody buy the next house, and then somebody buy the next, because that is the mentality of the culture. They stick together. I feel like as a people, Black people, we always going neck to neck against each other, which is why we cannot ever come to an agreement or
Black people are just
unite.
lazy. Let's just keep it 1,000. I'm just gonna say that.
I don't have to disagree
Like,
because
we can't just-
I can't accept that only
No.
because
we can't
generally just
not
for being
get up
Black
every
people
morning and
being-
go to work.
The most evicted, hold on. I can say this as a landlord. This is a fact, statistically speaking. The most evicted race of people are who? Blacks. Specifically,
In the
African American
USA.
women. So my thing is this: if you don't even want to pay the fucking rent, that's a serious problem. Immigrants, on the other hand, come here, can't speak the language, don't have citizenship, can't even properly get a house or get the thing, but they always pay rent on time. Explain that to me.
I think that
You have all the opportunities. You don't have the language. You have the citizenship. You have something that people come here to die for. Yet you go ahead, don't get an education, don't get a job, can't maintain a roof over your
And
head.
what
the
percentage of
reality
those
is,
people do
we
that?
don't. The thing is this:
A lot.
the Black community is so coddled that we can't even criticize them. The reality is this: I'm a Black guy too. Y'all are just fucking lazy.
I have to
Y'all just
speak up
lazy.
about
I
what Myron is
disagree.
saying, because as a Black woman, I feel like there is humility and power in recognizing that we have problems in the Black community.
I agree.
And these obstacles need to be overcame. The only way to overcome them is to wildly recognize that they exist. I was raised in poverty my whole life, literally dirt road poverty. There was a time in my childhood where my damn apartment was on a dirt road and I had to share it with my mom and my sister. We only had 2 beds and 3 people, 1-bedroom apartment. And now, why am I? What?
Don't worry about Chris. We're still on YouTube.
I live alone.
Chris, man.
I live alone. But to get back to my point, now I am where I am. I understand most Black people who came from my situation will not be where I am, not because I'm speaking poorly about them, but because unfortunately the tenacity that I have is not very common in the Black community. And that pains me. That absolutely hurts my soul. And I feel like tenacity can be taught. I feel like work
She's so
ethic
nice
can
about
be
it,
taught.
tenacity.
It's so cute, right? It's so cute.
She doesn't
But my
want to
thing
say
is
they're
this-
fucking lazy.
Look, but my
That's-
thing is
that's
this.
fine.
But my thing
They don't
is
have the
this.
drive that you do. That's
It's
fine.
the give up mentality. Like, my option is not give up ever. I cannot.
Okay. You
And
got
some
something,
people let
Fam?
that be an
Oh.
option for themselves.
Go ahead.
Again, it's mindset, man.
Yeah.
It's,
Can I have a
it's,
chance?
it's,
I
it's
keep forgetting my point. I mean something to write with.
And I say that with love. I'm never trying to argue or anything.
I don't think so.
Let's change gears here.
Right.
And we got a lot of chats. It's Friday. We got the chats.
Oh shit.
So
Nick, did you have anything before we switch over to the chats
No.
on the chat?
Yeah, I think we exhausted this one.
Let's more.
okay, so Venom
I'm
says,
sorry.
question for the ladies: is there a guy you dated in the past you still think about till this day, and would you want to get back with the opportunity present itself? So there's a guy that is still on your mind.
No.
Yes.
He loves like there probably is a guy, right?
I only got one that I can literally say I blew.
Okay.
Only one.
Facts.
Well, let's start here. Is there a guy for you that you dated in the past that's still on your mind?
No, the man that I'm with now is so amazing.
That's a very good answer.
Period.
What about you?
Your question.
Guy in the past?
Maybe one.
Mm.
Would you get back with him if the opportunity presented itself?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. For you? I know there's a yes for that.
I don't know. Like, technically my ex is in the past, but
Can't get over him?
it's not that I can't get over him. Like, I
Okay.
just
He was
fuck with
black?
him.
Is that the game?
Yeah.
Was he black? He was black?
Of course.
Was it Jamal?
Oh, God.
You saying like, is that his name?
Yeah, was that his name? Was it Jamal? Or?
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so yes for you. Yeah. For you?
I blew it once.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Twice. Wait, you blew him one time?
No, I said I blew it once.
Twice.
I misunderstood you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I blew him a lot of times though.
Yeah, question.
Was your guy black too?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, she's from Dallas.
She from South Dallas.
South Dallas. Okay. For you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he black as well?
Yeah.
Definitely. And then for you?
No, there's no guy. I'm with the guy that I want to be with.
Stop the cap.
I love it. I love it.
Of course you can say that.
You're 33. So
Can I ask? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead.
No,
Right,
I forgot the
thank you.
checks.
I'm 33.
Tom Jones says that's your opinion. Came 2 times.
That's your
Ladies, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You got it.
Ladies, what are the characteristics of a good father in your opinion? Besides him just being there or active?
Wait, how many of y'all have dads that were active in your life? One.
Damn.
Okay.
She was like, "Yes, I'm playing out." Good job, Queen. Good job.
Oh,
Yes,
oh,
shit.
They won't be able to answer that. Junior, $20. Kiki Palmer was recently at an Usher concert dressed provocatively and flirting with Usher. Question for the ladies: do you think it's okay for women to do what they want while they're in a relationship but not married?
No.
Okay.
No.
And I don't think that it's okay that everybody walks around naked either.
No.
And I'm an answer.
So are all of you saying no?
Out of respect for your man, you shouldn't do it.
Yeah, just respect your
All right,
man.
take it a step
Respect
further.
for respect.
What, do you think it's appropriate for you to go to the nightclub when you have a man?
Yeah, we can still pop out.
Hold on. Raise your hands if you think it's okay to go to the nightclub when you have a man. All right, 3, 4. Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
Queens.
All right. So,
But isn't it
We can
funny?
talk about it.
There's so many ushers in these nightclubs that want you. So you're just saying the opposite from what you said earlier. Because in that environment, who's going to come talk to you? Those ushers.
But not everyone
But
goes
they
to
said
that.
if your man's okay with it,
Right,
though.
but me and
If
my
your
man,
man's
we
okay
said
with
that.
it.
But
But
hold on. But
Okay.
ideally, in that environment, would your man truly be happy with you being there? Be honest.
No.
So why he ain't step up and say something?
Because he's scared to lose your ass. That's what it is.
No, that don't make sense.
If he's secure, then I feel like no.
We agree with you. If he's secure, he would tell you. But let's
No, not tell you, but like, okay, so it would be like if a girl's out at the nightclub doing like single shit, like talking to all these boys, you know, doing whatever she wants, acting like she's single, that's different. But if she's like just going out to the club with her girls, drinking, you know, having fun, but like,
wouldn't it be fair to say that is single girl shit too?
yeah, I guess, yeah, like in a way.
No.
But at the same time, like you can still have like a man and act like you're in a relationship and not be on that single shit. Like you're loyal to your man, you're loyal to your man.
But
Like
isn't the club a single girl's place in general?
not really though.
Really?
No, because there's couples that go out, like
Exactly.
you know.
You said something about secure. What were you saying about that? You said if your man's secure? Is that what you're trying to say?
Not like like secure with himself, but also like you guys are on the same exact page. Like I don't want anybody else. I don't want anybody else. Like I can go to the club and have the time of my life, but not flirt with anybody, not talk to a man or something. And I still had a really good time. And I come back home to my man. And
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
How about if your man went to the club and on top of that, you knew that there were going to be women that are better looking than you there, that have more money than you there. They're inviting him to sections. They're giving him opportunities. They're
Is he
offering
going to these sections?
Hold on. He's getting offered all types of things, and there's a bunch of females there that are better than you in every single way, better than you in every way, better looking than you, better talking than you, have more money than you. We're giving him offers, want to fly him out, all this shit, and he gets free alcohol. Would you feel as comfortable with your man being there, and they would fuck him right then and there? Would you be okay with that?
I would say if my man wants them, then he can go have them. Right.
No. But would you realistically be okay with you sitting your ass at home and
I'm
them going there?
secure with myself. So if my man is being loyal to me and I know he's being loyal to me, then I'm gonna be at home like waiting for him to come home. But
No. Given the factors I just gave you with the scenario that I just gave you, would you realistically be okay? It's easy for you to say that
okay,
now.
yeah, I would have that thought in the back of my head,
Thank you.
obviously.
Thank you.
But,
How can you expect a man to be okay with you going to the club?
well, I feel like that's just like
trust, huh?
See, no.
like,
You
people
want to know why? You go ahead and
Praise.
say this, no offense, with all due respect, this bullshit female double standard that you're trying to say right now. The reason why women say that is because, deep down, your man, when he goes to the club, he's not going to have nearly as many options as when you go to the club. So you actually hold the leverage. But if you knew that your man was going to get the same amount of attention, the same amount of girls hitting him up, girls that are better looking than you, that will fly him out, give him money, give him alcohol, and fuck him that night, you would not be okay with it.
A man will fuck a girl that doesn't even look better than his whatever.
What men are you
You're
dating?
missing the point.
I feel
There's
like
better women at the club, and he can go
regardless
there and
if
they
he-
want to talk to him and want to give him attention. You would not be okay with that.
There's always.
I
gonna
don't
be
even want my
better
man to go
women,
outside when I got a
better
man.
looking
So
It doesn't matter
If we
where
are
you
going
are.
together, or we ain't
Ladies, if you actually take what I said and you put yourself in that position and your man has that opportunity to go to the club, none of y'all would be okay with him going. But for some odd reason, you tell us to be secure. No, I know that. But I'm saying most girls will sit there and say, no, just be secure in yourself. It's okay, blah, blah, blah. But if the roles were reversed and men had the same amount of opportunity in the nightclub that women did, none of y'all would be okay with it. It's the biggest fucking lie.
It's true.
The reason why women say that dumb shit of, I should be able to go to the club and you go to the club too, is because women know deep, deep down that a guy doesn't have a fraction of the chance that a woman has when she goes to the club. An average looking bitch can go in the club, go, ah, make some weird ass noises. Whoa, who's gonna hit on her? If I go in the club and go, ah, I'm gonna go to fucking jail, bro. Like, it's not happening.
As you should.
It's not happening. So, anyway, what's your thoughts on that? Yeah, what's your thoughts on? Yeah,
I agree. I think that women shouldn't go out if they're already anchored, unless it's with the man. So I agree. Stay out of the club. Nothing good happens in the club. You know how you do. You know what you're looking for.
Okay.
Yep.
You're supposed to just sit at home and do nothing.
Well, there's other things to do.
Yeah.
Lives while we're together.
Work on some recipes or something. I don't know.
Okay, first of all,
work on some of the
He got them
generational
triggered. These are
Haitian food.
21st century women, honey. They said recipes.
I don't think it's nothing wrong. Listen, I don't think it's about be secure in who you. I think it just depends on the person. I really don't think about. I can have all that shit in my head, but at the same time, like, if that's what you want to do, bro, do that. Because when you've been cheated on, when you've been going through so much stuff, like all that, if that's what you want to do that.
Stay butt nigga free.
I hit a violin. But at the same time, it's true though. Like if a person gonna do what they want to do, regardless, like you don't have control over another individual.
Are you in an open relationship?
But it could be single.
Am I in an open relationship? No, ma'am.
Oh, I thought you meant like whatever you were going through, go ahead and do it. Like you would still stay with them.
No, but she's
Hold on,
been off
wait.
now for 8 years, so she is open
No.
to guys.
If you off,
Didn't you
if
say
I'm
you
off, I'm
don't-
open.
Yeah, I
If
told
I'm
you, right?
home, I ain't open.
Okay, but
women
realistically
shouldn't go to the
speaking,
club.
like, so do you guys still think it's appropriate to go to the club, given if the roles were reversed and what I just in the scenario I described?
Yes.
Go to the club, babe. If that's what you want to do, go with your friends. Do what you gotta do. Do what you want to do. You're with
So
me.
these girls are capped. They actually want you to be able to do what you want. So y'all don't
You're
know
with me,
I
but you're with
disagree.
me. Like we're together.
No.
So why do I have
Temptation
to?
is very well documented. Temptation is very well documented. And when you are in a relationship, you are called in that relationship to not put yourself in positions where temptation could take you over.
And
End of
you
story.
have no self-control.
I agree.
I don't go to the
Only
club.
when you have
I
no
don't go to the
self-control.
club. I don't go to the club.
True,
It's
that's
just not
true.
my thing. It makes me anxious. But I used to like to go to the bar and have my little book and drink a little Cosmo because I wanted men
Wait,
to approach
Cosmo?
me. Yes. Okay.
A Cosmos.
And
But
now
you were
I don't-
single.
Yes, when I was single. And now that
Okay.
I'm not in single anymore, I don't even think about it twice to go to the bar by myself and read a book because I know men are going to approach me. So like that's my single behavior that I completely hung up my heels.
Mhm.
And now I'm in a relationship. And on Friday and Saturday night, he takes me out. We're going to the Mango Festival tomorrow.
Oh, I just see that. Oh my God. I might see you there.
It's so cute.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, girl, so cute.
Listen, and let me tell you, this is the thing that's so frustrating because I love women so much and I love men. And I think that like totally we could have great relationships. A lot of women, if they just humbled themselves before the tenets of a relationship, they would have something so beautiful and so just like exciting.
Yeah, but
they
you gotta
wanna-
realize you're so cute.
Right,
Because she's so
we had the
cute.
conversation.
I agree with her. She's so cute because you can just tell that she came from a 2-parent family home.
Oh, yeah.
And I just love it.
She was sure like a
God, I love it
motherfucker.
so much. But you
Yeah.
are completely
Yeah.
right and completely valid.
Yeah.
Let me say, I do not look like or act like what I've been through. I lost my father when I was 7. And then shout out to my amazing, amazing stepdad. Like, oh my gosh, my mom did such a good job picking my stepfather. That man stepped in beautifully. Okay. But I have the privilege of coming from the 2-parent
Right.
step.
But that's why you know to humble yourself. That's why you have the mannerisms. That's why you know how to act when you're in a relationship. Most of us Black women will raise off of survival and by single Black moms.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
What does having going to the club when you have a boyfriend at home have to do with survival?
Well, one, because again, my statement was she was raised with different values because she's seen her mom and them do certain stuff. And so if you're growing up and my mama got a boyfriend and she goes to the club,
Yeah.
that teaches you that it's okay to go to the club when you have a boyfriend.
I kind of disagree with that as well.
All right, Sauce.
What do you disagree with?
I just feel like it's
Merch.
all. I feel like it's all perspective. If I'm a humble person, and I know I respect myself and I know I respect myself and I respect my relationship. I'm not gonna go to a nightclub with the intent to be a cheater or
right, but it's not about intent, baby.
Exactly, I agree.
But what I'm saying is, I don't think it has anything to do with how you were raised 100%. I don't feel like it has anything to do whether you grew up in a 2-parent home or a single home. I feel like it's just you. Like
you have a different set of values when you grow up with 2 parents that are
yes,
happy.
that
You
is
do.
true. However, I just feel like, again, perspectives, because I can grow up in a home that probably wasn't a 2-parent home, right? Which I did off and on. However, I just feel like if you are a person who is self-aware, you don't necessarily go out with the intent to be this.
I got a question
Can
for
I
you
say the
because you
word?
like to use this word intent. So every single time you had sex, you intended on having sex, or sometimes it's like, damn, that shit just happened.
No, but we're not talking
I just want
about
yes or no.
sex,
No, but
though.
I'm talking about your use overly use
We're
of the
not
word
talking about
intent,
sex,
because you don't have to go somewhere with intending on
But-
doing X, Y, and Z. But sometimes
But me
X, Y, and Z just happens.
All right,
That's
look,
why
look,
you
look,
shouldn't
let
be
me
in a
say
relationship.
this.
That has nothing
This
to
has
do
been
with coming from a
really,
2-parent
this has been
home
really,
either.
really interesting and eye-opening. Let me ask you ladies a question. Let's say we're dating, right? And I'm a bum. I don't smell that good, and I'm not in shape, right? And would you, and I, would you take me seriously? Would you, yes or no?
No.
You're a bum?
I'm a bum. I don't smell too well, and I don't go to the gym.
Mm-mm.
Would you take me seriously?
Nope.
Come up to you? No?
No, it would end up not smelling good. I'm
Okay,
sorry. It
fair
doesn't
enough.
matter if you don't,
Fair
but
enough.
yeah.
No? Okay.
No, it would
No?
never be an option.
All right, what about you? No? Okay. What about you?
I say no.
No? All right, what about you?
Can you repeat your question?
If I come up and I try to hit on you, try to date you or whatever, and I don't smell that good, I'm not in shape and I'm broke, what would you say?
No.
Okay, what about you?
No, exclamation point.
Okay, now let's have some fun with it. But I tell you, but hold on, wait. My mom, she didn't teach me how to shower, man. I came from a single mom household. She didn't tell me to make money, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Give me a chance. You got to understand, bro. I just have a single mom. What are you going to say?
No.
Oh, isn't it interesting how women don't give a fuck about my background? Do they?
That's not
Stop. You just said no.
I didn't even
Women
say
don't.
no.
This
I
is what I'm
just
trying to
said-
say. No. This is the difference between men and women. Women are not forced to take accountability for being fuck-ups. Men are, though.
True.
If I come up to you and I'm a loser, I can't sit there and say, but my mom, she didn't teach me how to do it. Single mother household. But y'all are over here trying to literally validate going to the club and being sluts because you came from a single mother household. Fuck that shit. Y'all would never accept me for being a loser. I'm not going to accept you for being a whore.
And you know what's crazy? Hold on. You guys know that is wrong, but you decide, you know what? I'm a boss, babe. I'm independent. Fuck this nigga. I still want to go to the club.
I don't.
It's not
You know
about
it's wrong.
that.
You know it's wrong.
We don't go to the club
But
with a
you
minor
gotta realize
conversation.
there's only 2 of us that
That's the
said that we
thing.
wouldn't do it.
If we
It
had
was
a
her
thing
and I.
about
And in my defense, I didn't come from, y'all know I didn't come from a 2-parent household.
Yeah.
My behaviors and things like that, fuck you, Chris.
She belongs to
My behaviors and things like that come from time and experience and growth.
Yes.
Like,
But can we admit?
So I'm not sitting here blaming like
it's choice.
It's complete choice.
So
That's all it is.
so then, if the man is worth anything, you want to keep him.
Yes.
Ultimately, he wants you to be what?
You just don't go to
Right.
the club.
I mean, but
Look,
obviously
listen.
they don't value their
I
men
just-
like they should.
I just find it funny that women expect us to care about why they're the way they are, but y'all would never give a fuck why we are the way we are.
And I care. No, I do. And that's unfair.
That's what I mean when I say women cannot take accountability is fantastic. Nick, you had anything on this? Y'all really can't.
I agree. Double standard when it comes to the
Ended at
women.
the smell bad, though.
What was that?
I said it ended at the smell bad. I didn't say anything about you being broke. I was just saying if you smell bad.
If you smell bad, I'm not dating.
That's what I said, though. That's literally what I said.
Hold on. I get that, but the point is that you don't give a fuck why I smell
Yeah,
bad. It's
it's
just
why.
you just care that I smell bad
But I'm
and I'm
wondering, like,
disqualified.
why aren't you
That's not
showering?
true.
That's
Not
it.
if you grown.
It's
Okay,
just
and I'm
you're a
wondering.
grown-ass man not showering. Why?
Okay. You're a grown-ass woman in a relationship going to the club.
But I'm not, though.
That's 2 different things.
It is.
No.
And
Literally.
if
I
okay,
know
so
the
Myron,
same
what is
general.
what if you say, if we have a conversation and you say, I don't want you to go to the club for X, Y, and Z, and you lay down why and it's valid, okay, I won't go.
Whoa. Why do I gotta explain myself when you wouldn't give a fuck if I explain myself for being a loser?
What you
For smelling
mean?
bad?
I have to know what if I have to know who I'm dealing with. So if I know your background, I have to have some type of understanding.
Yeah, period.
Okay.
I have to have some type of
A man does not wanna
understanding.
No, this
explain
is
everything.
crazy.
A man does not want to explain everything.
And neither do I. But I do because
So-
I'm in a
But
relationship.
see, the fact is, right? You're right. Most women don't know how they should act. However, you know what's right and wrong. So ultimately, you know what to do. But as a leader, if he tells you what to do, then and you want to be with him, you're going to do it. But
this is why feminism is bad.
It's crazy.
Because women think
I
that
ain't
they
no
could
feminist.
You're literally accepting a feminist doctrine right now by trying to sit there and say a man needs to explain to you why you shouldn't go to the club. That's feminist.
I'm
mindset.
saying, I'm saying,
You actually
if
think
I
that you're
say, yo,
equal to your
babe,
man.
I say, yo, babe, I want to go out. And he be like, nah, G, that's not what we do. That's not how we doing this because I'm dumb, bum, 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 bum.
Nah,
All
G.
right, bum. That's what it is.
Yeah, we
Let me
coming
get
in.
what it is. That's what it is. Right.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Like, I'm not going to go again because if I want to be with this man, if I really want this relationship, I'm not going to
Hold on,
go.
stop the show.
You said stop the show.
We're at the club, right? Some dude grabs your ass. And we're in a relationship. We've been together for 10 years.
No.
I look at you, I look at him, and he runs away. He doesn't do shit. Sorry, I don't do anything. What are you doing?
Why? Wait a minute. I'm with my guy.
Yes.
And
I'm
the
with
guy
you.
touches me.
Guy comes
and he
up.
don't do nothing about the guy touching me.
Yes, and then matter of fact, on top of that, I look at you and I say, what do you want me to do here?
I would already check that situation in the first place.
What'd
That's
you
number
do?
one.
What would you do?
My chest is hot.
I guess we leaving because you don't fight.
She said, I guess we leaving.
Because we ain't fight. Because you ain't no fighting.
All right, hold on, stop the show. So it's because I didn't do my masculine duty and protect you, right? That was a problem. I had to even ask you, right? That's a problem. So why the fuck should I tell you to be a lady and stay at home? Yo, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, this is what's crazy to me about women. Like, y'all expect us, right?
I'm not a lady because I want to go out with.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you expect me to be a traditional man and put my life on the line to protect your dumb ass that doesn't even want to listen to me at the club, right? But on the other hand, my authority, right? You want me to have this responsibility over you, but without the authority, you should be able to do whatever you want, but I got to be able to put my fucking life on the line to protect you. So in other words, I must be a traditional man at all times, but you can pick and choose when you want to be a lady. You want to go to the club here? Go ahead. You don't have to be a lady in this instant, but I always have to be a traditional man. Tell me why that's a good deal for me. It's not.
It's unfair.
So why would I commit to a girl like you when I could just get a girl that I don't have to tell you can't go to the club? I'm just going to get a girl that does her fucking job, just like me, always doing my job. She doesn't ask me to do my job, be a man, pay the bills, take care of me, protect me. Why should I have to tell her, be a lady, stay in the house? It's not a good deal for me.
Fair point.
That's why we don't commit to you girls that want to go to the club and say, oh, I'm single. Act like you're single when you have a man at home. We just don't take y'all serious.
But what about
Is the club
men in the club when he has a woman at home?
I hate going to the club, child. I work in the club. I hate going to the
it
club.
ain't that deep.
For you,
but
right?
I'm-
Did your man tell you, listen, sit down?
Nope.
Let me explain to you.
I acted right from jump.
But why? Because you saw
Because
value in
I
him.
was scared to lose him. This
Exactly.
man is everything.
Exactly.
Let me not get like.
Get like that. That's your guy.
But you saw the value in your man, so you know what? I don't want to fuck this up at all.
Yeah.
So ultimately, you know what you need to do.
Yes.
But you don't do it because
you don't want to fuck it up.
Maybe you don't respect the guy that you're with if you're willing to go in a situation.
Exactly.
Whereas,
And maybe you don't
she
realize,
values
and maybe you
her
don't even
man.
realize that you
Right.
don't respect him as much as you think you do.
That is
Yeah.
but all,
Like,
these women, all these women talk about, I want a man who takes the lead, who opens my door, he pays for the date, we get an ice cream cone, he plans the vacation, everything. I have that, and I know that if you ladies were in that, you would fall in line so quick.
absolutely.
And I
So
know
quick.
it. And I know it.
And I got
I wanna
cheated
ask
on.
this.
saying that I don't know.
First of all,
I'm sorry.
I
You can
look-
still
I
have
but to be fair,
That's actually right. I'm really sorry.
to be fair though, most men are not going to be that leader that you need. But when you do find that man, you still go to the club, it's your fault. You fucked it up.
Correct.
So
I mean, if you get cheated on, that's not your fault, and that is
I
really
know
hard.
it's not.
I'm sorry.
I'm just
you went through
saying,
that.
like, I was at home. I was like at home,
Yeah.
and I got cheated on. So like,
She was doing what she needed to be doing and still got cheated on.
I'm sorry. I'm really
Yeah,
sorry.
so what y'all got to say about that,
you behaving or not, they gonna do what they want to do at the end of the day. I mean, like if I go to the club, I'm gonna be totally like I'm on my own. Like nobody's talking to me, nothing. Like okay,
I have a question.
Did your guy
Were
have
there-
money?
were there
Your guy
any-
that you claim?
no, he had money.
Yes,
he had money.
He had money.
Okay.
Oh.
So did he take care of you?
Of course.
But I'm not gonna stay with someone who cheated on me.
Then hold on. With all
That's
due
why.
respect, then you're dumb for leaving a guy
Yeah,
that will
you
take care of you.
No, cheated on no, because no,
It
you
don't
don't matter because
look,
he got money.
look,
Like
look,
I'm not in a
look.
relationship because of money.
Look.
It's like we
No, I
live,
get
we
that.
in
I
this
get
for the
that.
rest of our lives type shit.
Okay,
like,
I get that. We can have the fairy tale and all that shit. But the reality is, what
tales
percentage of men
aren't
do you
real.
think can actually take care of a woman where she doesn't have to work and pay majority of the bills and put her up in a house?
She does work. No,
No, no.
I was working on the side, but like I wasn't. You
She
know what I
paid the
mean?
majority of the bills, correct? And you worked electively.
Yes.
In other words, you don't have to work. Okay, so my point is this: what percentage of men do you think actually can take care of you, where they're paying a majority of the bills? You're working from an elective standpoint, not a mandatory standpoint. Very important, and have an abundance of income.
I have standards and I have self-respect,
That's not
and
the
I'm
question.
not going to stay
That's
with
not the
someone who
question.
cheated
That's
on
not
me.
the question.
No matter
What
how much
pers-
money he has.
Okay, that's cool.
Period.
But that's not the question. What percentage of men actually do you think?
I
meet this
don't
metric?
know.
They
Okay,
don't.
So here's the difference. There's a minority of men that can actually do that.
Yep.
However, there's a majority of women that are beautiful, that may be younger than you, better looking than you, whatever it may be. If you secured that guy and he goes fucks another bitch, it ain't that big of a deal because that's your problem when you deal with a successful guy. That's a successful guy problem a lot of times. They're gonna fuck other bitches.
It's not my problem anymore. First of all.
But
okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
You know what's funny about this? You leave him, right?
Yeah.
You still want a man, right?
Not right now.
But eventually, right?
Eventually, yeah.
So what's gonna happen next?
I don't know.
Again. It's gonna happen again.
I hope
Right, if you
not.
date that same type of caliber of man.
You gonna leave him too?
I'm gonna choose a better man. First
you
of all.
Oh, better man.
Yes.
What's a better man?
A better man.
No. What's a better man to you?
Someone that's not gonna treat me the same.
With money, right?
No, not.
Wait,
it doesn't. It's not
so broke?
necessarily. It's not about the money. It's not about the money.
So
No, but
fresh.
it's go ahead, Chris.
So what does a better man want from a girl? Someone, a girl who's younger or a girl who's older and jaded?
I hope a man would want some loyalty from a woman.
Men
Not
don't care
necessarily
about loyalty.
being
They
younger or
don't.
older.
They don't care.
They
don't care about
The
loyalty.
point is, you find a man that's taking care of you, that actually loves you, appreciates you.
Yeah.
But ultimately, you say, you know what? Damn, you cheated. I fuck this nigga. But at the same time, you go to the next man, he probably do the same thing.
Does he love me if he cheated though?
Yes.
How?
Guys still love you. Yep. Smash a bitch on the side. You know what?
So
Some
can a
strange
woman-
here and there, and come back to you. Like nothing happened.
And you're young, 24. I mean, you're hot-ish in Miami standards. You know what I'm saying? Like,
God
throw in your-
damn.
hey, throw in your chips right now. I'm saying right now, just throw in your chips.
We're just saying with the territory comes things, and it does include sometimes cheating. Is it fair on some level? But life is fair. The point is that
don't be
it can
33.
happen.
I got a
question.
But
When you
don't- but don't throw it away
It's
because
just,
of cheating.
me personally as a woman is
Yeah.
something I'm not gonna stand for.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
And I'm
But I got a question.
I'm
Yeah.
not gonna like let somebody do me like that, especially when I'm sitting here on the side doing what I'm supposed to be doing. You know what
Okay,
I
I
mean?
got a question though. You said you're gonna pick a better man next time, right?
Yes.
So the only thing that made your man not a better man is the fact that he cheated, right?
No, there is other things in the relationship.
Oh,
There's other issues in the relationship.
Oh,
Cheating cheating was just the cherry on top.
Yeah.
So
Like
questions.
there's other
So
things
question.
in the relationship.
If he didn't do those things other than cheating, would you stay? Be honest.
No, because he didn't want to change.
To what though?
Wait, change to cheating or
No, just the issues in the relationship.
but that's what I'm saying. If it was ultimately perfect, other than cheating, would you?
No, she didn't say that. She said they had
If he
a whole
didn't-
bunch of
they had
other
other
issues.
issues.
Oh, okay.
Take those away.
We was working
and
on
he-
those issues, but then
hold
he
on.
cheated.
Take those away. Okay. He just cheated. Would you stay?
Oh, I got what you said now.
So for example, there's no issues. He just cheated one time. You know what, babe? I was out. Things happen. I still love
No,
you.
because it's it
Nah,
disgusts
she's
me.
smiling.
Like it's
Fresh,
it's
smiling.
different.
Yeah,
It's
smiling
different.
fresh.
And the reason why she left
It
is
makes me
'cause
sick,
she
like,
thinks she's
legit
equal to him.
sick.
Yeah.
Keep it 1,000.
I agree with her actually.
Okay.
I, because
Go on, man.
I support faithfulness. I think that's a virtue.
Exactly.
That being said, marital infidelity is one thing. If you're married and somebody cheats, I don't believe in dissolving marriage. I don't
No.
believe in divorce. So you have to work that out. But I think if you're not married, then yeah, you should expect faithfulness. And I think that, but people have values. Some people, the value for them is the money, it's the status, it's that sort of thing. But some people, they'd rather be with somebody who doesn't make as much money, but
Yeah, but Nick,
is
she's 3 or
faithful.
4 though, man. She's been fucked before, so I'm just saying, man. She can
Whoa.
virgin, man.
What are you saying is that she's not a virgin,
Come on,
so
man.
therefore
She's not a
she
virgin.
can't demand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Come on,
I don't know about
Chris just being
So I
Chris.
got cheated on because I'm not a virgin. Is that like I don't
No.
know.
He's saying what he's saying is that your demands don't necessarily align with your values. Does that make sense?
They don't match.
But
My
loyalty is
demands,
reciprocal.
not being cheated on that's just a given in a relationship.
Okay.
That's not a demand, that's a given. Like if you're in a relationship with someone, you don't cheat. Like if you want to cheat and you want to fuck other people, don't be in a relationship.
Yeah, but what we're saying is that again, I'm not saying that this is right. I always tell guys to be honest with women, but the reality is the more money a man makes, the more successful he is. He becomes more rare, therefore he has more leverage, therefore he's going to do certain things in a relationship that maybe another guy might not do or might not get away with. So that's what it is. A lot of times I call it successful guy problems.
I'm just not here for it. I'm just not here for it.
Okay.
So you're gonna date an average guy.
Date an average guy then.
I'm not dating anybody right now. I'm not interested.
No. Your next better guy is gonna be average then.
Meaning that you're not going to date a rich man. Because essentially what they're trying to say right now is that...
necessarily him being rich. It was,
I'm telling you, that what they're saying right now is that because men are rich, they're going to cheat.
Rich men cheat, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And I stand by that 100%.
Not everyone's going to be a devout Catholic like him. You got to understand, you're not going to always find a devout, religious person like Nick who's going to be like, you know what, I'm going to take this shit serious.
Yeah.
But it should be like that. I mean, I know what you're saying, and me and Pearl have the same disagreement because she says, well, that's the reality. That's the way things are. And I think it's true. I think you're right. It is a successful person problem.
Yeah.
But I think that we have to be the change we want to see in the world. I think that we should live our values. And we should expect more from ourselves.
So cool. So everybody go to singlechristiansmingle.com and go find your
So, all right, guys, we're going to switch over to Rumble. Guys, come on over to Rumble, rumble.com/freshfit right now because we got some other shit.
Yeah, but I want to start talking about Transformers. I want to know what Nick thinks.
And then we're also going to talk about a certain event. Come on over to Rumble, guys. Rumble.com/freshfit. Come on over.
Let's
right
go.
now. Switch over.
Equality thing.
Okay. All right, go ahead. We'll continue on with what we were talking about before. I think we're done with the cheating thing, right?
Yeah. I think so.
Which man cheated? I don't want to get cheated on. Question for the ladies, goddammit. The people want you to talk more, man.
Why? What's Transformer? What is that? Transgender or what is that?
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about that.
Let's go. Okay.
What's your thoughts on the trannies?
Yeah.
Well, I think they're mentally ill. I'm totally against it. I think it's
wow.
It is. It's just by definition, it's an aberration.
You want to know why I brought it up? Because when we were talking about our genomes and our brains and our all that, because you can change that kind of stuff with medicine. You can,
but no.
Because if I want to be a boy, I can take medicine and then
you can't have a penis though.
Yeah, you can.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
How are you going to grow a penis?
Surgeries.
Absolutely.
Nah, but those aren't real penises. They are.
I know somebody that
slice a part of your arm off.
She said it was amazing.
It up
actually,
like Play-Doh.
Nope. She said it was She said it was amazing.
But you don't have balls.
No, I didn't ask about balls.
No balls, no semen, not a guy.
No, he ejaculated. She absolutely told me that. She absolutely told me that.
Impossible. What is it, like some kind of robotic? Yeah, how does that even happen?
How did he get both your
baby? She told me he came, and she told me that it looked and felt the same. She could have been lying, but that's what she told me.
Bro has no balls, not a guy. You can't.
Okay, but the point being is, you think that transgender people are mentally ill?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, let's unpack that. Because how are they mentally ill when, just speaking of sexual reassignment surgery, because that's where we're going, you have to go to psychoanalytical therapy for a year.
Yeah.
You have to get a stamp and prove that you're not mentally ill. Then they give you the surgery.
Yeah, I think that that's all heavily politicized. I think that body dysmorphia by itself, somebody thinking they're a guy when they're a girl or a girl when they're a guy, I think that by itself is something that has to be treated. And here's why. A guy cannot become a girl. You could stand in a garage. It doesn't make you a car. You could do all kinds of body modifications.
But you can. Because
be a lawnmower.
You can because of medicine and because of progression. You literally can.
What if Nick is saying they have gender dysphoria, which is, I believe, by the DSM-5 considered a mental illness?
Yes, it is.
And the treatment is gender reassignment surgery.
Right. Yeah, and then they're cured.
But that's the thing. I think that that's sort of enabling. I think that to say,
how are you not a medical professional and you are deciding?
I'm not a doctor.
Then how are you having such a stark opinion on what is the appropriate evidence-based treatment?
Well, but it's interesting you say that, because what it sounds like is you're telling me that the only way that we can come to know things about this is through data, science, academia. the reason I say that is because I believe in a natural law. I believe in a moral law. I think it's unnatural that a person would undergo a surgical treatment to remove their genitals and then create new genitals. I think that's unnatural. And because it violates what we're supposed to be, you know,
biblically,
man,
you mean biblically? That's the part. That's the piece that you're leaving out. But yeah.
Well, but I think that even
religion, really,
even not being Christian, you would still say that that's unnatural. You know, unless you're like a Satanist or something.
I think there is in my quest to find common ground with someone who I might disagree with. I think there is some merit to what you're saying. It is politicized, and there are a large amount of people who maybe wouldn't have existed if it wasn't politicized. But I don't think that takes away from the fact that there are still people who are affected with gender dysphoria. And unfortunately, they have tried and tried and tried and tried different therapies, different techniques, different medical interventions. And the one thing that they come to is gender reassignment surgery. I think, unfortunately, now there are a lot of people who come to regret their gender reassignment surgery, which maybe is shedding a bad light on a community that is such a small
Is that a thing?
percentage. There are. I think his name is Matt Walsh. He's like the guy with the glasses, and he has a platform. He made something.
What is a woman?
What is a woman? And he had, I think, several interviews with people who might have regretted their gender reassignment surgery. But I don't think that necessarily takes away from there are at least a percentage worth of a few people who are affected by gender dysphoria.
Yeah, I mean, me fundamentally, I think that, you know, you're born a man, you're born a woman, and it's literally your bones.
It's your genetics. It's your chromosomes. Yes.
And so, I mean, you can cut stuff off and move parts around and change your hormones, but it doesn't make it so. And
but your genomes are different at that point.
the
genome is not changed.
Oh, it doesn't change?
The physiology has changed because you have technically more testosterone or whatever, but the genome, like the human chromosomes,
are still the same.
Changed. They're still the same.
Because you're still the same. I mean, you're a guy who has undergone those treatments. You know, like if you're a guy who thinks you're a girl, you grow all your hair out, cut your penis off. You're a guy that cut his penis off and grew his hair out. Doesn't make you a girl.
Okay, so let's not get too deep into that. Great. So do you think those people should be treated equally?
I think that they should be treated.
Do you think that they should be treated equally?
There's a way to treat that community with respect. There's a way to treat that community with their respect, and I think
No, I asked him that because.
But treated equally in what way?
Respect.
Not respect. Not even respect. I mean, like legally. Athletics wise,
healthcare. You know, there's a lot of people that do unnatural, degenerate, deviant things and live with mental illness. You know, and so I don't think that there should be any kind of like, you know, they shouldn't be like attacked,
discriminated against,
cruelty. I think it should be legal to discriminate against them.
We have to be careful with that though, because in a case by case situation, a transgender man coming into the space of a woman can be problematic.
Of course, when it comes to bathrooms and stuff like that.
When it comes to
there's
bathrooms,
tons of
sports,
cases of
Well, I mean, hold on. You two are athletes. How would you feel if men were to compete with you?
It's dead. Like that's not even a conversation that should be had. Like a man is physically, like.
Well, no. Well, let me educate you a little bit. Let me educate you guys a little bit.
Hold on. You want equality, right?
Yeah,
that's what you fought for.
No,
If
you're born a man and you get a sex change and you competing in women's sports, you still a man at the end of the day.
They take hormones that lessens
your hamstrings. Also, no, because
men are superior to women physically. So
no, but because of medicine, I'm trying to compete in a women's sport, the man's gonna beat the woman. Like
no, listen.
Like if Myron and I run against each other, and he's like, "Oh, I want to be a girl. I want to run in track," and we run in 100-meter sprint.
It doesn't work like that, though. I'm very vocal about because I was an athlete as well, so I am very vocal about transgender being able to compete with in girl sports, right? I think, like you said, you can have respect. I think that they should have their own sectors.
Yes,
I think they should compete against each other.
Yes.
However, since society said no, that's too two races or whatever we want to call it, right? However, what does happen is before they can compete, because it's a very ignorant thing, and I'm using ignorant, for what the actual terminology means, to sit here and think just because Myron wants to join a women's track team, he can. It doesn't work like that. They take hormones, they take therapies, they take tests. So once they start competing with the women,
Yeah, they're
now,
on the same basis.
their genetic makeups are the same.
There were
It is.
male
Not at all.
cheerleaders
That is-
way
that is a
before.
proven fact.
Not at all.
No,
That
that's
doesn't
not
change your
at all.
genetics. You're just changing
I'm
your
telling you,
body
in order for a
with
transgender
hormones.
woman to compete in the Olympics, she has to go through tests and screening. And if her genetics does not come back like mine or like hers or like hers, she won't be able to compete.
So
Go ahead.
I actually used to work in sports medicine before I went into grad school. I had a career as an athletic trainer. I studied this specific situation.
How long ago was this? Because these laws just changed within the last 2 years. So how long ago was this?
Like 2 years ago.
Okay, so that means this happened before the laws changed, but keep going.
So what you're talking about,
y'all know what you're talking about.
What you're talking about is the blood levels of testosterone. So there has to be like a certain level of testosterone. I believe that like the muscle set has to be different, like the body complex, everything is taken into account. However, I feel like if you look at a picture of Leah Thomas compared to like the teammates that she was with, there's just something very different about her athleticism. And we can't deny that. I don't think recognizing the difference is hateful. I think that.
But it makes people feel bad.
No, I feel
Nick, what's your take on this?
Yeah, I mean,
what's because go ahead, Nick.
Well, I mean, what we're talking about is they're still guys. They are fundamentally. They're fundamentally still guys.
Your genetics. It changes your physical body, but it doesn't change your genetics. At
You
the
may be
end of
going
the
here,
day,
but
you're still born a
physically
man.
different.
So
Like,
you're a man.
still a man competing against a
You can identify as a woman, but that doesn't mean you're genetically a woman.
So physically, and how women train compared to how men train is completely different. Like,
but again, once they start taking their hormones and their therapy, it lessens all that.
Physically,
I mean, y'all gotta realize I'm against it as well, but I just know how science affects the body. And so again, when they get to that level of competition, they are literally standing neck and neck to women.
No.
When you do blood tests and panel work.
Because are you saying at the Olympic level or the collegiate level only? What are you referring to specifically?
I mean, well, I said Olympic. However,
Olympic.
They still do the same. It's still nowadays, they're still the same amount because of the one girl that just won the swimming competition and everybody got mad.
Yeah.
Because of her, the laws were changed. That's what I'm saying. This is all recent. This ain't something that happened like years ago.
Are there enough people to make their own?
And exactly, that's the problem because it's not enough but it's not enough people to study, and it's not extensive, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not accepting it, but I'm just saying these are facts, and you can actually research this.
And I mean, I try to take in content from both sides, both political sides, whatever. I know people might say, "Oh, this woman's being a TERF." I'm really not trying to do that, but biological women have worked so hard, and for someone to unfortunately be suffering with gender dysphoria, I get that's difficult, but like, come on, man, you can't.
Honey, like I say put their ass in their own category. I said all the time.
No, that's they are in their own category.
At the end of the day, what makes men men and women women is that guys have the fertilizer, women have the eggs. Biological men will never be able to have kids. Biological women will never be able to read. So at the end of the day, you can't. That's a joke. That's a joke.
I hope so.
At the end of the day,
I was with you until that.
Just at the end of the day, they will never have the same reproductive faculties, and that's why they're always going to be essentially different. It just goes back to, you mentioned what is a woman. You have to talk about what is a man, what is a woman, what are these definitions, what distinguishes them.
Yeah.
And the thing that distinguishes them is the complementary role, parts, all those things. And so dressing it up and like you called it, a treatment for a mental illness, it's just that. It's just sort of playing into this fiction. And, the solution for people is reality.
Illness is not fiction.
I was just about to say so. Mental illness.
No. It's the fiction that they're a woman, or they're a man or something.
Well, that's an opinion.
I mean, realistically speaking, men are superior to women in almost every regard, especially from the physicality standpoint. So even when a man is suppressed with hormone suppressors, etc., they still dominate and destroy women in every competition.
Okay, so
I actually competed against a transgender woman in flag football.
You got smacked.
It's unfair.
No. What actually happened was she was wildly uncoordinated, and my team happened to beat her team.
No, but that's one instance where you
That was
have
one
one.
instance.
I mean, but also, I just to go against you guys' points as far as that, what essentially makes a man and a woman. There's literally a transgender man pregnant right now.
I see.
That baby's gonna come out fucked
Baby.
up.
She's
What
a
do they do?
woman.
They,
She's a
where do
I
they
don't
put
know
it?
what the
that-
fuck happened.
she's a woman.
I just know that it was a man who became a woman and that motherfucker's pregnant.
No
Wait, a man
That
who
yeah, that don't sound
Can
right.
somebody
You have
Google
the
this one of
woman
y'all who got
that
shot
wants to
on,
have a
please?
uterus.
Because y'all think that I'm just pulling shit out of my ass at this point. Like,
Who would want to be born that way? Who would want to be born out of like a guy's butt?
No,
they
no.
That's your
actually do
birth?
C-sections.
Yeah, they're gonna cut it out of
they
them.
do
But
C-sections.
at the same time,
I mean, hold on, ladies, real quick. Y'all not
I'm
seeing
only misinformed because I'm super fucking against it.
Let me
So
ask
I
you
know what
guys
I'm
this.
talking about.
You guys think like you guys not see the clown world that we're in? I think that this is all problematic. That we
absolutely.
have men wanting to be women, and there's a reason why so many guys want to transition over to women and not the other way around, because a woman's life was way easier than a man's life in 2023. That's a whole other thing. But guys trying to have kids, like this is all a problem. Like I think this is a big issue. And at the end of the day, it's the women that are taking the L's because the guys are transitioning over to women.
But women are transitioning
So y'all are the ones
also.
losing scholarships. Y'all are the ones getting smacked.
yeah,
up.
women transitioning into men.
But it's never
Rarely.
talked about. It's never
Rarely.
talked about.
It's not rarely. Astronomically low levels, though.
Yo,
Exactly.
Hold on. This is the thing that no one wants to admit. The reality is most men transition to women because there's more opportunities and more benefits transitioning from a man to a woman.
Yep.
By far, a man's life is way harder than a woman's life in 2023.
So you think they transitioning because they think the life of a woman is better?
Yes, it is easier.
It is easier.
I don't think that's why they're
That's-
transitioning.
no.
I think it's because they're
No.
uncomfortable in their own bodies and they feel like they're supposed to be a
Women.
woman. That's
a lot
why
of
they're
them
transitioning.
say that.
They're not
They're not the whole
transitioning
thing,
because they're
though.
like, oh, I'm a woman. I'm gonna go get all this stuff for
'Cause
free. Like that's not it. It's
It doesn't
because
put no makeup and
they
dressing up
feel
is
like
not
they're
being
supposed to
a
be a
woman.
woman.
That's
It's
not
not
being a
being a
woman
woman.
at all.
Women have easier lives in 2023 than men do.
I get modality.
Okay. No,
We could say that
This
modality.
entire conversation is just so interesting because these people make up like less than 0.5% of the U.S. population, and they have caused so much of a stir. And they take these issues, not that they're not important, but
Right.
like we could talk about how this country treats veterans or like education or access to food or like gas prices, and it's like we're talking about who gets to use what restroom. Come on.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, but
come
here's why.
I agree.
But
Here's
it's a
why.
problem, though,
It's
still.
super important because it's the same thing with homosexuals. Homosexuals are 3% of the population, but the gay marriage debate captured the nation. Why?
100%.
Because it was about fundamentally redefining sexual morality based around consent, voluntarism, rather than based on marriage. So even though it was something that only applied to a small portion of the population, it was about, is marriage an indissoluble bond between a husband, wife, father, and mother? Or is it you like who you like? It's like an exclusive sex partner. And the same is true with transgender. The bathroom, sports debate, this is just where they're implementing this radical new ideology that man and woman are not meaningful categories when they say that it's totally arbitrary. We can change it. And these just happen to be the points we're a contact society where it's like, what do you do at the bathroom when it's genitals? What do you do in sports when it's hormones? And so it's super fundamental. Are guys going to be guys? Are they going to be Trump, Clint Eastwood? Or are they going to be pussies? You know?
Nick, I got a question for you. Hold on, Nick, I got a question for you on the transgenderism and the lack of gender identity. Didn't a certain dude with a mustache that might have not got accepted to an art school, didn't he burn a bunch of books on that stuff?
Hitler? Yes. Hitler did do that.
Yeah, he burned a bunch of books on transgenderism and homosexuality.
It's one of the good things that Hitler did, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, great. Shout out to Hitler for that. But back to what he was saying. That was wild. I did not mean that, y'all.
Let's go.
That was wild. Like, no. That was wild. I did not mean that, y'all. I swear to God.
Wait, who made those books, by the way?
Exactly. Like,
Who made those books on the
Magnus Hirschfeld, who happened to be similar to this one.
Hey, well,
the
go ahead, you can say it.
boyfriend. She's Jewish.
Similar.
You're right, similar to this.
No, your boyfriend's Jewish.
Oh.
You got upset because we
He
talked
doesn't
about
like
the
Jewish
Holocaust
people.
before.
Yeah.
I like Jewish people.
No, you don't. I heard the last show y'all did.
I like them. They just cause me a lot of problems. You know, they're really.
Hold on, so I'm gonna go back to what you said though. Hold on. You said you said that the marriage rights thing kind of captured the nation and said that it might have been about whatever you said it might have been about. It wasn't about
sexual exclusivity.
Yeah, sexual. Thank you. Sexual exclusivity. But wasn't it about the fact that they didn't have the same kind of right as heterosexuals?
Well, but that's
what
just
it was really about. Like, because why can't two same-sex people get married, but two straight people can?
Because it wasn't about contract law. It was about marriage. It was about they wanted to be called married. And it was also about legitimizing homosexuality.
Right, because of the rights that come with when you get governally married, it was about that. They didn't want to just keep closet and having these like long-term relationships, and then one partner dies, and then they don't really have a right because they don't have anything legally binding. They want the same legally binding rights as the heterosexual person.
I disagree.
And you completely dismiss that.
No, I'm saying I disagree. I think all that is really a pretext, because they always say civil rights, equality. When in actuality, what they want is acceptance and normalization, and they want it to be considered as not bad. Because prior to this, homosexuality was considered sinful. The Supreme Court decision came down, I think, in the 60s, and it basically said, like, we don't even need to explain this. It's natural law. Like, homosexuality is wrong. Sodomy's wrong. And so I think, under the pretext of we want visitation rights, we don't want discrimination in the workplace. Like you say, it's about making it less discreet. It's about making it public, normal, accepted. And I'm saying I don't think it should be. I think these things are wrong. I think both things are wrong.
So you don't think that gay people should have equal rights as everybody else?
I don't think they should be they can't get married. No.
I mean,
not married.
someone would, he'll agree.
I disagree.
Don't worry about me. I'm just here for the bank. Continue on.
Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Have you ever had a girlfriend?
No.
Zero. No lays.
Okay, let's talk about what's your perfect partner.
White. I don't
Number
know.
one. Okay.
Number one, what?
White.
We know that.
White, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Number
Specifically Italian. Virgin.
Yep.
No
She
tattoos.
has to be a virgin.
Has to be a virgin.
That's the only way.
Where are you?
If I'm going to be a virgin, she's got to be a virgin.
Actually, I know of a YouTube couple. I know of a YouTube couple where the girl was not and the man was, and I don't know, it works out for them.
That's totally.
No, it worked out for my best friend. My girl best friend was a virgin until she was married, and they got married. She was about 26,
Good for her.
and he wasn't a virgin, and they were together 4 years before they got married.
I feel
so
like
it definitely works.
Keys and locks. It's different. Although, I want, but I would want a virgin wife.
Okay.
Do you
Are
masturbate?
you like
Do I
no?
what?
Masturbate?
No, I try not to.
So you do. So what happens? You pray
I'm not gonna say I
after?
never have.
No,
well, you
I'm
actually,
sure.
you actually do have to go to confession. It's a mortal sin.
So okay. Are you trying?
Wait, can you masturbate to black girls? Oh, no.
No comment.
That's what the porn companies. I own the porn companies.
Are you trying to date?
And
Like,
Hollywood.
is there someone you're courting?
Not really. I mean, because we talked about it in the other show.
I'm just fascinated by you.
Yeah. Well, I'm a fascinating guy.
No, you are. Like,
God.
You took that compliment graciously.
I'm an eccentric.
chill. He's not a Jew, man.
I could never
That
date a
was
man
good.
that was younger than me, and I never recommend a woman date a man that's younger than her.
Stop the
Yeah.
cat.
Period.
Well, I want a young
What?
girlfriend. And she'd have to be 18, or
how
under
old are you?
20.
I'm 25.
How old is Nick?
He said he's
24.
24.
Mm.
And also, I'm in a
Only 1 year, though.
relationship. I'm in a relationship. I cannot have eyes for another man, but that doesn't mean I don't want to pry into his love life. I love prying into other people's
Yeah, sure
love
you
life.
do.
Of course you do.
Yeah,
I
sure you do.
love it.
Yeah,
I give
sure.
dating advice for free online. Hit me up.
What a sell.
In my love life, I love America. You know what I'm talking about? My love life, I love America. That's what I've been about.
Nick, how we make America great again? Just tell me. Come on, tell me.
Kick out all the fucking immigrants now.
Oh my
Well,
word.
actually, that was a joke. That was a little tongue in cheek, but also true. How do we make America great again? We got to get Trump back in office, man.
Yeah.
Got to get Trump back
Is
in
he
the
still
White
in
House.
trial?
Okay.
What's going on with that?
Well, he got charged.
Period.
What do you guys? I'm curious. Raise your hand if you support Trump. Here.
Okay.
Whoa.
Wait,
So let's
I wouldn't
see.
say, I wouldn't say I
Exactly.
support
To an
Trump.
extent.
I agree with a lot of his policies and his ideals and stuff. But like, I wouldn't say I support him. I voted for him though.
Okay.
Let's go.
am.
Okay.
I didn't vote
I'm
for
definitely a
Biden.
black
For me, it's
Republican.
And
definitely
what
that
about for
way.
those that didn't? Who did you? I'm curious. Who did you go for, Glow?
I didn't
Biden?
vote.
Glow.
I didn't vote because I didn't.
You didn't vote?
No blacks on
Wow.
the
No, I
ballot.
did not. I
Whoa, whoa,
didn't-
whoa, hold on. Let me get her.
I-
Because
Hit
whoa,
me,
you so
baby.
pro-black and you ain't
All
vote?
right, say what you want to say, but neither one of them was my preference, so I didn't vote.
Okay, so
If
let me
you
say
don't
a lot
vote
of
for
people
me,
know, yeah.
you ain't black. You remember that?
Come on, Nick.
You can't have like that. You like Joe Biden.
Oh my God, is that from January 6th?
That's
Vote
from
for the
Lansing,
black-
Michigan,
yeah.
before
You look-
January
oh
6th.
God, I do it.
Yeah, you look like a whole different.
Nah, I did not.
Wow. Okay, so I got a question
I
for
did
you.
not. I would vote locally, but all that
Okay.
president stuff, I ain't on that.
Okay, I'll let you be great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
vote
vote locally,
locally, but
'cause,
all
honey-
that president, they could have all that.
Okay.
But
Oh.
Because
locally,
the local elections is what matters. anyway.
exactly.
All right,
So you know what?
Nick,
I'll let you be great.
tell us how you would make America great again and put America first. What are the policies that you would instill? And feel free to offend the girls on the panel. Just keep it at 1,000.
Okay, yeah, well,
We
Got it.
go back to
Tell us.
colored water fountains, or what would we do?
I don't know about that, but look, it's got to be no more immigration. We got to just shut that down indefinitely.
Shut the borders down for
Got to
sure.
kick all the illegals out. That would be actually a good source of jobs. Hire a bunch of border guards, kick them all out.
Mhm.
End all the foreign aid. Bring the troops home. Bring them out of Iraq. Bring them out of
Oh, I love
Afghanistan.
that.
Let's be done with
Okay.
that. You got to end all foreign corruption. No dual citizens in the government. We got to basically fire
hold on.
everyone in the bureaucracy. What?
Not the dual citizens.
Oh, what? Are you dual citizen?
Yeah,
With what?
I'm a German dual citizen.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Based?
My cousin
Don't
is
do
too.
that. Don't do that. I got, I'm from here,
She's
but
got a
I
little
still got
Hitler
my
in her.
dual
One or the other.
citizenship.
She's got a little Hitler in her.
No, I don't. Don't do
Are you
that.
sympathetic to Hitler being German?
What?
Are you sympathetic to Hitler being German?
What?
She heard you.
No, we're not sympathetic to a man that
I was
created the
throwing that
genocide.
out there.
Definitely not.
No, okay.
No, not at all.
I'm not trying to get you canceled.
No.
So anyway,
Do you ever fear that your stark online presence will come in between you and having a girlfriend and a family and a wife one day?
I don't
Not
think
really.
so, because he's going to find his equal.
Yeah.
This-
He has
this
millions
guy.
of followers. Somebody loves him.
Y'all both gonna be
Has a girl
fans.
ever,
Somebody
seen
for
him and
everybody.
thinking she's like the perfect match for you?
Yeah, but it's all these conservative thought girls.
Conservative.
Yeah. You know, because
I like it.
they say they're traditional, but they're not. You know, they talk about, they're like, yeah, we're like Christian, but it's just another way of getting attention and that sort of thing. So
Right.
it's what they do. But
What's
you know,
your ideal age to get married and start the dating courting
I was
process?
about to ask.
hopefully before I'm 30. I'd like to be married before I'm 30.
Really?
Okay,
And
you
if
got
that
6
doesn't
years.
happen,
Well, then I'll get married after I'm 30.
okay.
Ooh, good answer.
Well, men aren't on the same time clock as you guys. You
At
guys-
all, y'all could just bust and have
yeah,
kids.
they're 30
already.
years old. Y'all are pretty much useless.
Only
us,
us.
we gained value
We
with
just
age.
keep leveling up. Just gets better
Is
and
it
better.
not true?
It's true.
Men gain value as they age. Women lose value as they
Yeah.
age.
And actually,
man's
it's funny.
sperm
we
Women
pretty-
date older men, so it's like you guys know what the game is. You date older men.
And y'all date
Yep.
younger women because y'all, they pretty and still got
Control.
that. Yeah.
Vivaciousness.
Still got eggs.
Yes.
Control.
It's not true though. As a man, your sperm quality is going to hit the kaput sometimes. So it's in your best effort to
Nah,
not drag
because
it.
we can bust every day
Who's
for
that? Who's
5
that
times a
actor?
day.
Al Cappuccino.
Al freaking
Pacino.
got a baby at 68?
Yeah, he's old
Yes,
as hell.
a
That's
man who
man.
has all of the resources he could ever possibly want. He's not.
I see what you're saying.
Most
Like
people are not
as you
that
age,
guy.
your sperm quality can go down, but it's not to the same level. Like
Yeah.
your sperm level isn't going to drop as precipitously as a woman that's 31, 32, 33.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
It's not. It is not the same. That's
Let it
correct.
drop,
It is
baby. I don't need
physiologically
more.
different. But I don't think it would be responsible to kind of push the mindset. Oh, guys, just wait till you're 40. Realistically, try not to wait until you're 40, and that's for both people.
For you.
Well, Aristotle said 37. He said 18 for
Aristotle
girls,
also got the
37 for
misbegotten
guys.
male incorrect.
18?
Aristotle is not we can't use that person as a metric for.
I think it's a pretty good. Trump popped Barron out when he was 60. And Barron Trump is
Yes,
7 feet tall.
Donald Trump,
He's
a man
genius.
who is
Retarded.
incredibly rich and has
he's
all
literally
of
the
the
expert.
medical resources potential. We're not that guy. We're not Donald Trump. The average man
We're not
should
him.
not him. Capital
He's
H.
him.
We should not be waiting until we're 40.
Mm-hmm.
Egg quality decreases, sperm quality decreases. Find your person and have a family as
Let's
responsibly
Yeah,
and
but-
quickly as possible.
It's
Yeah,
easier
but we
said
bust
than
nuts
Everyone is
every
getting
day, though.
touched by the time.
Yeah, but
Everyone
we
is getting
bust
touched by
nuts every
time.
day. Come on, can you admit we bust nuts every day?
Chris, what? Chris, you said that 5 times. Nobody's listening to you.
I'm just saying, Chad, you're 33, right? We bust nuts every day. Come on, man.
You gonna take that from him?
Come on,
What?
Chad.
Don't take that from him.
What he said?
Bust nuts every day. He 33.
old.
She's old, man. Come on, man.
Honey, and eggs is frozen, and I'm gonna have my babies, and I'm gonna be fine because I'm not having no
Yes.
babies while I'm poor and don't got no fucking partners.
Real quick,
Thank you.
You said something controversial earlier that the girls all got triggered at. You said that you like Hitler. Yeah. And can you tell the people why? And I'm, we'll talk about that on Monday. What they said about Kanye West and that whole situation. They totally misconstrued that. But we'll talk about that on Monday. So yeah, we'll go back to that. Sorry. So.
Yeah, well, he's a good guy, and he's very.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Similar to me, he got a bad rap. Everybody calls me names that are not true. I can relate to that. No, but everybody. Here's the thing. It's actually a really big topic. It's actually super important. When I was in college, I was thinking about why everyone hated Trump, and it's because everyone was comparing him to Hitler. Everyone was saying this guy's like Hitler. Well, why? Well, he was talking about building a border wall, being a strong nationalist, bringing country together under one leader. I think that we should have a king. I think it's better than democracy that we should have one leader. And anyway,
a king is great.
He sits high.
True. God, you're right. God runs the world. But on earth, we need a king to rule the country. And so I was thinking, well, they don't like Trump because it always goes back to Hitler. You can't do this, that, and the other because of Hitler. And I said, well, why is that such a taboo? Because the hammer and sickle, which represents communism killed 100 million. And communism is responsible for horrible atrocities, just the same as the swastika. But the swastika is not accepted anywhere. Stalin, I could sit here and say Joseph Stalin's a great guy. No one's going to care. I say Hitler's great.
Care. That's a little wild to say.
Well, but you understand it's a different
It is a
treatment. You know what I'm talking about. And I say, why? And the reason why is because Hitler, they say, had the worst, even though there were other genocides, there were other atrocities, Hitler's was the worst. Why? They say it was the worst because it was technological, industrial. He tried to exterminate a whole group of people.
Let me guess, it was revolutionary.
No, it was just the industrial nature of it. As they said, it was a unique horror in human history. At the same time, they also only talk about one aspect of it. I'm referring to the Holocaust, of course. Did they ever talk about the Polish people that Hitler killed, or the gypsies, or homosexuals, or Catholics?
They do.
Not
as high, not as
rare.
But
It's mainly targeted at the Jews.
The Jews.
It's
nobody
mainly
talks
talking
about
about the Jews. But I thought you said you don't believe that people were getting killed.
Well, that's the
you
thing.
did say that. I was waiting till you get there.
So I'm leading in there. So I'm saying, the reason they say so evil is because of this. And again, other leaders have done atrocities, and other leaders have killed millions, and other leaders have done wars. But they say this guy was uniquely the worst. Why? Technological, and specifically has something to do with the Jews. And I said, well, that's kind of an interesting thing, because we have these Holocaust museums everywhere. It's all over the curriculum. It's all over the schools. It's all over the TVs. As I start to dig into it, and you find that one of the preeminent World War II historians in the history of the world, his name's David Irving. He speaks all the languages, French, German, reads all the source documents in the original language. He's regarded as the #1 historian, makes millions, sells books, widely esteemed by the whole community. He goes in and says, well, there were attributes about the Holocaust which may not be true. Like, for example, a lot of the Jews that died in these camps, they weren't death camps. He says the people that died there, they died because there was disease spreading in the camps. They died because they were running out of food. As Germany lost the war, they were running out of the means to feed the prisoners. The Allies were bombing the railways that provided the food to the camps. And so when you see these pictures of people being shoveled in the mass graves and things like that, maybe it's not gas chambers. Maybe it's not an extermination. Maybe these were people who still unfairly and in a discriminatory way were locked up for being Jewish, but maybe these technological horrors are exaggerated. Maybe the numbers are exaggerated. This guy gets nuked from orbit. They sue him to pieces. They put together a legal team to go over line by line, every word of his books. And they come up with a dozen discrepancies. He's made volumes and volumes. They come up with a dozen things, none of them really important, all of them a matter of interpretation, but they destroy the man's life. And I ask myself, because then I interrogate the subject and I find evidence that maybe the Holocaust isn't as it seems. And then I think about the term, if I go out and say that, I get called a Holocaust denier. What other event is treated this way? If I say the Armenian genocide didn't happen, people say that. But if you get called an Armenian genocide denier, does anyone even know what that means? Anyone even give a shit? You get fired from your job? No. Even for that matter, and this is some of the stuff Ye was talking about. Ye said, how many black babies are getting aborted? Mm-hmm. If I don't give a shit about that, I face no repercussion. But if I talk about the Holocaust the wrong way, they come from my head. If I say it's 1 less than 6 million, they kill me. You lose your job. And so I said, and this is just my thesis, again, food for thought. Is it the case that, every double standard about Hitler, the Nazis, the Holocaust is that way because it's all real? Or is it that way because there's a big industry that's built around that? And insofar as the Holocaust exists, anytime you talk about Jewish media, Jewish slave trade, Israel, Palestine, they say, oh, that's anti-Semitic. You're going to cause another Holocaust. Fired, decapitated, blah, blah, blah. And so I feel like it's a lot more plausible that this is being used to bully people into not talking about certain topics. It's not to say that nothing bad happened. It was a world war, and there were concentration camps on both sides. Germans were put in concentration camps by Eisenhower. America put Japanese in internment camps.
Yes.
Japanese killed Chinese. It was a world war. It was a bloodbath. Horrible things on all sides. But this is the one you can't talk about, and it's because of the victims. That's all I'm saying. And then you get into the war, and that's a whole other topic, but Hitler brings back the German economy, and Germany was like raped basically after World War I. I don't mean to use that in an insensitive way, but they were really screwed. I mean, they got blamed for the war. They had this huge debt. Their country was destroyed. And it was all because Germany, unified in the late 19th century, became a great industrial power. Anyway, so they got totally screwed over. Hitler comes back and says, we're going to strengthen the currency, rebuild the economy, get total employment. We're going to bring back these ethnic German-speaking parts of Germany that were cut off after World War I in Czech Republic, in Austria. He's the most popular leader in the world, Times Man of the Year. Everybody loves him. Well, then the British and the French declare war on him for trying to take Danzig, which was all German speakers. Hitler goes in there and says, look, all I wanted was Danzig. Let's have peace with Poland. Britain and France declare war. So Hitler goes in, destroys the British army, but lets most of them escape at Dunkirk. Says, look, let's have peace. The war's over. The British say nope. And the British start bombing Germany, which is illegal. They start bombing German cities. They did it first because they knew that Germany would respond. And Hitler says, look, stop bombing my cities. This is illegal. You're killing my people. They keep doing it. So Hitler responds. The British public says, whoa, we're getting bombed by Hitler. All right, let's go to war. This is how you get a world war on your hands.
It's very clear that you are so incredibly educated on this topic, far beyond what I am currently, and probably what I will ever be in my entire life. I'm just not just that interested in learning about the history of the Holocaust. But I think there is, I mean, I got to pick what I study, and studying medicine takes up a lot of my time.
Okay, let him finish his point then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
He wasn't done.
He definitely wasn't done.
Well, it's, I can wrap it up, but
no. Okay, it's fine Nick, because you're saying a lot of things that a lot of people don't know.
Yeah.
It's important.
Yeah, and this is very, very true stuff. I mean, look up the Versailles Agreement. If you guys don't believe them about Germany getting destroyed after World War I, if you don't believe Eisenhower killing a bunch of Germans, he did it as well. This is all true. Sorry, continue on.
Well, and here's the big picture.
And then we'll turn it to you ladies to debate it after if you disagree.
Yes. The big picture is this. The narrative history of World War II still affects our political discourse. That's the big picture. We're still talking about World War II. It still matters. And it's foundational for so much of the stuff we believe about the international community, about how the international community works, about rights, liberalism, all these kinds of things. And so there's a vested interest in what we believe about World War II, because if we didn't believe certain historical narratives about World War II, maybe we wouldn't believe in certain other things. That argument that we can't have Trump because he's Hitler-like suddenly evaporates. Suddenly there's not as much of a good argument for it. We could keep going through the history about it, about the Soviet Union being ready to invade Europe. This is called the Suvorov hypothesis. Yeah, everybody says that back in the day, Hitler betrayed Stalin and Stalin was duped. Maybe you guys don't know, but the Soviet Union is like this massive military power. They're communist. And then the story goes something like this. Hitler signs a truce with Stalin, and Hitler betrays Stalin and goes in and invades, and Stalin's totally caught off guard and gets screwed by this. There was a hypothesis that emerged 30 years ago that says, actually, Stalin was not duped. Stalin was preparing for war for 20 years to take over all of Europe. He was preparing. They knew, for example, that he was preparing to cross the British Channel or the English Channel and invade England because he was building amphibious tanks that could cross water. So when Hitler goes in and invades Russia, it's not that Stalin was unprepared. It's that he was building offensive units, not defensive units. Stalin was ready to take over all of Europe until Hitler preempted him by invading first. And so looked at one way about World War II is that Hitler saved Europe from Stalin. Because, of course, Stalin comes in after World War II, takes over all of Eastern Europe, builds the Iron Curtain, and subjects them to basically communist slavery for half of a century. That would have been the fate of all of Europe if Hitler hadn't militarized and gone after the Soviet Union. So anyway, that's why I think Hitler's unfairly maligned. And I'm not in like the fan club or anything, but like this stuff's important because of how it affects American politics.
Anybody have anything for that?
Thank you for the history.
Thank you for that history.
It is important to know the history.
That was so much. Where do I want to stay? Where do I want to start?
I think there's a difference.
Anybody have anything for that one?
This is their.
Honestly,
I just feel like it's more than what it's being said right here.
Okay. What more is there?
Like-
Go ahead.
Y'all don't know my intake on Hitler? Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
When he was killing people, he was looking for something, like in the people. He was looking for something, which I don't think he was looking towards the right race.
Oh, who should have he been killing then?
His people.
Oh,
I'm not gonna speak on that though.
Wait, it's okay. We're on Rumble. Say what you want. Go ahead.
Y'all might think I'm crazy.
No, go ahead.
Open ears for this.
I don't really care about this because I don't live by the world. I live by the word. That's two different.
Okay.
If I live by the word, I'm not worried about this. Like I didn't come here for this.
Okay.
But they just.
Do you mean in the Bible?
Yeah, I live by the word.
Okay.
I'm gonna just say there's theories like they say. I'm not saying it's true. White people are aliens.
Oh my goodness gracious!
It's serious. I didn't say it's true.
I'm not. The hell is going on right now?
I'm so serious. I read I watch stuff. And they never found. They never found Hitler's body either.
Just give her a second. Just give her a second.
They did not find his body. It was his doppelganger.
Hold on. Okay. So I just want to make sure I have this right. So the conclusion is that white people are aliens.
I mean, I'm going by what I read. It kind of made sense when I was watching it. It made sense in my head.
I think that white people got low IQ, man. IQ down, man.
Only because you live by the world and I live by the word. That's the only reason.
So you think white people are a celestial being?
Hold on.
This is not my world. I don't belong here. I'm just residing.
Please tell me where the word
Just let you know that.
Yeah, I'm not religious. Yeah,
I'm not an alien.
I didn't say where. I just said in there.
Are you religious?
Yeah, I am.
Honey, I am confused.
I am a terrestrial being. Okay, I'm an earthling.
God. I know God wasn't white. That's all I'm gonna
Take it, read to your people.
But no, I agree with your queen. I don't think that God was white either.
So what you're saying is that everything that he said was incorrect because white people are aliens.
No, I didn't say everything he
She's
said.
saying that
I just
Hitler
said
should
I
have killed
didn't care.
whites because whites are aliens.
I didn't say they were aliens. I said in theory. I didn't say it was my.
Okay, but tell us again why Hitler should have killed his own people.
It was.
But he did kill his own people.
Did he really?
They were not a part of the Aryan race. I think that's.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so why should Hitler kill his own people?
It was in theory. I was watching a video, basically on him.
Stupid.
I'm not. Thank you very much.
So a video.
That I'm not gonna lie. That was probably one of the craziest
y'all should
responses
go
we've
watch
ever gotten on the
it.
show.
I'm not lying. Y'all should go watch it.
What did you watch?
What's it called? Our channel?
Y'all know those videos with they do. Never mind.
Girl, we listening to you.
They be taking.
Underbelly?
They be taking shrooms
White-
and stuff
white
like
underbelly?
drugs and
Not that-
stuff.
They're taking white
Wait,
drugs.
so you're taking?
Like, I don't take it, but I be watching they be high and they show their experience or they talk and
White underbelly? Are you talking about white underbelly? Like where they get
software underbelly?
Yeah.
people? Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got some good theories.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a theory. So I mean,
I didn't say it was
I mean,
mine,
she
but
did
I
say it
don't
was the theory.
yeah, she did say that.
You know what? We
said
done
that
listened to Nick
multiple
theories all night, so we gotta let baby girl be great. Because this man just said Hitler a good person, so we gonna let her be great.
No, he said he did good things. He said he did good things.
He said it was equal. It was good people on both sides.
He
That's what
did good
said.
things.
He said he was a good
Which
person.
honestly,
Yeah.
hold on.
Stalin,
But if here's the
Stalin
thing,
and
he
Hitler was a good person.
it's a fact that he absolutely did save the German economy and 100% turned them around after World War I because the Versailles Agreement absolutely destroyed Germany, and he revitalized the economy, brought millions of jobs back, created a train system. He did a lot of good things for
fuck them
Germany.
gas chambers and them concentration camps.
I'm saying that though he did things that were morally incorrect, he definitely did a bunch of things correct for his country. That's a fact. That's not even like my opinion or whatever. But what he's trying to say is that you can't even say the good that he did for his country because that's considered.
Yeah, it doesn't matter once you kill 6 million people. Who gives a fuck about the good things you did?
Well, it wasn't 6 million.
I mean, okay.
What?
500,000.
You
So
know the exact number.
who cares?
Not the lighter, goddamn.
I know. I'm just saying. Like, does the reward really like fit the risk at that point?
Well, the big thing is to understand that it wasn't just a certain group of people that were killed, like they try to say. It was a bunch of people.
Well, I think that people that are mildly knowledgeable, not this level of knowledgeable, you got it. But like mildly knowledgeable, we understand that he didn't only kill one type of person.
But what he's trying to say is that that's what's been perpetuated, is that it's been just one class of victim when in reality it was a bunch of different people.
Right, but that doesn't make it any less bad.
Well, check this out. Hey,
and that is true. It's never good at all. We're just saying on some level he did some things to help his country, which ultimately speaking, as leader, that's what you're gonna do.
It's the
That's an objective statement. Like I don't think any intelligent person would
I can
argue
go
that,
talk to
but
them
there's
Jews in my
also-
building that was like that lived and survived the concentration camp.
Hold on, stop. Because you guys are going with your feelings.
Yeah.
What he's basically saying is that what he said is an objective truth, that he did help Germany during a certain period of time.
He did it for
What
his
he's
country.
saying is that he can't even state that without being attacked.
Yeah.
He can't even state an objective truth without being attacked. That's a problem.
I mean, I don't think that's that's not the issue I had with anything. Like, I understand where you're coming from. It's an intelligent conversation versus an emotional conversation.
Right.
And when you speak the way that you do, it's very easy to see that you're not having an emotional conversation. But when you started off by saying, yeah, I think Hitler was a good guy, or like however you started off, it was like a little tongue in cheek. I think
And then
you know
also-
what you're doing. Like, I think you know what you're doing. You're very
He
smart.
does. He does. He's very smart.
You are.
You get the people going. You know what you're doing over here, Big Nick. You know what you're doing.
Yes.
But at the same time, even though he said all of those things, when you compile it and dress it up with a whole lot of jargon and verbiage that people don't understand on a topic that people aren't really that knowledgeable about,
You get lost.
Yeah, you get lost in
It
it.
is
And then at the same time, it's like, okay, well, how much is this opinion based and fact based? However, I don't give a fuck. I want to go back to what you said.
Well, whose fault is it then if you don't know?
Go to the notes.
It's not
Go to
his
the
fault
notes.
if you don't know.
No, I mean, no, you're right. Because I could have done this extensive level of Hitler research and World War II research too, but I just didn't. I'd rather go to see Anne Frank's house in fucking Amsterdam. You know, that's what I did. You know, whatever.
Okay.
But you made a comment that said Trump was Hitler-like, and that's why people didn't like him.
Yes.
Right. So my take on that was he Hitler-like, or was it his history of blatantly discriminating against people, a certain type of people, publicly, and criminalizing an entire race of people publicly?
Well, here's what I'm
because
saying.
Trump wasn't sitting here saying, fuck it, carry him up, let's all shoot him up, pop, 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 pop. Trump didn't do that. He didn't say that.
Well, you're right that there are other reasons that people don't like Trump. What I'm talking about, though, is that there is a pattern where, like, people will be set out as targets and then compared to Hitler, like Trump, Vladimir Putin, Bashar al-Assad.
But
even guys
Vladimir,
like
I will let
Saddam
Putin
Hussein.
be there, but not Trump.
That's what I'm saying, though, is like, it's not too much about Trump. I'm thinking about the conversation and how some things are necessarily bad. No one will say why. They'll just say because they sound like the Nazis. They sound like Hitler. Like if I go and say something like, I think America should be majority white, people go, whoa, what do you like, Hitler? What do you like, a Nazi? And I'm thinking, like, where does that negative connotation come from? In other words, when we look at sort of the moral language of the political debate, it's like framed by Hitler. It's almost like the worst thing you could be is like a Nazi, right? And the best thing you could be is like Nelson Mandela or MLK, you know, like a sainted civil rights activist. And so I'm trying to suss out, you know, if there's these two positions, we can figure out what the values are that underlie them. And so what people call evil is a coherent society where there's like homogeneity, meaning like everyone is similar, a strong national leader, patriotism, like strong masculine fathers and workers, like all that you would see the connotation with Nazism. And the contrast, what's the best thing? Well, it's like a gay pride parade. It's like a big gay, you know, Black History Month pride parade where everybody's like, you know, waving rainbow flags. And those values are openness, tolerance, pluralism, multiculturalism, liberalism, those kinds of things. And so it's really just about framing the debate in terms of, you know, why are these things so loaded up? Why can't we talk about an alternative system? And it's because this historical narrative.
Because the alternative system marginalizes a certain group of people and discriminates against a certain group of people. If it didn't do that, then we could have that kind of conversation.
Not necessarily, though. I don't think that, like, for example, in World War II, Nazi Germany wasn't less racist than America or any other.
I'm talking about this Trump era because the one thing that people dislike about Trump so much is the fact that he created such a divisive culture, right? And I disagree with that. He didn't do that. What he did was he empowered the people that were already closeted and made them feel empowered to be vocal. It was always there. So we cannot continue to blame this one man for destroying our culture and making it 1950 all over again because it was already there. All he did was empower people.
Okay, that's fair.
Well, I'm talking about specific things, though. Like, for example, Trump.
I was like, don't give me another World War II reference. Give me a Trump reference.
Okay, yeah, we can talk about Trump. I mean, like, so they say Trump attacks the media. And that's like a fascist tactic to go after the media. They say it's about other leaders too, like Orban in Hungary. He goes after the media, and that goes against our open society where the media can criticize the government. But is it necessarily wrong to attack the media? The media is very corrupt.
It's wrong when you're doing it by saying inaccurate things. The thing that's worse than being uneducated is miseducated.
How about something accurate though, like the war in Iraq? I mean, is it accurate to say that the media lied about the war in Iraq and weapons of mass destruction? There you go. I mean, point being is there's nothing inherently wrong with criticizing the media, but people say, oh, well, that's like the fascists, and the fascists are always wrong because they did the Holocaust.
The problem is he was saying untruths and broadcasting that. People didn't give a fuck when he was saying right stuff.
Like what?
I think Donald Trump is just a very unlikable individual. Whether or not
he's arrogant.
Yeah, sometimes. Whether or not you.
He earned the right to be arrogant.
I mean, and he's openly racist, and he's in these cases that you can actually see and follow about stuff like this.
I would never like encourage anyone to be arrogant, but I mean, the first tell into how the presidency that he had was going to go was when he was in that bus and got caught saying, "You can grab a woman by the pussy and get away with," or whatever that was. That's an insane thing to say.
A guy talking with his boys about certain things that shouldn't be on camera, so to speak.
Yeah.
Just messing around.
He got caught
You're
lacking.
using that, but you're using that as an argument to say he's a bad person or a bad president?
I would say something like that means he lacked moral compass. And someone that lacks moral
Honestly,
compass.
I would not say that I have the
Go ahead.
Because he just said it was okay to sexually assault women.
I mean,
no, he said when you're a celebrity, you can grab them by the pussy. And what he's saying is that they like that when you're somebody.
When you're somebody, it's okay to sexually assault women.
No. The context was he's famous, and when you're famous, women like you, and you get away with things that regular guys would not be able to.
I don't care how many other colorful words you put in there.
Hold on. If a guy that you like grabs you by the pussy, it is not sexual assault. However, if it's someone that you don't like, then it what?
If you give him permission,
that is not how you treat a woman.
Hold on. Yeah, okay. No.
Jumping way ahead of this.
Look, ladies. If you're with a man, right, in the same act, this is the difference between women, it being sexual assault, being wanted. If you like the guy, it's accepted. It's like, wow, he's so assertive and dominant. This is so hot. But if he's someone that you don't know or whatever, then it becomes sexual assault, or it's weird, or if it's unwanted. It depends on the individual. So Trump, on the context of what he's saying, is that you're famous, girls love you, you can grab by the pussy, they don't even care. In other words, you are able to do things that other men cannot do because of your celebrity status, and women like you because of your celebrity status. That's the context under which the conversation is happening. And plus, that's locker room talk. You can have that discussion with your guys because I guarantee when you guys are around your ladies, you talk about how this dude's a loser, small dick here, blah, blah, blah. It's okay for women to openly shit on men behind the scenes, but if a guy does it, it's a problem.
Actually, Cardi B made a whole song about drugging people and doing things like that. So why can't Trump have a joke with his voice?
I don't support Cardi B. I don't support grabbing people by their genitalia. If my boyfriend did that, we would like he would never disrespect my body like that.
So if your guy gets once you're late, does he walk up to you and say, "Can we fornicate, please?" Is that what he does?
I mean, I think you have a different type of relationship style than I do, and I would never openly disrespect your relationship style. It's not robotic like that. It's very sensual and very intimate and very sweet, and what we both like. But I do think that objectively, Donald Trump is an unlikable, not objectively, subjectively, excuse me, Donald Trump is widely disliked. I'm not going to share my personal views on him, and I haven't yet. But when you say something like that and maybe don't take accountability, it's the greatest of luck.
Okay, look, realistically speaking, most women like to be objectified during sex. Just because that's not going on in your relationship doesn't mean that other women don't
I didn't
like
say
to
I don't
be.
like it.
I mean,
I said if he grabs me by the pussy in the way that Donald Trump
You just
described,
contradicted yourself.
No, I
Okay,
didn't.
can I jump
No,
in?
I didn't.
Because I don't think it's okay.
Women,
I don't think it's okay.
Hold on, look. There's a reason why 50 Shades of Grey is the most popular book amongst women. Women absolutely love to be degraded, treated like shit, etc. during sex because women don't want equality in any confinement,
We're talking
especially
about during
in a
sex.
sexual relationship and or relationship.
That man was talking about just walking up to women because he's Donald Trump.
Because he's
and
Donald
it's okay
Trump.
that he grabs them by their
Exactly.
coochie.
He
That's
said
what
they
he's
like
talking
him
about.
also. He was saying, "I'm a celebrity."
He said they let you do it.
They
He
let
said,
you do it.
exactly.
let you do
He
it.
never said they liked him. I don't give a fuck if the fucking Drake walks up to me and grab my coochie. I'm gonna smack his goddamn hand because what are you doing?
But a lot of women
Can
would
we
be okay
real
with
here?
that.
And Kat, I agree with you. However, when we say grabbing by the pussy, what nigga you know does that?
Yeah,
A lot of
it is a terminology used
I mean,
to
literally,
say,
it's an
hey, I can smash, literally. It's
And he
terminology.
already said, "Let do it."
Yeah, Kat, come on, man.
We're not saying physically go grab her by the pussy.
You-
I mean, let's take out the grab. Shut the fuck up, Chris. Let's take out the grab by the pussy thing, right? Let's talk about Suki. Let's talk about Suki and OG Yaris or whatever. Yeah, sure. Let's talk about that. What the fuck? That's not okay. That's not okay. That's essentially the same thing that Trump said. Oh, well, you're somebody. You can do what you want, and it's funny. He walked up to her, kissed her in her mouth, thinking it was funny.
Didn't like him. I guarantee you, if that's someone that she loved or wanted to be with, oh yeah, kiss me on camera. I don't care.
No, of course.
Okay, but how do you see a random person? They don't know what
That's what he's saying. A celebrity that girls want to be with, he can do whatever he wants.
He
because
felt
it's not
invited,
everyone
which is
is
why
going
he
to
did
be
what he did. He
receptive to
felt
that.
invited.
Who?
And you just said it was an
YK,
individual
that's why
thing.
he
You can't
did
go
what
up
he
to
did.
everyone and say that
he felt invited.
No.
to
The
it.
context under which he said that is like women will let you once you reach a certain status and you're attractive. And he talked about him running the Apprentice show. The context of it is very important. And again, this comes back because women like to be treated like sluts during sex. I don't care what none of you guys say. You like to get your hair pulled, get shit talked to you, whatever it may be. Women like to be degraded during sex, and they like a man that can manhandle them. That's just how it is. Women don't want equality in anything in their man.
I never said that women don't like that. I said the very act of going up to a woman and putting your hands between her legs and going like this is insane.
Some women will like that, though.
uncomfortable.
Some women will like
Okay,
that.
that's individualism.
Wait. But are we just saying, for argument's sake,
yeah,
niggas go up to girls and be like,
yes, that's
no,
insane.
they don't. Come over here. Who does that?
Okay, so is it okay?
No,
Let's go back to your club. Let's go back to your club. Let's go back to your club.
Literally what Donald Trump
Your
said.
club analogy.
Women grab her by
It
the
is
pussy.
But it's a term.
It's a term. It is not an
What?
absolute.
Well, no, I took it as him grabbing
It's not
somebody by the
literal.
coochie.
It's not
No, I
literal.
definitely took it literal.
Bro,
It's not
thank
literal.
you, bro.
Thank you.
The reason why he
Thank
said
you.
that is because women love to be treated like sluts by men that are superior to them.
Yes,
Period.
facts.
That's a
Yeah,
fact.
yeah,
In
facts.
general,
Figure of
women
speech.
love to be treated like sluts by men that are superior to them.
I'm sorry, I've never heard the speech. Grab her by the pussy. I'm just not familiar
It's
with
a
that
joke.
one.
Because women like to be treated like sluts by men that are
Oh,
superior.
I mean, if we're reading between the lines, and
Yes,
that-
critical thinking.
Yes.
No,
you're not gonna critical think that
Women
much.
lack the ability to critical think. This is a perfect example of that. Women like men to have power. Women like men to have money. Women like men to have status. Guess what? Trump has all of them. So what does he say? Hey, when you have my kind of status and you're running the top show, The Apprentice, which is before all y'all time, maybe not cats, but you'll go ahead and you'll know, right? Oh, women love this shit. Okay, when you reach my status, women will let you grab them by the pussy because women in general like men that are superior to them in every way, and they like to go ahead and take that into the bedroom. I mean, it's very simple.
Do you know, I'm going to politely disagree. I think that
I'm going to disrespectfully disagree.
What part do you disagree with specifically? What part?
One, I believe that women do have the ability to critically think. And the second part
In general, they don't.
Yeah.
I cannot agree with that. I don't have time to get into it.
Of course you don't.
This discussion has proven it. All of you guys have given emotional responses when he said objective truths because of how it made you feel. Hey, Hitler did good. Whoa! Your fucking feelings immediately went in, but he gave you guys irrefutable fact about what Hitler did for Germany. But your feelings override the facts that he's presenting because women are feel dominant.
No, that's not true.
We are
That's not
emotional.
true. Because what I said was
analytical.
nobody gave a fuck about the good shit he did when you killed all those people.
Again, feelings.
Emotional, not
Nobody cares, Myra. Who the fuck cares about the good shit that Hitler did? But this guy.
Look. He said an objective truth. He said an objective truth, but your feelings overrode the fact that he stated an objective truth. You said, I don't care, my feelings. He killed people, but he did good too.
I mean, it doesn't take anyone can objectively and intelligently realize that he could have done terrible, tragic things and also help the economy. Like, I don't understand what the argument is.
Exactly. You can do both
No,
simultaneously.
when he
You
said
just
it,
don't
you guys
care.
all had a knee-jerk reaction and reacted emotionally, which proves my point that women have lack critical thinking
just
skills.
because we had a knee-jerk
I
reaction,
actually
that doesn't
think being
necessarily mean
able
that
to-
we are incompetent. That's what you're trying to tell us.
No, I'm telling you that
I
women
disagree with
are
that.
not. Look, it's very simple. Women are not strong critical thinkers like men. They're not deductive problem solvers. They're not good leaders. This is why men overwhelmingly are inventors and create the change in the world, and women are just living in it. That's
I'm going to push past what you said because if I have the ability to think emotionally about what he said and then choose to intelligently understand his objective truths, I think that's far more powerful than just saying logic. I take a second to feel, and then I say, you know what?
Exactly.
The man
That's
has
exactly what I'm
the
saying.
man is saying something.
All right, and
That's
that
how
second to feel
conversations work.
is what is the difference between men and women. We don't need that second to feel.
There's a
We just
million.
act.
There's a million men outside of YouTube. If that man would have sat here and said, "Well, you know, Hitler did a lot of good shit," I don't give a fuck who was right. Everybody would have been like, "Whoa."
And some
we're gonna
men
sit
would
here and listen.
benefit.
We're gonna
Some
sit here and
men-
listen and be like, "Damn, I guess you do got a couple points." But the initial reaction is gonna be,
Whoa, y'all didn't sit there and listen.
I was
listening.
We were listening.
We
we literally listened the whole time.
We listened to him for like 7 minutes straight. He gave us an entire history course.
Exactly. And I'm quite impressed on it, actually.
Appreciated it.
Can I just say,
and some men would benefit from taking a second to feel their emotions and then decide how to react. No,
can I just say that Hitler would never grab him by the pussy. Hitler was a good guy. He wouldn't do that.
I mean, you know him personally.
He wouldn't do that.
Because you're talking like y'all best friends or something. Like, make a way better or
So
something.
is genocide ever the answer?
What?
Is genocide ever the answer?
No, I'm Christian. I don't believe in killing people.
Okay.
You're contradicting
we got some chats.
Anything else before I move on to the chats or whatever?
What?
Yeah. So you guys have an issue with Trump and grab by the pussy. Anything else?
I
mean, the thing about
I know that you believe he was speaking figuratively. I literally believe he is arrogant enough to actually put his hands between a woman's skirt.
That's
and
exactly what
grab.
that man meant.
Girls would like it.
I mean, yeah.
Some girls, sure.
All right, so
Okay, my thing on Trump is this.
All right, go ahead.
I think that the reason why I can sit here and say that I am a Trump supporter as an African American woman.
So you like him?
Yes, I never said I didn't.
Exactly.
I literally never said I didn't. Y'all just acted like I did. Just because I have a knee-jerk reaction.
Why are you so mad about the pussy thing?
Because I don't think that sexual assault is okay. I don't give a fuck who you are.
It's not sexual assault, though.
It
if
is.
It's wanted.
Anyway, it's not. Anyway, so my thing with Trump.
Let me ask you a question. If a man's in a relationship with his girl, hold on. No, because see, this sets then a dangerous precedent. There's a reason why I'm going to take this, because the thing is that if a woman is with a man and they're in a romantic relationship and he grabs her by the pussy because it's like their foreplay or whatever the fuck, is that really sexual assault?
No.
Let me tell you. Let me ask
But if
you.
I meet Donald Trump,
we together,
because I know he like black girls. So if I met Donald Trump,
if he is
black, yeah, girl. They all like a little black girl. And this man decided I'm at Mar-a-Lago doing my thing or whatever, you know. and that man want to grab my coochie because he's Trump, like I'm supposed to be okay with it, I'm not going to be okay with it.
Okay.
That is
What are you
sexual
doing at
assault.
Mar-a-Lago?
Huh?
What are you doing at Mar-a-Lago?
Kikiing.
How do you get you over there?
You know,
Context matters.
I'm just around, like, you know, like I said, I'm around. So just because I'm around, it's okay for people to sexually assault me because I'm in certain circles.
You're there. Yeah. It's like going to the club. It's like going to the club.
What about my political aspirations? Why am I not there to rub shoulders with the who's who? Why am I not doing any of that? I'm just saying. No, I'm just being like,
in the butt. Like a pinch in the butt.
You're literally
so
saying because I'm at Mar-a-Lago hanging out, it's okay to sexually assault me.
Bro, this is why women shouldn't vote, man.
A pinch in the butt. A pinch in the butt.
But you're there.
But you gotta see. But you being at Mar-a-Lago, you gotta look past it. Why are you at Mar-a-Lago? What time of day is it? Have y'all flirted beforehand? What kind of conversation was had before?
You setting it up for your pussy to get grabbed.
Like, this is the thing. You don't want to go ahead and just go right to the conclusion without everything that led up to it. That led to him potentially doing that. What was the implication?
The fact that you there said you want your
Women
pussy
don't want
to
to
be
take
grabbed.
accountability. You get grabbed by the pussy, but it's like, what were y'all doing beforehand? Like, what's going on?
The issue is that, like, for example, they jump all the way ahead, but all the steps beforehand.
So all the steps. What are the steps?
You getting on
were
the plane,
invited to the location, right?
We there to talk to you.
Come on. It was either a section where other people were there. The point is that you were there in that environment. So ultimately, if you like the guy and he approaches you or talks to you or even touches you, okay, I like him. It's cool. If he's a weirdo, me too. #me too.
Yeah.
But if a
The
man
problem is that
comes up,
women make
The problem
accusations
is
off of
consent.
regret, not that.
No,
they
the problem
off
is
of regret.
consent.
I don't agree with
you
that.
can't
Like,
say
that's
you
not
can't
good.
put yourself in a position for your pussy to get grabbed and then be mad for your pussy to get grabbed. That's what they're saying.
Okay,
That's
so
all
I
they're saying.
got a question for everybody. Since I'm the only dancer on the panel tonight, right? So it's okay for people to
You did
sexually assault
consent
me
because you
because
were
I'm a
there.
dancer.
You can't say I don't like this man. I don't like this man.
Mommy,
But every time he invites you
listen to what I
somewhere,
said. No,
you're
listen to what I
there.
said. What you just said. Listen to what I just said. So because I'm a dancer, it's okay for people to sexually harass me and sexually assault me because I'm a dancer.
Not at all.
That's what you just said though, because I put
That's not
myself in
what
that position. So every night I'm at the club working,
All right.
it's okay for people to sexually assault me.
Okay, so you're working at the club, but whatever you do after that, because there's dancers that like to do extra stuff for extra money. So whatever you do after that is you putting yourself in a position for your pussy
At that
to
point,
get
it's not sexual
grabbed.
assault because I got consent. I keep saying it's about consent.
Okay, so
That's what I'm saying.
if my consent is me being there.
No,
if I don't want to, if I don't want to be there, I would not be
Okay, so
there.
let's
That's
go
all
back
I'm
to the
saying.
disagreement.
If I don't like a guy, and I know I don't like a guy, I'm not gonna put myself in a position. Me, I'm telling you, oh, I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like you.
I get
Don't
invited
touch me. Don't touch me.
because I get invited to a party. Because I get into a party. Like, I don't like Myron, right? I hate Myron. Right?
Then you don't really hurt
But
him.
somebody
Why
invites
would
me
you
to
go
a
to his
party
party?
and Myron's there. I'm not supposed to go
It ain't
because
no.
I don't like
Mar-a-Lago's
him.
different. Mar-a-Lago's different. That's his house. You're going there. What time?
And
did you
again,
go
Donald
there?
Trump didn't personally invite me to Mar-a-Lago. I said someone invited me.
That's all hypothetical.
Exactly, but that's why I took it out of a hypothetical context. Let's put it in a real world context because I am a dancer. And what y'all sitting here saying that it's okay if you put yourself in certain situations that certain things happen.
Well, certain
that's
clubs,
not true.
Hold on. Certain clubs let their patrons touch the girls regardless. So is that in the real world, that would be considered sexual assault. But since you're in a club and you're an employee,
No,
they can touch you.
No, they can't. You can get the put out for touching you.
Certain clubs let you I'm saying certain clubs let the patrons touch the girls.
And
if you want them to,
Kat, we live in Miami, right?
Right.
You've been invited to what? Celebrity parties every now and then.
Yeah.
What happens? Celebrities pull up.
Yeah.
Girls are there.
Yeah.
All right. I want her, and her pull up to the back room.
Right. And they go.
But why is that? Because they like the guy.
Exactly.
So, for example, Trump is saying, if I got by the pussy, I can do it because I have status. Once again, it's just status and what girls like. So if it's a weirdo from CBS,
right? I'm not refuting that no more, Fresh. What I'm
Okay.
refuting now is the concept behind putting yourself in situations and negative things happening to you, and it's your fault because you put in a situation. For example, Miss, I like to go to the club when I got a man. So you at the club, you at the club with your man, and then a nigga follows you in the bathroom and rapes you.
Oh no!
It's your fault. Okay, should have been there.
That's not the same, baby girl. Yeah, like you're not. That ain't even. Yeah, that don't even equate, honey. That don't even
You went
equate.
to the party because you wanted to go to the party for what? Attention, or for example, to see
Let's talk about the club.
You can't go to the party for fun.
In that environment. The club
That's
is for
what I
fun,
was trying to
right?
say earlier,
Well,
but you ain't a good woman if you.
It's the type of touch, though. There's a difference between someone who's grabbing a chest and someone who is bold and brazen enough to put their hands between the legs of a woman and go like that. That's insane. That is an insane thing to think is appropriate for anyone.
In any situation, when it's not welcome.
I wasn't a part
Like-
of the locker room talk. I only heard the segment that Donald Trump was recorded.
So you didn't even hear the whole thing.
Exactly. You didn't hear the full thing.
No, I heard what was posted online.
Bro.
In context, you have to
That's a
understand the whole
snippet.
scenario. This is why you're jumping the gun all the way. Listen. I understand.
It's not crazy, bro.
But in
Did
context,
everyone only hear what was posted
Exactly. What
online?
did y'all was at the locker room because I only heard like the little
do
snippet
you
too.
know it was the actual show?
So there's more than like that 30-second snippet.
Yes, there is.
It's always more.
The point is, I understand it sounds crazy, but at face value, what nigga goes to a chick and says, "Give me the pussy," and grabs it?
Yeah, that's insane. Which is exactly the argument
out of context,
here.
you're taking it the
Privileged
wrong
white
way.
man.
Huh?
Privileged white man.
Okay.
I mean,
And-
what is the
and-
context where it's not insane?
And again, let's say that is the case, it is literal, and it actually does happen. If the girl doesn't like it, hey, police, walk away, leave.
Yes, you just assaulted someone. You put their hands
I'm
between
just
their
saying,
legs
it's
and
assault.
grab their
That's all I'm saying.
genitalia.
But he's saying with status, some women will say, you know what? I like this guy. I want to go to bed with him. I'll take it.
Yeah, that's
what we're saying.
That's very
Y'all-
sad.
y'all gave too much
But
context.
it's
I don't
You're
feel
telling
like
me
I
that there's an
said
entire
that.
TV show where his statement has context.
There's the actual show he was on, and it was being recorded, and that was a snippet of what happened.
Right.
It was
Okay.
a longer show.
And the whole show, he said that when the cameras were on him and he knew he was being recorded.
There's talks behind
He
scenes.
knew he was
of-
being recorded.
They were,
Yes or no?
I think they were like a studio or like a.
He got caught on a hot mic.
No,
at a
it's
bar.
all
Okay, then
No, it's all
then
about-
I
It was
heard
a hot
what was
mic.
said.
Yeah.
That's the locker room talk. There's no other context to be had.
Right. They put
The
He
context
did
is
not know he
he's
was being.
with his boys just talking to shit, and you heard a snippet of it, not the full context. So you don't even know why he said what he said. That's
I
the point
mean,
here.
I
But
don't
you're
even know if
assuming
what he
off
said
of a
would
clip.
be.
Oh, he means this. You don't even know. Anyhow, we
We're about to get grabbed by the pussy, man.
Yeah,
brother.
that's
The key is it's got to be from the right guy.
That kind of
Yeah.
advice is
Right,
gonna
right,
be
right,
illegal.
facts,
You're not
facts.
that guy. You're gonna be single if you follow that advice.
Trump
It's
is a
insane.
baller.
And
He can
jail,
do whatever he
insane.
wants.
No, trust me.
That's pretty much what they're saying.
Yeah.
Listen, we do not condone SA. We're just saying some women ultimately.
You-
No. We're
No,
saying
no.
some women
love it though.
in a certain environment with a level of guy that has status. Oh, he's cool. All right, I like him. It's a wrap.
We
That's
don't
it.
condone SA, but sometimes we do.
No.
Okay.
We're saying
What?
women
No.
like SA. Some women do, and it's true.
Oh my God.
It's not SA if you like it.
It's from
That's
my
what I'm saying.
You
Oh
said it
my
yourself.
gosh.
It's not.
fresh.
You even said it. You like rough.
From my boyfriend, not a random person in.
Exactly.
That's the point.
That's what I'm saying.
him. So it's not
Okay, and
fair.
Donald
man.
Trump is going to be a random person walking into whatever club and
And
sticking his hands
if
between
she
a
likes
woman.
Donald Trump, then it's okay
Yes.
because she likes it. That's the whole point.
You just said
That's insane.
What they're doing is they're assuming that all the women around Donald Trump like him. That's what's
Yeah,
happening
and that's
right
not
now.
true.
They
I
do.
mean, it's
That's
Donald
not
fucking
true.
Trump,
They
man.
do.
Like,
He's a total
So
catch.
Donald Trump
He's
walks
handsome.
into anywhere.
He's
and
rich.
handsome.
Right.
He's
Handsome.
powerful.
This is going over your heads. This is going over your heads.
No, it's not. I'm actually. I am trying to interpret
you're
what you're
dating
saying.
a Jew.
And
Blacks.
I.
Next.
That's
No, fresh, man. Yo, man. She'll get it, man.
He's
Fuck it,
been
man.
grumpy the whole time.
Rumble.
Like, are you okay?
No, he needs
You're
to
dating a Jew. You're like, oh my gosh, I don't date a guy because he that's. Listen, it's what it is, man.
I mean, you're speaking like you know me, and you simply just don't. So I don't. I'm not gonna have a conversation with you.
Yeah, what you got to understand, because you're trying to attribute the action as being sexual assault. What I'm saying is that the action is a sexual assault depending on the individual. Some actions, though, might be constituted sexual assault. If it's the correct individual with the correct woman, it's not going to be constituted as that. But what you're trying to say is, grab me by the pussy is always sexual assault. And I'm telling you, that's not true. That's it.
If Donald Trump is not
I
allowed
think,
to go
Myron,
into
what
a
we're
club-
saying is that our position is the context in which he said it makes it sexual assault because he made it seem like he could just walk up to random bitches.
No.
But it's not sexual assault if the girl likes it. What she's trying to say, I'm that fucking guy. Girls like me. I can do it.
How is he going to figure that out until after the fact?
Because women give signs.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And
then
when
why-
when you reach a certain level of
Men are
celebrity,
fucking
girls
idiots.
are sluts and they don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
Okay,
facts.
then
But you don't understand that because you're a female. You don't
Exactly.
understand what it
You
takes
don't
to be
understand.
attractive as a man.
No.
You
Yeah,
don't see the
facts.
signs. You don't know how
Yes.
women react to men that have social status. You don't know how women react to men that have money because you're with a guy that's, no offense, probably fairly marshmallow, fairly nice, which is why you guys have the relationship that you have. But women in general want dominant men that are grabbed by the pussy, that are aggressive during sex, that they can go ahead and be like,
When you
damn,
give the
this guy's taking it.
context-
You cannot attribute your sex life, to how you perceive your man or what you're attracted to a majority of women, because a majority of women want an aggressive, dominant man that takes what he wants from his girl.
When you give the context of reading the signs, I understand that now, but I feel like you don't know how to speak to women sometimes. Which is sad, because I agree with a lot of the tenets of this podcast. I really respect this podcast, but there's such frustration I feel from your end. Because
It's not about frustration. Do you understand that if I walk up, let's say we take the same different guy, but they say the same exact thing. Hey, Beck, you're looking fucking good tonight. Yeah, girl. One girl, right, might be like, damn, I like that. But if I'm not the right guy, she'll be like, oh, that's sexual harassment. So what I'm trying to say is this. It doesn't matter what you say. What matters is, who are you? That's what matters.
Yeah.
That's why women love assholes, but they don't like nice guys. Nice guys are really nice, but they don't get laid. Assholes, nice ass. Woo, okay. But if I was a fucking loser and I said, nice ass, sexual harassment.
I get that, but when you have so many people watching this, there's going to be people, like, there's going to be men who really think they're that guy who can go into the club and start touching women. And
These fucking losers that watch this shit don't think that.
insane.
These niggas are fucking losers.
The point I'm trying to make is that, see, this is what I mean when I say women don't know anything about attraction or what
That's
women are
just
actually
not
attracted
true.
to. No, you
That's
don't,
not
because I
true.
literally just explained it to you.
Yeah, you don't know.
Two men do the same exact
I
action.
say that because you
One
wanna feel-
individual is considered a sexual deviant. The other guy is considered super hot and attractive.
This is where, like,
You and I find
sorry to
common
say-
ground if you would have some semblance of having a civil conversation rather than trying to just
again
steamroll.
I'm not steamrolling you. I'm telling you that women respond differently to different men depending on who the individual is.
I agree, and I agree with that, Byron. I agree with that wholeheartedly. However, the part that I disagree with is just because you are that guy with the stature, with the money,
You can't
everybody's
touch
just
me.
not gonna
Don't
be
touch
okay
me.
with
Yeah,
it.
you can't
That's
just
what I'm
touch me.
saying.
I never said it's not going to be everybody, but a good amount of women will.
Cat, you've been at celebrity parties too. You know what it is.
I know,
And
but
just
they
even
want to
journaling.
go. They want to go.
That's what I'm
Yes.
saying.
And then
Some
the
of us
whole
wanna do
flued
it.
out culture as well.
Because you've
Listen,
provided the context.
Actually, I'm not saying no names. The point is, celebrities have parties all the time, and things happen. It done.
No girl wants a guy that's going to sit there. Do you want to fornicate? No, they want a guy that fucking just gets it, can read the signs and escalate properly.
Do you really think I'm in a relationship where my man is not dominant and not a leader and
Yes,
doesn't
they
know
do,
how to be
actually.
sensual?
I mean, kind of based off what you said.
Listen, if you are not able to have that kind of relationship, then that's you personally. I would never speak negatively on that. I understand women want that man who is a dominant leader.
Majority
I
of
talk
women
about
do.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. I even said earlier in this podcast, I have the kind of relationship where my man takes the lead and he sets the plans up and I get to put my feet up and be taken care of. And that's amazing.
If he grabbed
Most
you by the
women
pussy,
want-
would you be mad?
Yes, but if he slapped my ass, I would be into it.
Whoa!
I would. Okay, listen. I would never
Yo.
be. You're getting upset because of my individual sexual preferences. If anyone, if my boyfriend went to me and put his hands between my legs and went
Yes.
like that would be insane.
Yo,
But if
hot.
he was being played, no, it's not.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what
hot.
you as a man think. That's insane. That's why
You're
you're
hot?
leading some guys
Chris,
astray.
Chris. All right,
You're
sorry,
leading
Fresh.
some guys astray and they're not going to get it. But if my man is playful and maybe I'm cooking him a little dinner or something and I'm looking cute and he comes up and squeezes my
Smacks you.
ass or like slaps it, yes, I'm going to entertain that. You're leading men astray by getting so into the extreme.
But let me ask you,
most
what would
women
make
are
a
not going to be
difference,
okay
though?
with going in between
Yo,
the legs and
she
grabbing
does
like
not
that.
like her man at all.
What would make a difference though? Honestly, like you're contradicting a little bit. 'Cause what would make a difference?
You're a dating coach?
Because-
Yeah, bro.
This is so
He a
fundamental.
bitch, man.
You don't realize.
Wait,
Yeah.
Chris. Okay.
This
This,
is
actually,
would
this,
make
this
a
is really like a
difference?
quintessential
Like-
example of why you don't take dating advice from women.
exactly.
Because you don't have me like a bitch ass nigga. Oh, can I touch you? Is this okay?
I know.
Yeah, no, you know what's so funny you say that,
I never
Myron?
said that.
Because I hate for someone to ask
You
me,
want me
is
to
it
get
okay for me to touch you?
Yeah,
Can I do this? Can I do this? I'm like, what you asking for?
Body language. Body language cues.
I never said anything about you want me to be a certain way so bad and I see
No,
it,
I'm
which is
not.
why I never said anything
Listen.
about can I touch you, can I kiss you.
If I
And
grab
Aaron
you,
or excuse me, Chris thinks because I don't want my boyfriend to go like this to my coochie that I inherently don't like him.
Well, y'all
Do
make
you
your friend
know-
mad. She
do
said
you know-
coochie.
do you know- do you know how to have a relationship with a woman? I don't think you know how to have a relationship with a woman, and that's tragically sad.
Wait a second.
I feel like two things can
Your
be
boyfriend's
right.
Jewish?
Right.
I'm just kidding.
I mean, I don't know.
I would love to know how you think that me not wanting to be groped in that way inherently means I don't like my
Because
boyfriend.
I know girls like
You don't even call them
and,
women; you call them girls. So okay, we'll
All
start
right.
there.
Well, first of all, like if I'm talking, like just like don't talk of me. First of all,
I'm sorry.
And second of all, it's like if I was fresh, no, first I'm gonna fuck fresh. If I was to grab my woman who I'm paying for, right, and you live with me, right?
I don't live with him.
That's why you don't fucking deal with him.
I've been in a relationship for 7 months. What am I gonna break my lease? I can't afford that.
Lease? Fuck the lease. He's a Jew.
It's really hard to have conversations that are intelligent when you get like this. I would love to listen from you. I would love to learn from men. I would love to learn from men. I believe in this podcast. I respect this podcast, but this point of the conversation has been a little frustrating.
Listen.
You were trolling? Oh my gosh.
Look, just because you wouldn't like it, because you by getting grabbed by the pussy, doesn't mean that other woman wouldn't like it. I would argue that if a woman was with a man that she actually liked, admired, and respected to a high degree most, they would be okay with a guy grabbing her by the pussy.
I don't think I ever said that individual. Like, I get down with the individual. I understand that.
I feel like you contradicted yourself because.
Ooh, get him, toss.
Who made that sound?
I know, because I'm like,
That's Chris.
So the reason why I feel like that is because two things can be right. However, you did say you wouldn't be okay when I believe you asked for if your man was to grab you by the pussy. That's what you guys are saying, right? But then if he's jokingly slaps you while you're cooking,
it's
what makes it
touch.
But why? It's the same thing.
I mean, why is touching here?
It's your man.
No, why is
I
touching
can't
here
answer
different
that.
than
But why
grabbing
does he
your
need
butt?
permission?
I want to hear what South Dallas got to say.
Come on, Sauce.
I can't answer that.
Trump is an alien. No,
I can't answer that, and it's a soft spot for me. Like this is a soft topic for me.
It is for me as well.
And that happened to me, and he did exactly what y'all are saying. Like, oh, why wouldn't you be okay with your boyfriend doing it? It was that setting. We were arguing, and he decided to do that.
But that's different though.
But he still did it.
But then it changes
to sexual assault. It's the position of it, like the setting of it. That's basically what.
Which is why I said two things can be right.
So now you
However, if
contradicted
that is,
yourself
I'm not
'cause you
contradicting.
recognize the difference between different touches and different
The
contexts.
reason why I know I'm not contradicting is because you did indeed say that if he was to just grab you by the pussy, you would not be okay with that. But then if you were cooking romantically and he were to slap you on your butt, you would be okay with that.
I think the part that you're missing is the fact that she thinks that the vagina is more intrusive than smacking the ass.
It's very simple to
But
feel. I don't contradict myself at all.
if you're doing it
I don't accept that
aggressively,
argument. I'm
I
sorry.
can understand
No.
that. But if you're doing
No.
it because you're my man or whatever I choose to date, why is it not okay for you to just touch me? Because women grab men by the
all the time.
I agree with knowing your partner. That's
She's just
knowing your partner.
uncomfortable
But
with
that's
like,
not
touching
knowing.
my pussy. You can touch my booty, but don't touch my pussy. And
No,
that's just
you literally got
I would like to know what they think.
Nick, is it okay to grab her by the pussy?
Right. Would you grab your girl by the pussy, Nick?
Wow.
And he's a virgin.
Look,
Right.
Here's a litmus test. It's very simple. I can't believe that we've even been on this discussion for this long, but it's very simple. If a girl is with a man that she's truly aroused by, he does it for her, she's her dream man, etc., and he grabs her by the pussy, you'd be a fucking moron to be like, oh, I'm offended by this, because he'll probably look you in the face and be like, cool, I'm getting rid of you.
Right.
Get the fuck out of here. Like, when women are with a man that she's truly aroused by, he can do anything.
You're arguing. Yes. You're arguing. That's one thing. Yes. To your
I mean,
point.
but she's just not like that though, and that's okay for her.
Okay.
No,
But that's okay. No one said that's
But guess what?
wrong.
She might be okay with it. So why can't we're just saying, look, you have your own personal things that you want to say are okay and what not okay. She does too as well.
Yeah.
Some women like that shit.
Bro, if I ever grab my girl by the pussy, she says some shit like, "Oh, that makes me uncomfortable," I'm like, "Get the fuck out of my house! I'm never gonna talk to her again." Like, what the fuck?
You're fucking insane.
I bust my ass, become successful to grab my chick by the vagina. She's like, "Oh, I don't know." Get out of
Yeah,
here.
because we ain't connected. Ain't no connectivity.
So now you're
ain't no connectivity.
She gotta be quiet. She gotta cook and she gotta clean.
Yeah, ain't no connectivity.
That's a lot.
No, I mean, we're always.
But she don't gotta work though, right?
I mean,
But he don't provide.
I work on myself being excellent. I demand excellence for my girl. And my thing is, if I can't even grab my girl by the vagina, that means she's not that aroused.
She's
by me.
not.
I'm not that one.
If that's the relationship you
She
have
just
with her,
tolerated
then
me
that's
to a
good.
degree, and I'm good. I don't want. If I'm not getting it all, I don't want none.
If that's the individual relationship you have with her,
But I think
then
the
why?
tone you're hearing it in, it sounds like you're taking it as a aggressive connotation. I don't think you're taking it as
intimacy.
And maybe that's my innocence. I'm sorry I was
But
raised
that's
with a certain view of my own
That's
body.
fine. But you can't say that she doesn't like that or she doesn't like that.
I mean, it's supposed to mean I like. It's a different kind of touch. A man who's putting his hand, and I really shouldn't have to explain the anatomy of the human body. A playful slap of the ass is very different than going up and grabbing someone by her genitalia.
And that's for you, but
It's
for her it
the
might be different.
Yeah, and I never argued that.
I'd argue
it's
most
real
girls
close.
wouldn't have an issue with it. They're like,
Because when you're grabbing my ass, you're grabbing my pussy.
You're not guaranteed someone with that same mindset.
Hey man, y'all let my boy Nick tell us if he wanted to grab him by the pussy.
Nick,
So,
Nick.
I think that. So it sounds like what you're saying is it's literally like a rape.
Yes.
I mean,
but wait, hang on. But I think what we're saying is that that's not what we're talking about.
I'm sorry that I'm
And-
innocent. Oh my, like if that's
Well,
what
hang
the
on.
whole conversation
Hang on.
comes down to, then I could admit.
Hang on.
Oh, baby. I don't think it's about
I
innocence.
think he's way more innocent
You
than
just
you are.
said you just said you have a different view of your body. Like
Yes.
all of us. That's
You were
okay,
raised-
though.
Yes.
That's
When
okay.
I
though.
first
There's
knew
nothing
what
wrong with that.
Thank you.
my
She
back
gets
was I would never let a man come up and grab
some
me by
women
the
like
gooch.
that shit, and
A
some
lot
women
of them
do.
do.
Majority.
We like being chosen out.
Yes.
So what is
It's
called
being
being
submissive.
We have this conversation all the time on social media. Women like to be choked. Women talk about it all the time. They talk about
I never said anything about not being. No, I am agreeing with
Your point of
you.
view is
Agree to
this one
disagree.
over here.
I think these people tired of
Okay.
about it.
IRS, let's go.
Yo, sorry.
We're gonna be here all night with this one.
Yeah.
Come on, Nick.
I'm not
Tell me you don't
apologizing
want.
for my innocence.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But that's why none of us would actually date you. Come on, Nick. Tell me you don't want to go diving in this chocolate goodness. So many queens for you to choose from on the panel. Go ahead, come to the dark side. We won't judge you.
Tempting.
I'll be honest. I think you're just virtue signaling for the show. But that's fine. I'll keep.
Wait,
We're innocent.
I actually don't know what that. I don't.
Don't worry.
You said
It's Border Patrol goes. I dated a girl who would get her son to look through my phone to see if I was cheating. Question for the ladies:
Red
would you
flag.
get your son to do your messy work for you?
No, he's a child.
Why
He
you
ain't even
ain't
know-
in your
First of all, he shouldn't even know what you got going
Let's
on.
get Groper. Been watching both platforms for a while and love the content crossover. AF X FNF is the best content in YouTube history. Want to let y'all know for a while that you have LDS Mormon support.
Oh, shout
out to you.
Yeah, you guys have multiple wives, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Real niggas, man.
Love the diverse.
Thank you, sir. Drop the facts. Appreciate that. Shout out to you. And then we got here. Sam Carter goes, why does Meyer support Republicans like Trump who don't want Muslims like his family in America? And why does the USA economy and black people do better under Democrats than since we are born? Please show our state credible sources. Show our state. You sound like a faggot, bro. If I'm gonna be all the way honest. Like, if you know, go watch fucking Young Turks or something like that. You
There you
fucking
go.
liberal faggot. 1 to 3 huevos. Yeah,
huevos.
Appreciate that. First question for ladies: how many baby daddies y'all got, and how many are present in the child's life?
One. I have one.
One.
Zero.
One baby daddy. Yes.
Wow.
I have one.
One.
Is that a question because we're black?
I got zero.
Because black women.
Yeah,
Yeah, it kind of is.
Yeah.
Black women don't have multiple baby daddies.
Just to say that.
Everyone is going to be light skinned in the future. The BBC is snatching up all the big booty white girls. Sorry, Nick. Sorry, Nick.
Not if I can help it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, stop it. Shout out to Eminem for hosting Nick on my B-Day. Nick, would you say that you have a lot of support from a Black/Hispanic audience? And if so, how come? Unfortunately, missed out on the rally tickets to see for myself.
Yeah, blacks love me because I'm honest.
Blacks love me.
You keep saying blacks.
I love them too.
Right?
I love them.
No, we don't believe you, bro.
How should you refer to y'all? How should you refer to blacks then? How should you refer to
You don't want to hear my second choice.
Oh, yeah.
It's a joke.
It's funny. You should actually do stand up sometime. Maybe it would have actually
maybe.
gone.
Maybe.
I think she's joking.
Okay.
No.
I hope so.
Do it. No, I can't.
I'm putting it
That would be polite.
Do it next so you can get banned again.
Right.
We're on Rumble. You can say it.
Yeah. Say it. Come on, man. I want you to say it.
For real. What you got?
You want me to say it?
Yes.
Is anyone going to hit me if I say it?
No. 2 hours. Come on, Nick. What you got?
All right, nigger.
Oh, yeah. Dan the
Nigga.
Yo, it is amazing to me how a word can get everybody so fucking mad, bro.
Wait, hold on. Yo, we asked for it.
We didn't ask for it. You guys asked for it.
I definitely want to know what's on your top because you gonna definitely know what's on mine. Cracker.
Top what?
Okay.
You want to wife and kids in the future?
We got.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on. We got up next.
Do you say that on your YouTube channel often?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
No.
But how do you use it?
This is why he's a virgin.
Okay,
first
Myra.
of
You gotta
all.
be able to say it.
How do you use it though?
No, I agree in
Neutral.
free speech, so then you cannot hang out with him.
Damn.
Okay.
It was used. What?
All right.
No, free speech is important, so you know who not to hang out with.
It's a word.
Yeah, a word used to
No,
degrade us.
That's okay.
But I feel like
But
it's
you're-
okay if I
but-
call you a cracker, right?
No, well, here's the difference. I'm not saying that you
No,
can't.
well,
The difference.
Well, are you gonna listen?
okay.
I'm not saying you can't utter the word, but that's how it is. I mean, there are words that I won't utter. Like I'll say GD instead of goddamn because I believe that's blasphemy. But I think it's foolish to say the N word if you're talking about it in a neutral way. I think it's kind of juvenile. But I'm not talking about like, hey, N. I'm saying like, if you're going to refer to the word, you can utter the word. I don't think it makes you a bad
With
person.
Why are you saying
uttering
N when
the
you
word.
just said
Like
the
if
word?
you read
Why
the
don't you say the
word,
word again?
Like in what context you're reading?
Sorry,
That's what I was like, how you saying it?
Not that
Huckleberry Finn
complicated.
book.
How you saying
Are we
it?
just talking about like casually?
Yeah, how you saying it?
Like I
Because you're
said,
saying it's neutral. Like how would you say it? Just say it.
He already did. I don't want to fucking hear it again.
Okay.
He said it twice.
All right.
We got it.
like I said, there's a big difference between people get canceled for uttering the word versus directing it at somebody in a hateful way.
Why you look at her when you say that?
I'm not looking at the group. You people are so sensitive.
You people,
I'm being facetious. I'm being facetious.
Listen, you asked for it and gave it to you. I don't know what you asked for.
What is the point, Myron? What is the point?
Bro, we're finished, bro.
Fucking canceled.
I heard
What's
somebody
the
said
point?
magic
Why don't
word.
you just when we come on the podcast?
Magic word 3 times?
What's the point, Myron?
Listen, man.
Yeah, Myron.
What's the point?
Myron.
I need to know.
I am not in agreement with this.
What is the
I don't
point?
agree with this.
What's the point? Hey, man, I heard somebody else saying the magic word, bro. Yeah.
And y'all just recording it. Take it off. It's funny.
Yeah.
Can you take it off though?
Oh, no,
It's disrespecting you.
All right.
Ah,
Let's
keep it
do
on.
this.
Keep it on. Let everybody
Ninjas.
see.
All right. Where are we at here? Where we at? I can't really read this shit. I ain't gonna lie, I can't really see through this fucking
That's
thing,
what they
man.
used to say too. That's why they made the holes bigger back in the day. Stupid.
Yeah.
Well, it's the first time. Where we at here? Fresh, you got this. I can't see.
Yeah, this 50 to fresh.
Yeah. Brandon, you be in Africa one-on-one a lion right now. If we didn't bring you here, well, you're welcome. Get this $50 to fresh. Shout out to you, bro. Section 8 behavior says, calling it now. This podcast is going to end up in a world star by the end of the show.
That's not going to go well for me.
That's that comment. It's probably for you,
my
bro.
God.
Fresh's ball says, name one red flag that turns you on. Fresh, I want Kiki. Nick can have the others. Kiki looks like she can do the guac guac 1,000. That's 10,000. And I want it done to me. Shout out to my dog, Big Mo.
Yes,
Okay.
Wait, who said that?
Justin Bird says,
Where is that?
don't mind that. Genetic differences are innate. Everything else aside, why do we always omit the black family structure from this conversation? Blacks sold other blacks into slavery, and they were black slave owners.
We already said that.
Yeah, we did. Through the glitz. Race mixing is
race
fine.
mixing word. I don't know.
Race mixing is fine as long as she got a fat ass. Steve Lee goes, more education funding will not cure the ails of the underclass. Go look up the Kansas City experiment in the 90s. They threw more money per pupil than anywhere else in the country and had bad outcomes. Fan values first and foremost, not more funding.
Okay.
That is true.
I'm not mad at that.
The nuclear family is a big reason why people fuck up in school. The lack of nuclear families. Because if you look at Asians and like Nigerians, and these people that are successful, they have the nuclear family. But the black community does not have the nuclear family a lot of times.
All right.
Okay, there are whites and Chinese slaves in America. There were more white slaves in Africa than black ones in North America. Slaves were everywhere. Does every slave in the world deserve reparations? Nope. I'm a black man. I'm not a victim. Get over it. Anybody have a response to that? He's saying that reparations are like, you don't deserve
We don't
reparations.
deserve it.
No,
because everybody was slaves besides us. We weren't the only slaves.
I think having the mentality of getting through your struggles is better than looking at them as unsurmountable
It's
obstacles.
called healing.
What are we at here? Black women that date out. Oh, red flag. Brad can keep that. I ain't gonna lie. When I see a black chick with a white dude, I'd be happy. I'm like, all right, that's good. More white girls for me. I've been up. Why is Nick surrounded by the bane of his existence? Ladies, be honest. Have you ever told a man it was his pussy while you were giving it to another man? If so, why? If not, what made you dedicate it to that one man, bro? Come on, be honest about that.
Wait a second. I'm not surrounded by Jews.
I mean,
that's a joke. I'm kidding.
If you do an IQ test from 1930 and then do one from 2022, you will score the same. If a Ugandan developed an IQ test, would Russians score the same as Italians on that test? Tests have a design flaw as depends on the tester's definition of intelligence.
It's not true.
And that's from Come On.
Why is that not true?
Because with IQ tests, they do it so there's no cultural bias. Like there's some IQ tests they administer, there's not even words or letters.
It's a lot of like pattern recognition and stuff like that. So even if you don't speak the language, you'll be able to.
And the questions that are rated the most culturally biased have the least disparity between the races on them. In other words, so even if you were to say, oh, it's culturally biased, the respondents rate the questions that are most culturally biased. There's not even a difference between the black and white scores.
What's the lowest IQ race?
It's probably Aboriginals in Australia.
Oh wow.
Poor black. Anyway, let's keep going. Okay, we got Eli from Jersey says, "Chick in the blue. Black people have been here. Black people have been here in America before slavery." Christopher Columbus said that.
I also talked about how Christopher Columbus came over here and took these Native Americans' land as well. Dumbass nigga.
Mercy never heard of it. Watch it. Watch Idiocracy. Okay. Is that a movie or some shit?
I guess that's a statement.
Oh, this nigga put a picture of Phantom and said, "I am dumb." Oh shit. He goes. That's kind of funny though. You got
that is funny as shit. Actually,
he made a whole account and put "I am dumb."
I know. I love it.
In 2010, a study was done on variability of frontotemporal brain structure. The conclusion showed differences in multiple sectors of the brain based on race. Studies have been done on this.
Where's the evidence? Differences mean?
You just said it.
What is the interpretation of the differences?
Thank you for putting in all that work. I appreciate you. Shout out to that guy.
No, nothing.
That was awesome.
That's just a statement.
If I can speak about
No, he literally cited where the study was in 2010. Study done on.
It was what it was on, but not where it was from. He just saying stuff.
I don't know who is writing this, but
I'm dumb.
the title of this frontotemporal. So we have the front and we have the temporal region of our brain.
if they're saying like black people have a bigger or like white people have a smaller, whatever, what is the outcome of those differences? You didn't really say that. You just said they have differences of structure. Does the structure inherently mean intelligence? I don't get what you're trying to get at with that.
I mean, I think if you Google this, Google
I'll Google
that
it. I'll Google
in 2010, it'll probably come up. Not many studies probably done on that. Where else we got here? Where we at? OI, the premise is misleading. You are conflating hard work and IQ. Nigerians, etc., who come here are successful because they are hardworking, like the African Americans who are hardworking are also successful. Okay. I'm tired of the black African American blaming all the issues on others. I'm African born who came in the U.S. 1 year ago from a French-speaking country making six figures. The difference between us is that you see yourself as a victim, but I see myself as a conqueror.
Fair point. That's a fair point.
Debating, well, he's arguing your thing because you're saying that you didn't have opportunities or something like that.
We all have opportunities.
Yeah, and it. Go ahead, Goldie.
All right. Professor Wudon goes, lady next to Myron regurgitated how to analyze and review validity of a study. Useless and wasn't helpful. You need an upgrade on your programming. Anyway, Nick, can your genes change over time? And over time is a time frame, let's say 150 years. Thanks, G.
Yeah, they can.
All right.
To think that I could give you a lecture on how to analyze the validity of a study and overtake the podcast, I'm not going to do that.
All right.
First of all, these people aren't even that some smart to
Craig
understand.
Candor with a picture of a chimpanzee, which is funny. The Euro-African slave trade didn't start until the 1500s. By then, Europe had castles and the printing press, while sub-Saharan Africans lived in huts. If systematic racism is the root issue, why were blacks developmentally behind before systematic racism was implemented?
We weren't talking about systematic racism in the 1500s and or in Africa. We're talking about it being embedded.
That's his point.
I know, which doesn't really speak to anything that we talked about, because I'm talking about African American history and culture, not before we got here and what happened before we got here.
Okay.
I don't feel like I don't know much about the 1500s.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Right, we talking about
who fuck knows? I'm talking about things that I know of as a black woman.
I think he's going back to the IQ thing. Is what he's saying. He's saying that if IQ isn't a thing between the races, then why is it that the whites had the printing press and they had all these developments? Meanwhile, in Africa, they had huts. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh,
I understand
there wasn't white intervention at that point. Why were they still so?
Why were they in huts?
Why were they so behind from a development standpoint? Whereas the Caucasians had all these things.
I think there was a documentary maybe called Guns and Germs and Steel that kind of touched on isolated populations of groups and how it's like the access to resources. But
not everybody in Africa lives in huts.
One of the most resource-rich,
and especially back then,
Exactly.
at that point, like everybody was going to Africa to get their resources and their all that. So
Yeah.
So what?
So is it
Education,
really
everything.
maybe
Yeah.
that documentary.
Well, to be
doesn't
fair, if they're
hit the
aliens,
mark
I mean, they would get outside help, you know.
That's the white people, remember? Oh yeah. Yeah. Is that what it was? Because they had the.
I mean, white people also don't have history, so.
That's insane.
Should I go get the hood again? White people don't got history.
White people don't got history.
White people definitely got history.
They definitely got history.
They stole. I mean, they stole a lot of shit. So
They did that too. But
they got a history.
What did they steal specifically?
My people.
And what else?
This now
my
is not
country.
your land.
It's not.
What country did they steal?
I mean, I didn't come here willingly. My parents didn't come here willingly.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Facts.
Were your parents slaves?
I mean, I didn't say they were. I said my family didn't come here willingly.
You said your parents.
Well, I'm sorry, I mistakenly.
Okay, cool.
Thank you, Nick, or whoever the fuck that was. I didn't hear.
What?
Nick, leave me out of here, Nick.
So what's your original country then?
I'm in America. I don't know where they come from at this point. I don't live here. I just told you I reside on Earth.
What?
Wakanda.
I'm residing on Earth.
Feel that?
Do you work? What?
Yeah, I do.
What do you work?
Student.
Oh.
Wait, you're in college?
Terrestrial brain.
She's a student.
Do you work?
Yeah, I go to HBCU. That's all I'm just telling you.
Florida Memorial. She
Oh, you
said
got
that.
FLOMO.
Yeah.
Do you work though?
Oh yeah.
You have like a lot of friends?
You have a good
Yeah,
memory.
Do
I
they
have
all
a good
like
amount
think
of
like you?
friends. I mean, no, because
No, I'm just asking, like, I don't know if you have I'm saying, like, do you have like a friend circle that kind of like identifies with you? Like,
I
yeah,
have
girl.
a good amount of friends, actually.
But I'm asking, like, this is my question.
No, I'm telling you, like, I have a good amount of friends.
I understand that. And so when you say these types of things, they be like, yeah, girl.
No, they
yeah,
really
girl.
be
Go
loud.
ahead, girl.
No, we listen. Sometimes we look crazy, but at the same time, like we listen to like what she got to say. Because sometimes she
Oh, y'all
got
her friends?
Yeah, like this is my best friend.
So I'm trying to see, like, if you have people that actually identify. Because some people are like that. They're like loners. So I'm just trying to see.
Sometimes to back it up, but you know.
So you're half
I'm
alien.
speaking.
Half
No,
alien,
I
half
just
Earthling.
believe. I just
Dual
believe we're
citizen.
all
Yeah,
brainwashed.
Mars and Earth.
Now you figured it out.
Yeah.
There's more to
Take me
what
to
we
your
think. That's what I believe.
I just wonder.
We're brainwashed.
She's
All
a
right.
smart girl.
Wait, what are you majoring?
Psychology.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yo, we're fucking doomed, bro.
Yeah.
This is the future of America.
Literally.
No,
These are 20-year-olds y'all want.
Let me
Y'all
tell y'all
said y'all.
something.
She at her prime.
Let me
She
tell
at her
you.
prime. Y'all better respect this queen. She at her prime. How old are you, friend?
Let me tell you,
How old are you,
this
friend?
is y'all world.
sex,
not
Friend,
mine.
how old are you?
20.
She's 20. This girl's at her prime.
Okay.
For sex cat.
Get the fuck out of here. Y'all better marry her tomorrow.
For sex
That's what
cat.
y'all said.
Hey, man. We're doomed. All right. She's really, that's your dance?
Of course, I'm that's my girl. I'm a claimer.
All right, let's
Andrew?
assume, real quick, let's assume that
That's
we weren't
mine.
here on this podcast. What would you two be talking about?
Probably this.
We talk about everything. Like it doesn't matter. We just talk about everything.
What?
Give us an example.
Yeah.
Probably boys.
Boys,
Yeah.
freaking.
Mammy.
I don't even know. It's like what do you and your friends talk about? You know, like it's just everything. Like a topic gets brought up.
I mean, I can go ahead and right away. Geopolitics, girls, making money, success.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
The gym.
Athletics, like
I talk about going to the gym.
geography. We talk a lot about like the ocean and stuff. And
Can you
how,
name 3 countries?
Oh yeah, of course.
Go ahead.
What cat?
Oh, okay. Wait, I practice this. Germany, Italy, and Canada.
Wait,
Don't tell him you practiced.
No, I was doing the questions. I was watching, reading the questions over there.
Oh, so she practiced.
No, don't do that to me.
All right.
I was reading the
And
questions.
what else do you guys talk? What do you guys talk about the most? You two. This is your best friend.
You funny.
Earth. I want to say like. I want her to name countries. She didn't name countries.
Funny guys.
Name 3 countries.
Boys or smoking?
Boys.
Or smoking or smoking.
I'm telling you.
where's the
Did
video?
you smoke before the show?
I surely did.
That's why I said marijuana conversation.
But like, no, I
And-
even have
wait,
this
wait,
conversation
sorry.
when I'm completely sober.
Wait, Mark.
I believe that.
And she's been on the show before.
I have.
Oh, I
I just
forgot.
never talked.
She's been on a show before.
When?
Yeah.
I just had a headache
She's been on
because I was
before.
smoking. I had a headache that day. I didn't talk at all.
All right.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure she was sitting right next to you.
Yep.
Would you agree that women can find a mate even if their IQ is low?
Yeah.
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 I
most
feel like men
definitely.
like dumb women
Smoke
because they
weed
could
every
get
day.
over on
My
them more
But don't,
easily.
don't
Yeah,
listen to
my
her think
IQ
she's
is
dumb and
not-
stuff. She's not actually like.
No, she's
She may say stuff that's like, okay, what is your like thought process? But she's not dumb. Like she's a smart girl. She has shit to back up her like facts and stuff. You can't call her
I
dumb.
think beyond everyone's thinking, what you're not
Or
thinking
she'll say
about.
something at the top of her head.
Stop
Like
laughing,
sometimes
Nick.
she just be talking, you know.
That
But
makes
she's
you
not.
dumb.
No,
That does not
Look,
make you
if
dumb.
you just say things that pop in your head and you don't think twice before you speak,
It's not that
that
I don't
makes you
think
dumb.
about
But it's
it.
not all the time.
It's not that I
all
don't
the
think
time.
about
Stop laughing, Nick.
Like, okay, do you think about every single thing that you say? Like, if she said something, you're like, oh, you thought about that, and then you said it.
No, because here's the thing. I listen to it, I understand it,
Yeah.
and then I'm like, wow, that was dumb. And then I'm like,
Okay, yes.
this is an appropriate
Yes.
response. This is dumb.
Nick.
Yes. I'm just saying she's not a dumb person.
I just believe there's other stuff in our world, and he could keep laughing.
you laugh, you're
or
racist,
whoever
Nick.
the fuck that is. He sounds
Look.
crazy.
I know, like there's safe spaces and everything else like that, but on this podcast we tend to be very honest. And the reality is you're pretty dumb.
In reality, you use this as a platform to get your money, correct?
What's that?
In reality, you use females as a platform to get money, right?
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm telling you, you bring us on a platform and talk badly or not badly in your voice. This is a good, in your voice, you're doing what's good for men, but you get paid for having women on the show. but talk badly about them. That's why
I think what she's trying to say is that without women, you wouldn't have no money. Is what she's saying because you
That's
need the
incorrect.
women to be on this show.
I mean, where do you get your most views on?
We make money with or without you guys here because you guys got to understand that the watch time is actually longer on daytime shows, which that makes money as well.
Okay.
So then I'm also a real estate investor, blah, 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 a bunch
You
of shit.
still get a portion, right?
Yeah.
Why? That's what I'm
but,
saying.
But that doesn't refute what I said that you're dumb.
I'm not dumb.
Yeah.
My value, my personality does not rely on you. So whatever you're saying
Did
has
you say
nothing
your
to do with
reality?
me. My reality. I don't live. I keep telling y'all, I'm just residing here.
Okay. If you don't live in reality, then you are by definition dumb.
No.
Yes.
That's what this is thinking by the world, not by the word.
Yeah, Mari.
I keep telling you that.
You know, if I was a guy and I thought the way that you did, I would never make it through life. I
Well,
would just
this
be like,
world is brainwashed. That's all I'm just
the
telling you.
world is brainwashed.
Yes.
Did you ever just think that you're dumb?
I'm not.
No, Mari.
And I'm not going to get mad because you're calling me dumb. So let me calm down.
No, but you are dumb though. Look. See, here's the difference between men and women,
You
right?
think she's dumb though?
No. I think we got 40,000
She is.
people watching
She
that
is.
will probably think she was dumb.
Yeah, she is.
My thing is this. The reality is this, ladies, right? You got to understand that the world operates a certain way, okay? And you don't really judge your intelligence or your success or whatever. Other people typically judge that, right? So if you say stupid shit and other people are like, damn, in majority, you're dumb, then that's just what it is. You're dumb. Objectively speaking, because a majority of people think that you're dumb, you're not able to articulate your arguments. You don't make sense. You said that white people are UFOs. Like,
I said it. Okay, Myron, you could go back in the video because I didn't say they were aliens. I said in theory.
no.
And I keep repeatedly saying that.
whose theory is it then?
A video I watched that was supported by
But you made
facts.
that statement because
That was supported
you
by
adopted
facts.
that theory then.
I understood it enough to bring it up.
But you stated it, which means you adopted it to a degree. It's a theory. It might not be yours, but you adopted it, so therefore you are
Myron,
dumb.
you don't want to meet the South Dallas of me. That's all I'm gonna just say.
Oh,
South Dallas.
Okay,
We not doing that.
Look, that got crazy. Look. I don't care where you're from or whatever you're saying. The reality is, objectively speaking, not only me, but I think the chat here also thinks that you are dumb.
Okay, they didn't say that before you said something.
No. I'm saying you're dumb, and the chat agrees with me
that's
that you're
fine
dumb.
that you could agree that I'm dumb. That's fine.
We need to go back to like telling people when they're fucking up. You're dumb. You need to change the way you view
So
the world.
I could go and say you're ugly.
Stupid. Cool.
And it would be fine. And I'm gonna say, okay, you say I'm dumb. I don't care.
No, but I can objectively say that you're dumb, and I think the majority of
can
people think that you're
objectively say that
stupid.
you're ugly. Can
I
I
think
not?
they're both
Okay,
opinions.
that's
They're
fine.
both opinions.
Yeah.
They're both opinions.
I didn't. I mean, I can say that. But
All
did I
right,
say
so, but I mean,
No, I mean it's pretty objective. You're dumb.
It's pretty objective.
There's a bunch of women that
Kid
would
you
find me
not.
attractive, but
I'm sorry.
I would say a bunch of
Anyone
people
at this
think that you're
table
dumb.
finds him attractive?
I don't want to go there. So
Oh, okay.
I think he's pretty handsome.
Yeah, we not digging.
I think he's a pretty handsome guy.
So you will go.
Nah, let's not get crazy.
That's not digging.
Okay.
That's my bro. But yeah, let's get crazy.
No, I mean,
But I'm
just
not.
gotta
No
keep it real.
offense. I'm not even saying anything offensive because I'm a nice ass person. Like in general, I have a good ass energy. So
And she's not dumb.
like I'm not. But you didn't.
There's a difference between men and women. Like, bro, if I was saying stupid shit like this, y'all would tell me I'm dumb. You'd be like, nigga, what the
No,
fuck?
I've heard. Actually, this came from a nigga's point of view. So
He's dumb too then.
Yeah.
I feel
What's
like
that show
I feel
called?
like you could say that she said something
Underbelly?
dumb,
Soft
but
belly,
like
soft dumb
to like
altogether. White
overall
soft belly.
say that she's a dumb person, like that's wild.
She's
like,
dumb.
She's
you
dumb,
don't-
dude.
But
Like,
you don't know.
why do you not tell
Maybe
people
she
the truth
does.
anymore?
She just says
You
out
could
of pocket
say she
shit
said something
sometimes.
dumb.
That makes you dumb.
No,
Wait,
you're not
wait,
a
wait.
whole dumb ass
Wait,
person.
Hold on,
So-
stop. You want to know how I know she's dumb? She smoked pot before coming on a podcast with
I did,
40,000
we
people
did
watching.
too.
Hold on, right? Knowing, I probably won't be able to have a coherent conversation here. I'm probably going to say things that don't make sense at all. Not going to be statistically sound. I'm not going to be able to speak properly. I'm going to slur my sentences.
I can talk.
Like, dude,
No.
that is stupid for you to put yourself on a platform like that,
One.
knowing that there's going to be all these people watching. Like, that's dumb. Everything about you is dumb.
One.
All right.
I
sure.
have anxiety. Y'all brought up the topic. I started crying on. Y'all didn't see it.
You've been here before.
I have, and I was quiet, and I was high.
So
I have anxiety, which is a medicated.
All right,
which is medicated.
Just hold the L. Nobody cares.
Oh, I do. Thank you very much.
No, I'm trying to save you here. Just
save me.
Yeah, please.
I mean, bro, if you have anxiety, that doesn't change that you're still done with anxiety.
Wait.
Thank you.
So,
She leaving?
Yeah.
Holy.
It's different when you're sitting there calling her dumb, though. Like,
Bro, if y'all were better friends, y'all would tell her she's dumb.
I'm a very good friend to her. If she says some dumb things, I'll be like, okay, Steph, that was like out of pocket. I'm gonna let her
You
speak.
are
though.
single, right? And your sister been single, but what, 2 weeks? Like prior?
Bro.
What does that have to do with anything?
Hey,
There's a difference between men and
What does that
women,
have to do with
man.
anything?
Why?
Chris,
All right, go ahead.
there's a difference between men and women. Like, bro, if I was bringing my buddy on a podcast and I knew that, yo, this is gonna be mad people watching, all this other shit, I'd be like, bro, you probably should have smoked pot. You sound retarded when you talk. I want to bring him, I'd be like, whatever. Or I'd be like, yo, don't smoke, whatever. Men tell each other the truth. Women don't. Like, yo, your friend is a retard. I'm not gonna stop.
Please don't. Please don't.
She's dumb,
No,
bro.
she's
You made
not.
her cry,
She
man.
is.
I like to tell people they're dumb. No. Because here's the difference between men and women. If you had told her prior, you're fucking dumb, you need to fix yourself, she would fix herself and not embarrass herself in front of almost 50,000 people.
She's not dumb. That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
All right, you know what, chat? Give me ones in the chat if y'all.
Who cares
if she's
what the chat
retarded,
says
bro.
either?
That's so sad. Bro, people
I'm
are watching.
saying, like, you're sitting here calling her dumb. Obviously, she's not fucking dumb.
She is.
She's
All
not.
right, so yo, Mark, can I unleash on our fresh note?
No, man, it's just no, because this is fucking comedy. Like, yo, this is the difference between men and women. Like, yo, if y'all were honest, or a bunch of what? Look at this.
No, yo.
Look at this.
Yo.
I can't even see. Like, yo, come on, man.
36K people watching us live right now.
Okay, and that's on
36K.
them. I'm just saying.
Listen.
I know her. Y'all don't. Y'all just seen clips of
But
her.
you're single.
She's not dumb.
Now she's a man,
What
right?
does me single
You
have
have
to do
your
with
man.
anything? What does me being single have to do with anything, though?
Because you're single.
Chris,
So I'm single for a reason and for a choice.
Why?
Hold on.
Because I don't want a man. I don't think nobody deserves me right now. Thank you.
Wait, Mark, come on, wait. Your friend is dumb, right?
No, I don't think so.
So stop. Why are you arguing? Why are you arguing?
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
stop.
Thank you. God damn. All right.
Her friend is
So
dumb.
good. God.
Nah, her friend is dumb, nigga. This is crazy, bro.
No, I mean to her, she isn't. So I'm just saying, like, why are you arguing?
No. She knows deep down her friend is dumb. She just doesn't want to acknowledge it publicly. She doesn't want to be a bad friend in public. But if you had been a better friend in the beginning, told her, yo, listen, baby, you're dumb. You need to fix yourself. She wouldn't be in a situation she had with 40,000 people watching.
Can we just switch the subject?
Move on? Because
I think it's a agree to disagree
We don't have to sit here and talk shit about her.
Listen,
We don't.
it's a podcast. Fuck what you think.
I understand that. I'm just saying, like,
Okay,
we don't have to
all right,
do that.
hey. Sorry, Mark. All right, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, bro. Like, this shit is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, you talk a lot, bro. Okay,
this shit is crazy.
Hey, listen, fresh. I don't give a fuck, man.
Of course you don't. That's
Yeah, of course.
TJ King. Some women avoid accountability so much that they become born again clown world. Yeah. All right, next one, Chris. Oh my goodness, bro.
Fresh. Come on, man.
What?
You are nice. I'm not. All right. I will tell these girls the truth because at the end of the day, they come here, they sound stupid as fuck.
Okay.
Nigga,
all right, cool.
Nigga, you invited them, bro.
Yeah.
All of the DMs wanted us here.
Yo, fresh, you're right. Sorry. All right, go ahead.
Oh my god. Fresh and Fair is so freaking real for this. Class ladies tonight. Cheers.
Oh, cheers.
Oh my goodness, bro.
I think she takes the award.
Yeah, she does.
Dumbest girl we've had on the show.
Facts.
I'm gonna give her a down the mark for that one. She said, nigga, are we gonna forget? Like, are we gonna move past the fact that she said all white people are UFOs?
Yeah. No.
She did to herself, but she said in theory. But ultimately speaking, she shouldn't have said that. Why are we putting African one box? Somalia was never enslaved, 100% Muslim. We don't have victim mindset. Europe depends on Africa. Nick, talk about foreign aid, coup, anti-pan Africa. If you're a black Christian, you have a real short-term memory. Chris Rock.
Well, I mean, Somalia is just a dump right now. If anybody wants to go to Somalia, I don't know if anybody's really signing up for that these days. And as far as blacks and Christianity, I mean, Christianity is the truth, whether you're, black, white, red, brown. And Jesus belongs to all of us, not just, whites or blacks for that matter.
All right, Key Chaser. Black and white are social statuses in the eyes of the U.S. corporations. First class, second class citizens. Human beings are not colors. They come from nations and have nationalities. And then the last one here, Chris. And then Proverbs. Actually, you know what? You should read this one. It's a Bible verse.
May?
Yeah, frequently.
Warnings of an adulterous woman. She is unruly, defiant. Her feet never stay at home. Stop calling men insecure. For you being adulterous, the difference between adulterous women and wives is evident on this panel.
Like we said earlier, why you going to the club if you got a man at home?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
And then last one's here.
They're still gonna go to the club. They're still gonna go to the club. They're gonna say their friend is smart when she's retarded. They don't give a fuck about what we're saying. Trump is too dumb to be compared to Hitler. At least Hitler had a military mind. Also, your Hitler theories are trash. Please get me on to debate this. Y'all are sitting in some BS echo chamber.
It's not true. Trump's a genius.
Okay. Oy vey, the 6 gorillion don't deny the holobunga.
What?
It's just autism.
I'm always amazed how Nazi supporters and communists still exist in 2023. I think regular people need to find a final solution for this problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's exterminate them.
What is the final solution?
Chris, we're going 50 and up, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
Alien girl is stupid. Whites are not aliens. There are real articles. Yeah, you even let it. Stop! Bro, she even knows. Bro, I'm telling you, she knows her first.
No, I'm laughing at his response, not the first part.
Stop, bro. Call her fucking red-handed like her friend. She knows her first retarded, nigga. What? You said that was
I'm laughing because these comments are stupid.
Man, she's more logically sound, bro. Yo, I'm telling you, she just didn't want to make her look bad. She laughing right now. She get, bro. Come on. Come on.
Y'all are not going to
be friends.
Yeah, that's my girl all the way. You're Steph.
The fuck?
Still my girl.
Yo, what's that Drake song? No new friends. No friends. Okay.
No, how does saying go? When you got friends like that, who needs enemies?
Triangle M. Love Nick and FNF. In the first part of Hitler's reign, he was successful. But what Hitler did is literally what abortion is today, except at a younger stage. I'm HISP 2, which means Hispanic. Bring up your IQ. Okay.
Abortion at a younger stage.
Bender the offender, $50. Some women will use retroactive consent after a one-night stand if they have a regret the next day.
Yeah, that's true.
That can be problematic.
Destiny Curtin says,
we never debated that.
What's that dot?
It's like a white circle.
Okay. White boy, thank you for the history lesson. 33-year-old Smurf, if you're not married yet, when would you like to be? And sadly, time is ticking, mama. I wish you the best of luck, but hurry your ass up, Myron, and fresh God bless Mo.
Is he talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
They so dumb. Y'all realize there's 3 of us on this panel that's 33 stupid motherfuckers? Like, why everybody's acting like I'm the only one 33 sitting here?
And no Eon Mo. Blackest Panther, are the ladies also going to acknowledge the atrocities committed by Japan during World War II, which we were arguably as bad as Hitler, i.e. Nanking?
Nah, we don't give a fuck because we ain't hear about it in school. Next.
I mean, we
That's true,
bombed
though. We didn't hear
Japan.
about
I
it.
don't know anything about that.
Had no idea.
Lashing Iceman says Hitler was on meth most of the time. Have Nick named 3 good things you can attribute to Hitler directly during the rise of Germany. Then fact check dude's a total clown. L. Don't fall for it, y'all.
Guy sounds
You named a
Jewish.
bunch, actually.
Okay. HK says the whole next to Myron is so triggered when Myron and Nick talk about her Jew-ass boyfriend. Haha, again. Pick a team, ho.
Oh, wow.
Listen to his,
You want to take that from him? That's crazy.
We went his little history lesson.
Don't take that from him. Angry Leprechaun says Fred Lucher, a gas chamber execution expert, investigated the camps and said no mass gassings took place. German Rudolph, a chemist, took forensic samples and came to the same conclusion. Damn. All right. Free Robert Kelly. To the woman in blue, if you can change your gender, then by your own logic, you can change your race. Myron asked them if you can change your race. Gender is biological. Race is a social construct.
Anything for that, Phantom?
Yeah, I don't take up for trannies. I don't give a fuck. Again, my disposition is I'm for equal rights. I think that everybody should have the same rights and do the same things. However, they need their own category, and I'll stand on that.
Okay. Tony Bands, thank you, FNF, for all the value you bring to men. You guys are an inspiration to me. 100. Keep doing what you do. Like the damn video. Thank you, bro. TC Topcat says this behavior has been observed in nature, where an animal behaves like the opposite gender, even trying to mate. So it's natural in that sense, Nick. Y'all should get some smart people with opinion of views on. Okay. Now to 2.0 says people with anorexia believe and see themselves as fat, even though they're skinny and starve themselves. Transgenderism is the same. Mental illness, yet we enable trans, but not anorexics. Shong Afong says, name 3 countries before puking, then boys brainwashing, please.
Name 3 countries.
North Korea, Afghanistan, Cuba.
Wait, what?
Okay. 3 countries.
Man, y'all done made my friend leave. I want her to name 3 countries.
That would be funny.
Italy, France, Thailand.
Okay.
Oh, we're all naming 3 countries.
That's it.
Yep.
Oh my god.
You got this.
Go ahead, Green.
Germany, Bolivia, and Nicaragua.
Okay. Okay.
Let's go Turkey, Paraguay, and Uganda.
All right.
Brazil, Chad, and Nigeria. Mexico, Haiti.
Yes, sir.
Dominican Republic.
Simple.
Damn, if we had that girl there, we would have been
that was
fucking
hilarious.
Man, I kept trying to get y'all was going too long. I kept trying to tell y'all the answer.
Don't play her.
She would have been on
Dang,
there.
man, I know, man. I just want to hear what she was gonna say.
She would
Man.
have said Mars.
Yeah, Mars, Jupiter,
Man, I know it's gonna be good.
Nick Fuentes is the most uninteresting, unintelligent, degenerate, low IQ guest F&F ever had. He's not as smart as he thinks he is. He's a troll that no one should take seriously.
Damn.
Hey,
He's Jew.
He's on your ass, bro.
Is he a Jew?
probably.
Sounds like it.
He sounds like a dreidel spinning faggot. TJ Sotomayor, shout out to you, bro. Stop letting pro-black women on or women who wear other people's hair on their head talk. I need to be there, bro. Tommy Sotomayor. Oh, shout out to you, Tommy Mac. You should have been here, bro.
Yeah, Tommy
I told you, man.
Oh, that's Tommy Mac, the one that homegirl stole off on?
Yeah.
Tommy Mac, I'll smack you in your mouth, bro. Don't fucking play with me.
No, please don't.
Don't
Oh,
fucking
shit.
play with me, bro.
Shit, he gonna make fun of you, bro.
I don't give a fuck.
Oh, shit.
And we can definitely sit next to each other.
No.
He hits back, though. I don't know.
Hey,
No.
y'all wanna know something crazy when that whole thing happened? Y'all know, even though y'all tell you all the time, like my guy friends like hate y'all and shit like that. Everybody thought it was me. Cause that's when I had first started coming. It was like, yo, like you got into it, a nigga hit you. I'm like, nigga, no, like it was like, oh, we just heard that a nigga got into a fight with a black girl on that show. We just thought it was you. We pull up. I said, nah, y'all. One nigga, ain't nobody play with me like that. I don't know what they had going on, but ain't nobody gonna play with me like that.
Those guy friends, you banged them?
No.
No, so you got a bunch of simps that ride for you. Fantastic.
Yep, and they will come with the blicky, so don't play.
Yeah,
I definitely got some people that don't play about me.
Yeah, well.
Yeah,
Yeah, the niggas is
Right,
willing to go to jail
yo,
over a chick that don't even suck their
Cat.
dick, man. That shit crazy.
Hey,
Yo, Cat, there are not.
I love my life. And Chris, fuck you.
All right.
If someone conquers you, you have no rights or freedom. The blacks should be grateful that we are free because the U.S. didn't have to.
What?
No, it's wrong. But if you don't have power, who cares if it is?
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
These niggas, man.
Wow.
Shout out to Rumble, man. Can some tell the black lady next to Myra that the Lord did not want Israel to ever mix with another nation because it caused confusion? Look at where we are now. You want to say back to him?
That being the Old Testament or the New Testament?
I think that's the Old Testament.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Nick. Nick would know.
True. Old Testament.
You don't play with me, bitch. I know my Bible.
All right, we're almost done here. Where we at here? We got, speaking of redlining, I'm in mortgage, and most of the people I help are non-white. I've had 3 people in the last month tell me they don't work with me because I'm white. Feels bad, man. W show, much love.
Damn.
Oh, damn, bro. Can someone tell me the lady? Can someone tell the lady next to Maya that the Lord did not? Oh, we got that one before. Yeah. Oh, I think you said it twice. You just want to remind you not to. The ironic part of racists would have resolved all of these issues via simple segregation. Unfortunately, them boys have other plans, and they didn't include racial harmony.
Them boys.
You have anything you want to say about that?
True.
Yeah, okay. No 2 brains are the same. Numerous studies have shown they are similar to fingerprints in the sense no one is the same. MRIs prove this. Look up the Zurich study in 2018.
Therefore, 2 things can be right.
I was like, nobody said that.
Whitler goes, doesn't this panel prove the difference in IQ between blacks and whites? Nick, the realest nigga in the game. All right. Dog shit poster 69 goes, question for ladies. If I got kicked out of 109 bars, am I the problem or all 109 bars the problem? Let me ask that question.
You are.
What's the problem if you got kicked out of 109 bars?
You are my friend.
What about you?
I mean, 109 bars is crazy, but I would say you're probably the problem.
Okay. What about you?
Definitely the problem.
All right. What about you?
He's clearly the problem.
All right.
The problem.
He's a problem.
You guys are all anti-Semites.
What? No.
What are we supposed to say about
Because they discriminated against him.
Not the Jews were kicked out of 109 countries, bro. That's why. Did y'all know that?
Got him.
Oh damn, that was good.
Kicked out of 109 countries. Part of IQ difference is culture. I'll study. It's funny to me. Yeah, man, we might get kicked off Rumble too now. A study more in 1986 compared the IQs of black children raised by white parents versus black parents. Black children raised by white parents had an IQ 13 points higher.
True.
Wait, what? Really?
Well, what they do is they do twin studies, and they find that black children raised by whites do have a significantly higher IQ than black children raised by black parents, but they regress to almost exactly the mean when they become adults.
Oh, really?
Which is what you find a lot. Yeah.
Damn. White power for real. All right. L. Chris, why do you pick fat chick Shirley? You have an abundance to choose from.
What?
Y'all have any things that you want to say back to that guy?
No,
No, he sounds good. I don't know who fat up here.
Wait, so all of you are in fantastic shape?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no.
I gained girlfriend weight.
Thank you very much.
I gained girlfriend weight. And
Fucking
I'm not happy
fantastic,
about
actually.
it.
Shit, I gained weight and I love it.
Who?
No.
What were you gonna say, Chris?
The who?
Man, keep it moving, Chris.
All right.
This nigga drunk.
He is, bro.
Question for all: do you think you can be born a gay, or something that's pushed onto you, or is it both?
I think it's both.
You think you guys were born that way?
I think it can be both.
I have a
maybe you
I
think,
think
but then
that
somebody might say something and it might push you in a different
I don't
way.
think everybody is born gay, but I think majority is just. At one point, I thought it was just a trend. You get what I'm saying? It's something to jump on. You get what I'm saying? Because I have a transgender niece, meaning that my nephew is now a woman.
How old?
My nephew has graduated college and is 26.
Okay, bro.
Well, my niece. I'm sorry, pronouns. My niece.
Hold on. What?
It was her nephew, but now it's her niece.
Right. So now my niece, my nephew, now niece. So and she's been gay and now transgender since I've known.
Why don't you speak up more when we're talking about transgender stuff?
Because everybody has their own opinion about it, and I can't. My thing is, I ride for my niece. You get what I'm saying? I ain't.
So not like for the whole situation.
Like I can't really. To me, I really can't speak on it because whether I like it or not, that's your lifestyle. That's how you want to live. That's on you. So I don't really have much to say about it because it's in my family. You get what I'm saying? And it is what it is.
We'll move on here.
Shut up,
Chris.
Hey, Martin.
Nigga, I already hit the sound effect, man.
On point though, right?
Yeah, I already hit the sound effect.
Yeah,
fag.
but hey, same shit.
Yo, how much Henny have you drank, bro?
Barely.
The bottle.
Yeah, probably the bottle.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Well, next chat, man.
Wow.
Sky Chris is lit. W Stream, appreciate that. We need to check if she has a real master's degree.
You have a master's degree.
Yes.
Pull up a pic of Leah Thomas next to the second and third place winners.
We don't have to do that. We belabored that. Do we have to?
All right.
I mean, I don't know who Leah Thomas
Is
is.
that the transgender?
All right, girls. Fresh.
Last thoughts or disagreements?
No, fresh. No, last thoughts, fresh.
Niggas, don't tell me. It's for them.
Yeah. That's what I just said. All right, ladies. Last thoughts or disagreements on the show, or how much you hate Nick?
My friend's smart.
Yeah, I don't appreciate Nick saying the N-word just because, like, no, because I don't even say it like that. I don't even say it like that. I don't say it like that.
We don't say it.
Me personally, like, I don't think that's just cool. Like, if you want to say it, go ahead and say it, but you're going to get your ass beat at the end of the day. Like, that's just how it is.
Like,
you're going to say it to the wrong person one day, but it's okay.
First of all, Nick is smart enough to know that he can only say the N-word in certain settings.
Yeah,
I
don't think
ladies. I get that you guys are in your feelings right now, but you got to understand that we live in the United States and free speech is a thing. And I think that that's very important. That's what sets us apart from other countries. And
you know the part about free speech that people love to disregard.
Selective as fuck.
Freedom of consequence.
Yeah, the consequences that come because everything we all have
So,
choices.
hold on. So attacking him.
No, that's what I'm saying. He definitely knows like to not. He's not walking down the street saying the N-word. Like,
No,
not,
but here's the thing.
like-
Wouldn't it be ridiculous for you to physically attack someone because they say something?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you shouldn't. No.
Yeah, so
absolutely. I agree.
that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
So-
I'm not. But if somebody feels like attacking you because you disrespected them, they also have the right to do that as well, whether it's right or wrong.
No, they don't, because they're gonna go to jail for that.
Yeah, big time.
If you're a police,
He has the right to say whatever he wants, but the thing is that if he says it, he shouldn't be attacked for it physically. Like,
you should not. But if that's the consequences that come with it, just like if I went and robbed the bank and I didn't get caught, I ain't get caught.
well, there's a difference. One's protected by the First Amendment, the other one isn't.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. And again, he can absolutely say what he
It
wants.
is 100% lawful for him to say that, but it's not 100% lawful for someone to attack him.
But
so
a
it's not
consequence is a consequence, honey.
Okay, and that person's going to go to prison.
Everybody got to accept the consequences. Everybody got to accept the consequences. If you're going to attack, you got to accept the consequences.
This is I hate to say this is a nigga mentality. He's not breaking the law, but you guys immediately say, well, it's okay to break the law, even though he's not breaking the law.
I didn't say that at all. What I said was it's okay for him to do what he wants, but it's also okay if somebody wants to attack him.
No, it's not okay because it's illegal.
It is okay because if that's what they want to do, people can do what they want to do.
No, this is what I mean when I say people are so stupid. He has a First Amendment right, not a privilege, a right to say what he wants. You do not have a right to attack someone for speaking freely.
I agree. I'm not saying that it's right at all. I'm just saying we all have the right to do what the fuck we want.
So no, you don't.
We don't.
He has the right to do that.
just
and it's
broke it
legal.
down.
If I want to go do anything that I want to do, I can go do it, whether it's legal or illegal. I still have the right.
But you understand the consequences.
Exactly. Life is about choices. You're not gonna sit here and tell me that just because I choose to do something illegal that it's wrong.
You would be a judge.
I mean, it's wrong, but
it's L.
I'm born and raised. Yo, Cat, I'm born and raised.
I didn't say it was right.
I am born and raised.
I didn't say it was right. I didn't say it was right. If I did, I misspoke. I promise. I didn't mean that it was right. But if somebody decides to attack him because of what he said, then that's okay.
Let's rephrase it.
what I said.
So ultimately, he can say whatever he wants to say.
Yes.
But if someone attacks him, that's a prerogative, but it's still wrong.
Yes, that's literally what I'm saying.
But you said it was right.
But it's not wrong for him to say what he wants.
Yeah, he can say whatever he wants.
I said he can say what he wants. I said that.
But everybody has to understand that there's
You're
a
trying to
consequence.
conflate a First Amendment right to someone being an idiot and breaking the law in response to him exercising his right.
Again,
It's not the same.
Myron, I didn't say it was the same, but again, if they choose to do that, they just choose to do that. I'm saying it's a
They're
choice.
stupid as fuck.
I didn't say that they're not. They're stupid. If someone comes and attacks him because he said, yes, Catherine thinks that that's stupid. But again, just like he decided to say because he wanted to, they decided to punch him in the face because they wanted to. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
and I'm
one's
stand on
legal,
that.
one isn't, so you can't. So why are you even bringing it up?
Yeah,
facts. I'm trying to understand that, but
Yeah, you're trying to conflate a right
with a
to
choice.
breaking the law.
With a choice.
That's illegal.
Hey,
She just said there's consequences to your actions. That's literally her point. That was just her point.
Disagreed. We're just saying it's not right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I said it's not right a million times.
Right. I didn't say it was right if you were to get him.
I said it's a choice. I said it's a choice. I didn't say it was right.
It's a choice to be in jail.
Okay, this is
I enjoy
Life's
it.
about
down a
choices.
barrier. I broke down an important
Life's about
barrier
choices at the end of the day.
and now,
I ain't gonna lie. Y'all just gave
Now
some
we're
nigga
healing.
responses to First Amendment right.
Nigga.
Y'all gave some
Because I'm not
responses.
walking around smacking white people. I grew up in Bumblefuck, Indiana, bro. Like the fucking KKK was started there. The Pole Mark lives there. Like I understand what happens right here. That's why I don't care if white people say the N-word. Now, mind you, Nick ain't gonna keep saying it in front of me, but he does have the right to say it. And if I wanted to smack Nick, I could. Yeah, would I go to jail?
Yeah, you're going to jail.
Sure. But again, that's my choice. If I want to go to jail for smacking somebody, let me go to jail for smacking somebody. Myra. That's all I ask.
Him just saying the word doesn't offend me at all. It's in the way of context. If he says you black, we got a problem. But he didn't say that shit.
But it's still not a way to attack
you was my
him.
nigga.
Yeah, but if you wanted to, you could.
Yeah, like I ain't, man.
This is incredible. Yeah, you have mass degree. This is an asinine argument. Watch this shit back, and you're gonna see like, what the fuck was I saying?
We waste time.
You're trying to you're trying to compare his First Amendment right to a violent retaliation and breaking the law.
I didn't say it was right though, Myron. You act like I said it was okay.
No,
I never said it was
trying
okay.
to put it in the same sense. It's not even
But that's what people do because people are stupid because they do shit like that.
And you just equated yourself to a stupid person.
No, I didn't because I literally just said that I wouldn't do it. I literally said I wouldn't do it. But we know that people do stuff like that. So I'm not going to not say it.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
All right, let's make this 5. You know what? Let's go 1 more hour. 5 hours. Record?
Honey, the sun's about to come up, baby.
Literally, this proves my point that women are ruled by their emotions. Bro.
Yeah, bro.
Literally ruled by their emotions.
Holy.
This is wild. All right.
Okay, who's next?
Yeah. Shit.
Wow.
So you were triggered by him saying the N-word.
I
All right,
wasn't
fantastic.
triggered. I just didn't like
Like
it.
it.
I just didn't like it. And I'm just saying I didn't like it. That's it. I'm not triggered. I'm not like acting out or anything. I just didn't like it. Like I don't like that shit. I don't let people say that shit around me.
So she wrong for not liking that he said
I just don't like that he said
Like-
that.
That's fine.
He can say what he wants. So all I said was I don't like that he said that.
Got
like
it.
that's it.
We hear you loud and clear.
Especially with the
feelings.
hard R. Like
Yeah.
that's weird as fuck. But cool. You can say what you want to say.
I mean, the first time he said it was hard R,
He
then the
said
second
it,
time he
like,
said
twice.
it, it was like an A.
Yeah, because she said, "You're
Yeah,
my nigga,"
you're
and
my
I was
nigga.
like, "Yeah, hell yeah."
Look, man, as a human being, you are 100% in control of your emotions, and words are just words. And the fact that you guys
Absolutely.
get triggered, I mean,
I'm not triggered.
I mean,
He wants somebody to trigger so bad.
you felt the need to bring it up an hour plus later. I thought you were sharing
You asked her, you asked her to be a disagreement. What
white
was
man
kind of
that
more
tried
triggering?
to
You
eat
didn't
it.
actually ask for disagreements or anything to
asked
say,
for
so that was a disagreement. What was kind of
A
triggering?
disagreement with someone's First Amendment right. Okay, cool.
Yo, bro, I'm not gonna lie.
Myron. Yeah, that whole
This panel don't deserve last thoughts. Holy shit, dude.
Oh shit.
I'm saying this.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I mean,
goddamn.
I mean, here's the
I
thing.
mean,
Yeah.
fresh.
Well,
They've been cool fresh.
Why? Why we don't deserve it?
No, fresh. They've been cool
There's a
fresh.
book called Why Women Deserve Less. I see why now. All right, let's move on.
Hey.
Hey.
There it is.
All right. Anything? Okay, you disagree with the N-word. Anything else? Anybody got some?
Like closing thoughts or
Yeah, or disagreements, I guess. Besides him saying her.
I mean, it's been 4 hours.
Yeah.
Has it
No,
been
no, no,
4 hours?
no. Fuck that. 5 hours. Let's go.
Yeah.
Who's ready?
First show.
Let's go.
Every time I've came on the show, this is my third time coming. I've enjoyed myself. I've enjoyed the conversation. It's always just a conversation. I've always gained a perspective, and I'm glad that I met you, Nick. And I'm glad that we were able to share space. And I'm glad that I was able to share space with all you ladies. What was kind of triggering was the sheet over your face, but
Right.
then I just kind of like.
I mean,
But that was it. After that
Females
was
being
it.
females. what
I
else?
mean, yeah, because I'm an emotional being and you're not. You're more logical than I am, and that's okay. We have our differences, and that's fine.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll say something. I thought it was good. I thought we had a good conversation, and
white power.
yeah, all that.
I mean,
Hey, that's half of y'all race, man. Come on. That's half.
Vote for the white
Y'all are
side.
half white
You're
and black,
talking
right?
about white power and white people don't accept us though.
Yeah.
We're not
People
white
accept y'all.
though.
No.
No,
We
because
grew
if
up in
we
a
say we're
very,
white, we're
very-
not white. Like white people don't
We
accept
grew up
us.
in a very, very
I
racist
think-
time.
Have y'all tried? You don't date white guys.
I tried in
Yeah,
high
we've
school.
tried.
I'm
We-
cool.
yeah, we
I'm cool
tried.
of that
You're
shit.
telling me Tom said no?
No.
Okay. So why
I said no to Tom.
So come on.
After I tried though
So you didn't accept the white
I
people.
tried a David, and the David was not good.
All right. So you didn't accept the white people.
No, that's not true.
All right.
I'm
go.
not saying I don't accept them. I have a type.
But okay, so you don't accept the white people. It's not that they don't accept you because y'all are trying to frame it. White people don't accept us.
No, we're saying like where we're from.
Because it's like we're mixed. We're half white, half black. But like if we want to say we're black, cool, we could be black. But if we want to say we're white, we're
People
not
are
white.
like, oh, you're not white.
Because
You
of our
got
skin
curls,
color.
so-
Like,
Oh wow.
First
Your
of all,
skin tone
y'all
is dark,
are
right?
really good white black mixes. Because
Oh.
white
Yeah,
black
yeah.
mixes be kind of a little shaky
Mhm.
sometimes.
Yeah,
but
facts,
y'all are
facts,
freaking to be
facts,
white.
Man,
Yeah.
y'all can 100% identify as white.
Yeah,
Just that it's not
yeah.
advantageous for you to identify as white.
it's just not accepted.
Nah,
You guys are like sister, like
Sister,
Twitches.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
I think Fresh went to the club. All right, the blonde that left must have been huffing space shrooms with what she was saying, bro. Yeah, that shit was crazy, man. What's she doing? What's she doing shrooms? Men don't lie.
No,
she doesn't do.
We
No.
literally just smoked a blunt before we, like, on our way.
What was in her blunt?
Bro, it was the same one. They
Same
smoked
exact
it.
one as us, and we're
Y'all rolled the
on our
same
way. We
blunt?
all smoked the same thing. I rolled one wood, and we all three smoked it in the car.
You guys have to be careful with cannabis. Please.
No, we're cool.
No, she's
I'll smoke all day, baby.
All right.
Okay. On me. I don't care.
Nick's a geek, but we all know these bitches love him for crossing the line
these bitches.
and would do anything for someone that confident. Hey, man. America
Nick,
first.
are you coming in?
They love me because I'm cool.
Trans women athletes are required to have T levels less than 10 nanomilliliters. or
What?
whatever.
You too many
Man, we don't give a
numbers.
fuck about these trans women. We don't give a fuck about these trans women, bro. She's dumb, calling a spade a spade.
That could be
Fair enough,
any
she
one
was
of
dumb.
us.
Women, objectively, you are stupid as fuck. Woman. Oh, okay. Stupid surrounded by stupid friends.
Okay.
You have anything you want to say back?
Woman. Oh,
that's a chick saying that.
I was, you know.
You have anything you want to say back to her?
You sound
about
bored.
your bestie?
You sound bored and dumb.
Okay.
All right.
you.
You sound bored and dumb. Phil Saw goes, variability in frontotemporal brain
We already know
structure,
that.
the importance of recruitment of African Americans in
It's the second
neuroscience
person.
research, PubMed 2020. It is genetically environmentally influenced. Do you have anything you want to say back to that? That's a study for you to look up.
I
Yeah,
think
it's
that
the
was
second.
the whole title. Was that the whole title?
Yes, it was.
Gonna say
Mhm. That was it.
PubMed.
Last String Iceman goes, hit. No, read that
We
one.
already read it.
Then,
all right, cool.
Hey, Nick, Moonman here. Me and Zyklon Ben want to know what your favorite song of ours is.
It's a little before my time. I never
What
got
is
into that
that? Yeah.
stuff. It's just like stupid, like meme culture from 10 years ago.
Oh,
all right. Okay. So we are good to go.
We're good.
Yep.
All right,
luck, Nick.
guys.
Hey.
Don't worry, he's going to be here on Monday too. All right, guys. Don't forget to check out Nick on cozy.tv/Nick. Check him out over there. Go support him. Hell, maybe I'll fucking jump on there with him. And then also, guys, all the girls' Instagrams are below. Go send them a dick pic. I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
Oh, yeah,
Catch you
please
guys
no.
on the next episode of Fresh and Fit on Monday with Nick and then probably Sneeko. We'll catch you guys there. Peace out.
I ran so far away.